All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we are live. Welcome to another edition of the Break the Rules stream. I am Lev Polyakov at LevPo on Twitter. We are here, as always, with the great Giovanni Panicietti. We are here with Apex Synmaps. I can never say it right. We are here with the great Libby Emmons. And we are here with Aimee Terese. Hello, Governor! Australian edition.
That's the wrong answer.
Let's put some shrimp on the Barbie.
Totally wrong accent, Lev.
Foster's.
You ruined the whole stream.
Australian for beer. Foster's. Everybody subscribe and sneed those super chats right now. Yes.
And I just want to say we've been meaning to do this for a long time. I consider Aimee such an amazing person. I consider Libby and Apex also amazing people. But when we really got going with Breakthrough Rules, you were one of the first people I had in mind to bring on, and hopefully not the last time, unless this becomes totally terrible, becomes internet blood sports, total cringe. But I just want to say I know I want to run this by you before we get going. I know pretty much a lot about Australian culture. I had a great grandfather that lived there. And recently my parents binged this Australian medical drama, All Saints, all 12 seasons. It was fascinating. Have you watched All Saints,
All
Aimee?
Saints. Yeah, it was on when I was like a kid and a teenager. I'm just surprised that would make it to the States.
Well, it was on Tubi. It was on one of these Fire Stick devices. Lev, what are you mukbanging right now? Before we, have some self-control. My God,
I am eating some sausages. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
And everybody subscribe right now, and Patreon.com and all that good stuff. We are also on Apple and all the audio players. I'm gonna send the link. Everybody subscribe to those as well. But anyway, Aimee, tell us about yourself. What are you doing? You're from Australia. Why did you get into this? And last question, what is your audience base? How would you describe the people that are into what Aimee does and who Aimee is?
Sorry, I just lost the connection there just very briefly. So I'm just going to assume that the question was what I figure it was. So you were just asking like how I got into podcasting and that sort of thing, being an internet thought, basically. It was just sort of inadvertent, to be honest. So initially a few years ago, I had a lot of downtime to kill during the day at work. And so I was posting quite a bit. And then that, sort of one thing leads to another. And I got asked to be a co-host on a leftist political podcast about 3.5 years ago. And then from there, I think the rest is sort of history. So I was on that for about a year and then started my podcast a couple of years ago. And then we were at the end of the Bernie campaign that sort of hit the skids. And then thank God, like Oliver and I sort of reoriented it. And then, yeah, just the rest is history, to be honest. Oh, and who does our audience consist of? It's actually a pretty diverse mix of people. I think certainly a couple of years ago, at the outset, it was very much more sort of Bernie bros. But then at the same time, we'd always had a fairly diverse range of people, including sort of like academics and proper sort of it's serious academics and shit, and then increasingly also like very much this dissident corner of Twitter that's cropped up. And I guess I always took pride in to me, there's something that I found very strange on the left, where the idea that people from with different political persuasions than oneself might be listening was supposed to be something bad. Whereas when I would get messages from people who were sort of like, look, I don't agree with your politics, but I really like the show, I'd be like, that's great, that's dope. Because you never want to just be talking to sort of, a cult, you want to at the very least be at least have some kind of faculty with the truth, such that people
Well-
who disagree with you might listen and get something out of it. Like,
Well, having an audience consisting of people that don't disagree with you, I mean, nowadays that's kind of like metaphysical violence in some ways to these people. Every bread tuber, they have a disclaimer: if you're a transphobe, homophobe, isophobe, what's a who gives a phobe, then you please get away from me. Don't watch this.
yeah, but they're running cults. I was thinking about this last night. Do you remember when, I really think the pioneer of all this bullshit, the more I think about it, you know how Stefan Molyneux? like-
Yes.
Molly meme.
I think they're all Molyneux now. Like they literally
all
they cultivate these weird little online cults. Like
They're all
I was
defooing each other.
yeah,
the way-
they're fully like defooing their families and like telling people what they're allowed to believe, what they're not allowed to believe, like and indoctrinating them with like the canonical like version of events and shit like this, like giving them. I feel like the ContraPoints. I feel like she gives like homilies. It's like she gives like a homily that's like meant to sort of lull you into this catatonic state where she just like indoctrinates you with like just nonsense.
And it's not even about the philosophic content anymore of
not at all.
It's about the vanity of the theater kid spectacle.
Yeah. My friend online, he's got Spicy Boy. He's like increasingly red for me on the idea of he's like they're all fucking theater kids.
They are.
He's like, I'm not a class reductionist. I'm not a race reductionist. I'm just a theater kid reductionist.
But
Lev is actually a theater kid,
I
believe
am
it
an
or
actual
not.
theater kid. Yeah,
You went to Lee Strasberg.
Yeah, I used to go to the Lee Strasberg Theater.
Strasberg. Why do I always get that?
Back in the day.
But we did introduce Libby and Apex.
Yes,
because they are also
Libby
two very interesting people.
And Apex. So go for it, Libby. Tell us all about.
I love how
yourself.
you said Libby's an interesting person, but Apex, meaning he's not that.
Fuck you too, Lev.
Namaste.
Libby is the edited. Well, Libby, show yourself out. What am I doing?
Yes.
Hi, I'm the editor-in-chief at the Post Millennial. I'm a senior contributor for the Federalist. I've written for a variety of publications. I also studied at Lee Strasberg.
Whoa, are you kidding me?
No.
You went this last stream she was on.
Yeah.
What is going on? There was some weird ass synchronicity going on with me and
Lev,
Libby.
I can't believe you forgot this.
We were at the
same party last weekend, and we didn't even see each other.
Wait, who did you have for a teacher? Oh, Bill Balzac or
I don't
Tim
remember.
Krause?
It was like so long ago. We went through this before because I'm like way older than you.
But Libby, Aimee could write a guest. I could just picture in my mind all of the headlines in the Post Millennial. Aimee Terese, guest writer. The left has a NAMBLA problem. That could be the headline right there. So
yeah, that sounds like a whole QAnon thing too. On top of everything else, it's like it's the horseshoe. It's where they meet.
But right now, these two worlds are meeting. So we have the post-millennial world, and we have the Aimee Terese world. And I'd say, Apex, you would be closer to Aimee than you would be to Libby. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
And then I want to know what world the post-millennial seems to inhabit. I'd like to know what that is.
Well, we'll definitely find out.
From your perspective, yeah, I'd love to know.
So let's go Apex.
So I'm probably closer to Aimee in the sense of a former leftoid who just kind of abandoned the left after a myriad, probably way too long, staying loyal to it. But I just kind of I feel like I have a fairly interesting spot in that I've got to sit at pretty much the intersection of a lot of different people, which is cool to see. And of course, because I'm legally required to shamelessly shill my Substack, which is where most of my serious thought goes to. Yes, Apex's notes, very fun.
I'm going to link to that, as well as linking to Libby's Twitter, and also so you consider yourself to be, like I said, closer to Aimee. But when it comes to the post-millennial, Libby was asking me earlier what exactly, how I would describe it. I would describe it as being more of a conservative / classically liberal institution. Would that be doing it justice, Libby?
Yeah, I think that works for me.
And now
that's sort of where we fall. I mean,
yes,
we're
and
a lot
now
of, I mean, we're like disaffected liberals who are now conservatives, basically what we are.
And
so now I'm curious from Aimee, Terese, what reaction would you have to this trend that's going on right now, where there are these disaffected liberals who end up going more into the conservative route? That's one area we're seeing. Another area we're seeing are people who are starting to adopt more of the position of being fiscally left and being morally or being morally conservative, however you would want to phrase that. So I'm curious what you see going on right now in regards to something like the post-millennial, as well as this other side that's coming up from a lot of, let's say, more edgier people online.
Yeah, I mean, I just sort of almost want to take like a bit of a macro perspective, and as I see it, like basically this totally like fairly insane like vanguard leftism has basically pushed the kind of, I really hate the Overton window term, but there's nothing else that really captures the phenomenon quite so well. I really do think this sort of like vanguard leftist faction have pushed the Overton window so far out of the ballpark in the past couple of years that basically I think you're sort of seeing like the way a realignment tends to work is you'll get the vanguardists and then you'll sort of get the sort of centering forces that effectively try to tame it a little bit and create some kind of broader consensus that isn't quite as insane. And I really think that basically like that's effectively what we're going to see for the next sort of cycle or two. Like I think that's what is happening in the present. So like yeah, and so I think I'm very interested to watch it shake out. It's very curious to me the extent to which so many of these sort of what's happening in the like dissident right versus classical liberal space almost mirrors so many of the arguments that were had internally on the left like 2 years ago. In many ways it's sort of like a bizarro mirror of like, it's sort of like we're having like the same conflicts are taking place, but just with like a different vernacular and different particular like events to spark them. But it's like very much the similar sort of breaking points. So it's sort of just interesting to watch. But I don't know, it's very clear to me at least that so like I almost because I don't know, I think there is sort of like a natural intuition in terms of like the anti-liberalism or like the not being politically liberal in one's orientation makes it very easy to see the sort of traps that the left and the liberals are laying. And I think at the moment, basically what we're seeing is some of the ways in which sort of the classical liberals can get trapped by the left and the liberals in the way they sort of frame things. So I think it'll be interesting to watch sort of who winds up falling on the conservative side of things versus ultimately like going back to the sort of left liberal fold, if that makes sense. I sort of think some of these controversies that have been sparked to like Claire Lehman and that sort of thing is sort of pointing in that general direction of some of the sort of fractures that are going to take place.
The Red-Brown Alliance, if you
and Libby, do you agree with what Aimee talked about right now regarding how she sees this going? And be sure to unmute yourself, by the way, just because of the stuff also, going on in the back.
Libby, do you know Claire? I mean, I know Claire. Oh, I know people in the chat are going to get excited for that one. So yeah, what do you think about what Aimee's analysis of the?
I'm not sure that I entirely followed that analysis in terms of like fracturing throughout different areas of the political spectrum. I think that when I look at it, I think the most important thing is that people maintain an open mind. And it kind of doesn't matter what your political perspective or ideology is if your mind is open and you're willing to consider all viewpoints and you're willing to examine the foundations of your beliefs. And if you're willing to do that work sort of all the time, if you're willing to continuously, hold on a second. Johan, could you keep it down a little? Char, yeah. Can you keep it down a teeny bit? Thanks. He's playing Minecraft with his friend, so
Of course.
I don't want to squash
Gen
the
Alpha.
joy, but like a little bit. But I kind of, yeah. So to that extent, I don't think it matters what your political ideology is if you're willing to keep an open mind. I think the trouble that we see both on the conservative sphere and in the far left sphere primarily is that people are subscribed to a narrative. They're not even subscribed to an ideology. They're subscribed to a system of messaging. And they're so ingrained, it's so ingrained in them that they're not willing to look at any of the positions that are being held by their political peers. So for example, like if you look at, randomly, let's take transgender ideology. So you have on the far left, people who say trans men are men, trans women are women. And as soon as you maybe say like, let's unpack that a little bit, let's take a closer look. What does it mean when we say that? When we say trans men are men, what does that mean in terms of the definition of men that we've all understood to this point? Are we changing the definition of man? Are we not changing the definition of man? And even just trying to have a conversation like that is enough to get you, kicked off Twitter. It's enough to get you, like, you lose your job, you lose all your friends. It's enough to, completely destroy your existence online, certainly, but also in real life. So if you're going to have a political ideology and you're not examining it, it kind of doesn't matter what else you're doing, because your entire perspective is bullshit, because you're not considering what you believe ever. If you're going to believe something, you have to know why. And if you don't know why, then you don't believe it. Then you just don't believe it. So
I love, by the way, I'm just picturing your son with his friend in the background. They're like, what's your mom talking about? She's talking about politics again. So it's,
yeah.
Exactly. But Aimee is a person I would consider that has went through immense personal suffering in order to.
Yeah, I don't know your backstory at all.
Yes, say
so
harsh
good.
truth.
No worries. No. I definitely endorse your sentiment in terms of the amount of it's really been something to behold. I think the degree to which just propaganda gets sprayed through a fire hose over the past 2 years, and just like people
but
just
that's the thing, Aimee,
uncritically swallow it all up, and like even when it changes like 180 degrees, they don't even seem to get whiplash. It's like, bitch, how can you be believing the exact opposite thing with the same fervor as you did last week when it was the opposite?
Yes.
Like, this is nutty to
so
me.
much. So it's insanity. I mean, you hear people talking, and you'll hear them say like one thing, and then suddenly it's something completely different, and then they tell you that they always had that position and that nothing ever changed. Looking at like Fauci's positions is a perfect example, and he's like,
well, last week Jon Stewart. I mean, that's
John. Yeah. Or like that was the other thing too with the media thing about I don't know if you can talk about it on YouTube. Like when I was doing
just don't mention
like
just don't mention the
keywords. Use keywords.
No, no C words. None of that. Anyway, so the whole thing with the recently resurrected
fuddle-duddle. Let's call it the fuddle-duddle,
right?
Or I like the Game Grumps version of it best. They call it the Backstreet Boys World Tour.
Yeah.
Right. But so suddenly you have everyone going, there's ways that this hypothesis now became viable. And in Glenn Kessler's fact check of Glenn Kessler is like the lead fact checker for the Washington Post, and he wrote this whole thing.
Aimee
about
had a few tussles with him on Twitter, so it's
tussles. If someone has a blue check and they work in media, I've gone to bat with them.
Well, go for it, But he had this whole timeline of how the hypothesis came to be a reasonable hypothesis, went from like total cuckoo bananas to like a reasonable hypothesis. One of the examples on his timeline was that Biden got elected president. I mean, come on. Like, that's not...
Yeah, they're not even trying.
Nothing to do with it. But
it does have everything to do with
it. It's like watching it.
But that is
happen,
why.
You're just
that is why it became acceptable.
And they just
Do you think
swallow
that?
it.
Of course.
Yes, of course that's why. Of course that's why. It's like after
But they
Biden
always
got
tell on
elected,
themselves. It's funny. Like I just,
Yeah.
the whole thing's fiction. Like you just have to watch it as like a symptomatic read on other things that are going on. But the idea that you'd believe anything in mainstream media, like without having found ways to verify it yourself,
And the fact that
just is crazy. Just
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
you just
and the ongoing
it's all
fact
propaganda.
checker
Like
situation.
that's
Have you guys dealt with this? The fact checker situation, like
Dude,
science
Delphi.
feedback or health.
I'm sorry,
feedback.
but like fact check, like
Trust
if you
the
need to separate,
science.
if you need to separate fact checking from reporting, as though these are like two independent variables, you've already.
Well, I'm talking about like the Facebook independent fact checkers.
Oh, but
who
that's what I
will do
mean.
a-
Like if these,
right, but they'll
yeah,
do a
it's
fact
nuts.
check on
It's just
something and
stupid.
say missing information. At Post Millennial, we got fact checked hard for a story where
You almost had your account pulled on Facebook, if I recall. Yeah,
we've had a
no.
rough time, but we've had a couple stories that were like Rand Paul talked to Dr. Fauci in the Senate. This is what Rand Paul said. Da 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 da. Here's a video of it. This is what Dr. Fauci said. Da 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 da. Like, you know, a trained monkey could have written some of these pieces, and I say that fully aware that I wrote some of these pieces. So you're just like writing down what they said, and then you publish it. And it's interesting because we have to keep a record, and that's why we do those stories super straight, because you have to know what people are saying. And we got fact checked for that, for not providing enough information, enough context between the two Senate hearings where Rand Paul questioned Fauci. But that's,
This makes us look bad.
and there's no point. There's just no point. Like missing context is an opinion. That's not a fact.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what they do.
But that's the thing. But then when you point it out, like for example, Aimee has an immense army of ghouls after her all the time that she's constantly battling. She's got to take out the Shiv on. And Aimee, like, it's terrible because you're such a sweet and genuine and kind person. And I just want to fly to Australia and I want to hold you in my big arms. And
Oh my
we want
god, no sympathy. Please,
into a
calm down.
cabin in the
Well,
provinces together and watch
I feel
the
like I
world
should get off
burn.
this call.
No,
Well, Gio-
I'm sorry.
Gio,
I'm sorry.
Gio, to
I
be,
promised.
What's
I
going
promised
on?
the chat I wasn't gonna simp.
Well,
But-
Gio, to be fair,
You failed,
were
though. You
already-
totally
you were
failed.
I
already
failed
simping.
already.
See this picture.
But I
over
just
here?
say it's terrible.
Multiple bunks have been sent to Canada to intercept you in your simping attempts.
Oh, but no, but it is true. I mean, it's very funny when you point these things out to them, and they just they get angry, like on such an immensely personal
Well,
level.
it's over socialization.
Yeah, there
Oh
you
my
go.
Oh,
God,
dear
I
God.
don't buy that hypothesis.
Do you like, by the way, the little kangaroo is drinking the your little drink there?
Wow.
Well, in
Oh, yeah,
this
that's
picture,
the
Aimee is the
yeah.
one holding Gio, so Gio
Well,
needs a
there you
big mommy
go.
girlfriend, apparently.
Well, no, it's because Aimee, she talks about the character of leftist men wanting a mommy,
They
wanting.
do. They all do.
Yeah.
Well, now let's speak to a
Are
real
you?
mommy.
They just
So-
seem like sex pests, but you know.
I mean,
Yeah, the whole
that could
leftist
be it.
Nabla. Nabla
Nam-
leftism is very.
Okay,
Well,
I wanna
let's
get
get
to
in.
the
What do you define as Nambla leftism?
Wait, before that,
The whole the
21
left
US
is full of
dollars.
sex pests.
21
Very-
US dollars from Super Iron Bob. He says, time till Gio's first major simp of the stream, 21 minutes. Thank you so much, Super
Wow,
Iron Bob.
he actually did that, Super Iron. Wow, thank you, my friend. That was interesting.
I'm actually
keeping
interested.
track.
I have a question for Libby. In terms of something that I've started noticing, I never paid a great deal of attention to, because I think Andy No writes for you guys. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's an editor at large with us.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because I never paid a huge amount of attention to his work in the past, but I did notice something that sort of did start to bother me increasingly was like on some of the far left outlets, they would sort of constantly refer to him as like not a journalist or Andy knows a grifter, like all these type of like just stupid terms. And
well, Vaush thinks he's a
especially
Nazi,
last
so
year,
that's.
yeah, Vaush is an idiot, so whatever.
Yeah,
like,
Andy No is not a Nazi. He's not a grifter.
Yeah, no,
he is in
of course
fact
not.
a journalist. He's a hardcore
Well, this is-
journalist.
well, this is what
You
I'm
know,
getting at. So this is what I
he
found
works
so
really hard
fascinating.
and he goes after
Yeah,
a story.
exactly.
And it
So
was
this
interesting
is-
on Twitter, yeah, because you're right. People started coming after him after Twitter as well, because and was trending. He had gone out to cover like basically a riot in Portland, and he was recognized. They chased him and they beat the hell out of him. And when he was, and then so he ended up trending on Twitter because of that. And people were saying to Twitter, like, get journalist out from in front of his name. He has a degree, in journalism. He's been practicing journalism for a long time.
This is the move they make,
absurd. Right? It's absolutely absurd. And it's a bullshit claim. And he spoke about why he went out without security as well. Just because
why should he have to explain why he went out without security?
Because everyone was freaking out at him. So I think he did feel the need to explain that.
Oh, certainly. Sorry. No, I just meant like in a normative sense.
But no,
he
shouldn't.
He should even need
to
explain that is nutty,
to go
right?
cover whatever it is that he feels he should cover. I mean, it's still America, whether they want it to be or not. So.
It fascinates me so much the way they think that by like redefining him as and like saying, oh, this person's not a journalist, they can just like that somehow like physically attacking somebody somehow becomes okay because they've taken the journalist word away. It's like, first off, he actually is a journalist. This is like an argument I was getting into recently. I was like, but he just straight up is a journalist. But even if he weren't, is this behavior in any way okay if he weren't a journalist? Like, it just has been so fascinating the way instead of saying, yes, we endorse like the brutal censorship of censorship on behalf of our particular political orientation. They can't even do that. Like, they just have to like deny.
He just exposes them, and so they don't like it.
Yeah,
and I think also what's going on with that, it goes back to what I was saying about narrative. So like absolutely. Antifa and like the militants who go out and do that stuff, they're very specific about the narrative that they want to convey. And when journalists go out and cover them differently and don't pay any attention to their, messaging, those journalists get taken down for it and they get attacked for it. And it's all because they're just not going along with this, bizarro fairy tale of the
can I push
fantasy
back on
of the street protesters.
I want to get Apex's take on the current, like, where he sees it going, and if he has any possible disagreements with Aimee and Libby. But before that, just for the integrity of
subscribe.
Subscribe. Just for the integrity of Break the Rules, there has been claims that Andy will like sort of stretch things, or he'll misapprehend like specific situations, and so there's people that sort of try to problematize his reporting. Have you seen cases where he has sort of fudged things a little bit? I mean, he has paid an immense personal price for what he's done.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked with Andy for about, I don't know, I would say like going on 2 years. Like, I think we're going on 2 years. I've edited a lot of his work. I've looked at, the reporting that he brings when he files stories. And he works a lot with a reporter who's now an editor. She's our American news editor, Mia Kuffel. So, I see their stuff. I see their sources. I see what they do. I've read all of them. I've read their stories, and I've looked at everything. And they do a lot of stories together. Andy does a lot of stories independently as well. There was one instance where a story didn't pan out the way that he thought. And he, got in touch with, like, I wasn't instantly reachable. He got in touch with me. He texted me. He got me on Twitter. He got me on Facebook, like, as many times as possible. And we issued a correction as soon as we, got in touch. That was one story in like almost 2 years. I think that he has enormous integrity personally.
Yeah, I think it's really powerful the way these motherfuckers manage to basically poison the well such that nobody can approach anything that any of these particular characters do without already having basically like an entire like specter of them created by the rest of the media, such that even the name Andy Node, like they managed to sort of attach all these bullshit to it, such that like you can't even approach their work with without having to sort of dislodge that specter first. And I find that to be just such a like totally fucking pernicious way of that they operate. And I find also that like almost every time without fail, when I take the time to look into the work of any one of these particular villains of these people, you tend to, I mean, I don't think my instincts go above and beyond like facts and reason and all the rest, but I also do sort of tend to trust my instincts. And I tend to find like when you take the time to look into any one of these particular like villains that they've created, I don't know, I just tend to find that like my instincts tell me this is a person who like seems very like reasonable and honest. And I don't know Andy, and I haven't read his book. I haven't followed his work in any kind of in-depth manner, but I watched like I think it was maybe an hour or so. He did an interview with the British podcaster, and I don't know, I like got a sense of just like honesty and integrity from him. I don't know. It's just this very strange phenomena where the more times it happens, the more consistent it seems, where every time like they just sort of create this villain out of a person. And it sort of happened to my friend Angela as well. Certainly
Angela
not to
Nagel?
the degree. Yeah. And
I really enjoyed the
such
thing you did with her about the fine art, about the museums now selling off these works. I mean, I couldn't believe it when I heard it. It's
I loved
crazy.
her. She talked about it on my good friend Jeffrey Schulenberger's podcast, and she was recently on another good friend of the show, Alex Kashuda's podcast. Maybe she come to BTR one day.
I hope so.
But Aimee, I wanted to, but before
well, also just so people know what exactly happened there, can you in short, Aimee, briefly tell us what is this thing going on with the museums? For those who don't know.
Oh, yeah. Angela was just saying that some particular rules have been changed institutionally such that a number of different museums are selling off fine artworks that were donated to them, as custodians of kind of the public trust.
Yeah.
Such that they're now sort of just like selling all these old works to make space and funds for newer, like hipper.
I can't believe Jeff Bezos bought some Francis Bacon's. I can't believe that. That's terrible. As a big fan, as a Francis Bacon, a huge influence on me.
Who was able to just buy Francis Bacon?
Jeff Bezos, I believe. It was either him or someone. I think it was Jeff Bezos, yeah.
I thought you said a name that was like someone that you knew personally, and I was like, can I get it on
No.
What is the deal?
Well, it's kind of like Children of Men. Do you remember in Children of Men, all these upper-class people had this private collection of the Statue of David and all this stuff, and like that is kind of like the dystopia that's being painted here, where all the stuff that people are allowed to see in the public space is going to be wokenized, is going to be completely...
Well, like Sanford Bigger's a statue. So
yeah, I mean, things will get discombobulated, and how is that going to affect people? Like, if you walk around, I don't want to bring up the mainstream media, Paul Joseph Watson, but I do kind of see his point when he was talking about the architecture of. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about, right?
Maybe you might want to mute until.
Oh yes.
Is that me?
Oh, by the way, speaking of Sanford Biggers, please go to my own YouTube channel where me and Matthew the Stout. Episode 5 of Style Talks, our art podcast, we explicitly talk about the Rockefeller Center art, and of course Sanford Biggers is a Chimera piece that he unleashed upon New York City. So that's huge fun. We laugh, we cry, we shred the modern art world. But before that, I wanted to ask really quickly, Aimee, what are your thoughts? And then we have to get to Apex. What are your thoughts on just the ethos of Antifa itself, going back to the Triple Arrows crowd? And also, what is your opinion on left anarchism, the tradition and the literature? I know it's hard to say that there's a literature. There's a bunch of like small zines, and there's some like even thinkers that are...
It's very much like a literature from like the ascendancy of capitalism. Like there's definitely like, I find that like the whole anarchist thing that they all do is like no true Scotsman, which is frustrating but typical. I don't know. I don't like. I've always firmly believed that like you shouldn't pay a great deal of I mean, you should take people seriously and respect their political pronouns, but like I don't pay that much attention to like whatever it is that somebody describes themselves as. So when I sort of refer to anarchist or even just like classically, just sort of like libtards or whatever, like what I'm actually referring to is not necessarily what people call themselves, but actually like as I see it, the sort of political reason that they employ. So, like, to my mind, like, liberalism itself sort of swings between this kind of like anarchistic and technocratic sort of binary. And I tend to find that they're a lot more anarchistic when they're younger, or when they're sort of like outside of an institution, and they tend to deploy like anarchist methods to get themselves into institutions, and then they retreat back to this sort of like technocratic mode once they are safely inside the institutions or have more power. So they sort of like switch from being the rule breakers to the rule institutors, if that makes a lot of sense.
So they're no longer reading Hakeem Bey. Now they're reading their policy wonks now. I guess that's...
Well, Camille Paglia talked about this in an interview with Jordan Peterson several years ago, on I don't know how long ago, who knows, on his podcast. And she was saying that the radicals didn't end up in the universities. The radicals abandoned society and went to live on communes, and all of the milquetoast radicals ended up in the universities, which would make a lot of sense when you consider how easily they just go along with every new, piece of garbage ideology that comes through. They're not standing up for themselves. They're not standing up for the work. They're not standing up for the canon, and they're not standing up for their students.
But that's been done in every...
I think that's almost like part and parcel of the social role, really. Like, I sort of want to reject the idea. I think there's this common meme that they changed or something. And you can particularly see it with increasing numbers of the left starting to look at like ghouls like AOC and be like, oh, she's changed so much now that she's got to... No! She was always a goblin. Like, I'm sorry, but people like myself and friend... Anna Katchian, like, from the jump when that bitch first was in public, like, she was saying horrible, horrible things. And like, it doesn't take an especially fine-tuned radar to problematize this bitch. Like, she came when she very first time she was interviewed when she was in Washington, like 2.5 years ago. The Intercept did an interview with her, and she's on there talking about like the importance of women's rage for politics right now, and how women's rage is an important factor that changes things on both sides of the aisle, and that like it's something that should be valorized, and like all this bullshit. And look, I'm sorry, like I am a woman. I may be a woman. No, I definitely am. But like that is not the type of politics that anyone should be endorsing. Like, you don't need to be a genius to look back in history and see like women are powerful, and especially women in powerful positions can do horrible, tyrannical things. And I'm not going to valorize anyone's rage. Like, rage isn't something we should be like celebrating from positions of leadership as though it's some kind of unmitigated good, or as though like women have been oppressed in America until last week.
But the thing is, like what you're talking about, when AOC came in and started talking, and you're talking about like the valor of women's rage, that totally happened, but it wasn't it. Can you lower your voice a teeny bit, hon? Okay. But it wasn't just AOC, right? I mean, Rebecca Tracer, who writes for New York Magazine, she, who I know, she wrote a book about that. And it was also part of the whole Me Too thing. So it was this whole like women's rage as a social political movement of the moment to attain power. And it was very effective. But what it did was it infantilized women. It said that women don't know how to consent if they're drunk, which is, of course, absurd. Because women have been having drunk sex for how long have human beings existed, and how long has alcohol existed? Like, put those things together.
Women have sex? What?
I know, right?
No way.
Yeah, they fart.
I can't believe this.
I don't know if you can believe that.
My
I know, it's a shocker.
I'm gonna end the stream right here. This is too much.
But I mean,
all women.
That's a huge part of it. Is that's how Me Too happened, right? Me Too was both a massive feminist power grab, and they did it by turning women into small children who don't know how to who don't know how to make their own decisions. And again, like, if I can go back to that same interview with Camille Paglia, which I think I listened to a half dozen times because it was spectacular, she was talking about how when the women's liberation movement started, and she was at university, and she was saying like, what women were asking for was not protection. They were asking for the same freedoms that the men on campus had. And that includes the freedom to risk rape. I mean,
well, she said a bunch of controversial things as well. I mean,
sure, but someone
pointed out in the chat Yeah.
Oh, we have
But
think where I
$9.99
would-
US dollars.
Equality under the law doesn't mean, equality, but with little special protections to protect us from ourselves and our own, weird whims or whatever. Like, that's not what equality means.
Well, I
Oh,
think
by the
the thing
way,
is
by the way,
that ultimately,
real quick, we have $9.99 US dollars from Voxix, who says, "Can y'all buy Aimee a Red Bull for her banger tweets?" TY.
That's very
So,
sweet.
I'll figure out a
Yeah,
way to
we'll
do
figure
that.
it out.
Thank you.
But so, Aimee, what were you gonna say?
drinking one right now. Oh yeah, I was just gonna
Drinking one
say.
right now.
Obviously, I've had like 3 hours sleep. But yeah, it was
no.
very fascinating to me. Like actually, because I first started like tweeting a lot in like 2017 and 2018, and myself and a friend from Canada, Heidi Matthews, who's like a law professor up there, we
Oh, I think
sort
I've
of
heard of her.
yeah, like we sort of crossed a whole bunch of like invisible and increasingly visible red lines in opposing aspects of the whole Me Too thing, and really from the beginning, because to my mind, like not only did it do everything Libby was just saying in terms of like absolutely infantilizing women and just like denying reality, denying history, but it just the thing that I found so conspicuous and really like unjust about it was the extent to which it along with a couple of other specters over the past few years have just like eviscerated due process in a number of different fronts and really normalized the idea that you can just that certain like very basic premises are able to be overridden because somebody like cries or makes an emotional appeal. And this to me is abhorrent. Like, I'm sorry, but like I and as much as I'm like a a liberal society, sort of capitalist society is not my ideal world, but as far as I'm concerned, like that does not mean, the fact that sort of due process rights are not substantively sort of available to everyone to the same degree within, a class stratified society does not in any way mean that like these things mean nothing and that we can just throw them out the window and it'll be fine because AOC cries on TV or whoever, like
But
whatever
the crying has
the case
become
may
a
be. It's
No,
such
you're
a like
you're exactly
weaponized
right. Like,
fragility is fucking
Yeah.
sociopathic as far as I'm
Wep-
concerned.
exactly,
It's
the
always
weaponized
and we end up
harms.
fragility,
being
yeah.
I think
we
we're
end
all
up being
agree-
like bludgeoned to death with our own compassion.
Yes.
But I
Yeah,
think
exactly.
it's exactly
But
right
it's-
what you
but
say.
it's-
What you're saying
yeah, for
basically
the-
is we have
Mm.
expectations for our criminal justice system, for our civil justice system, and for social justice in general. And the fact that we don't live up to those expectations doesn't mean that the expectations are bogus. It just means we need to live up to them. Due process
Right.
is a perfect example of that. The criminal justice system is a mess. People go down who are innocent. That's a huge problem. That doesn't mean due process is the problem. It means that we need more due process, not less.
Yes.
And your friend
absolutely.
Aimee, she was a law professor at was the University of Toronto, or was it McMaster, or where was I heard her name before?
Oh my god, I'm totally mental blanking. That's so frustrating. It'll come back to me in like 5 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah,
By the
no
way,
problem.
I know that Libby has to
Because I
go
live fairly
soon.
close to those universities, so
I know Libby has
that's-
to go soon, so I want to make sure there may be a bit of and you guys are so friendly to each other, it's great, I love it, but there may be some butting of the heads that could possibly happen here when it comes to your worldview, Aimee, because you say that you're more or less a Marxist and you want support for the workers, and you want I don't know if you want the workers to necessarily take over the means of production, a la
Oh, God.
the dictatorship
Memes.
of the proletariat.
Memes.
Yes, exactly.
Memes.
But as far as what
Memes.
exactly is required to get to the level where you want to get to, can you outline it for us? And I just want to see if Libby would disagree in any way with whatever you have to say there.
I think that fundamentally, like, I think that Marxism and Marxists as like sort of these entities that have existed at different moments throughout history are all like basically ridiculous, with the exception of like a very narrow band of people, most of whom died more than a century ago. And so like I'm not going to defend any like the vast majority of things that have flown under that banner is ridiculous to me as they are to most people. So like I get that sort of intuitive hostility towards all that bullshit. I guess the way I see it is that I fundamentally think that like historical materialism is a way of understanding the world, and the sort of contradictions therein is basically correct. I think that ultimately, like it to make things dramatically bad. I think that basically the world in which we live at the present is riddled with so many contradictions that it would actually take some kind of revolution for those to change. But I think that each sort of major revolution throughout history has taken place in a sort of time and a manner, and then produced a world thereafter that was totally unanticipatable for the people prior to that. So I think it's just like foolish to sit around pretending that you can like draw up plans for a revolution. I think to the extent that any such thing would happen in the future, it's not going to be something that I can predict or sort of agitate via sort of revolutionary phrase mongering. You know what I mean? I think that sitting around
So
and like saying
you
work
think
is
that
the
like
world unite is just facile. You know?
well, because
So
even
dumb.
within those particular instantiations of workers' arrangements throughout the world, I mean, a worker in China or a worker in Vietnam is different than a worker in, even different dramatically from a worker in Cambodia, let alone a worker in Chile, right? I mean, but so you think the whole like fantasy that Vaush and Cushbomb, they're gonna like go up down Times Square and lead the revolution, and we're gonna have
But these are
glorious
bourgeois
automated.
leftists.
Yeah,
These are bourgeois leftists. Like they just say all this like ridiculous
But
bullshit
to be fair,
that like
Aimee, who wasn't
comfortably
a
fits
bourgeois?
within the status quo.
Who
Hardly
wasn't a
any of them.
bourgeois
No.
leftist when it comes to even back in the
None of them.
day? Marx
No,
himself,
most of them.
wait,
Lenin,
sorry, Amy,
he
go
was an
ahead.
English gentleman. Like we had all these
Yeah, but
people
Lenin
who-
helped conduct like basically like a bourgeois revolution. He helped get like peasants off of farms and help like create a state capitalism. It's all been capitalism, baby. There's been no like communism has never existed. I'm sorry, but like that doesn't mean that I'm suggesting we instantiate a communist. No, like, but I'm not saying that is something that can be sort of artificially created in some top-down manner.
Right.
Do you get what I
Right.
mean? Like
yeah.
it just describes a state in which there's no longer in which we no longer have like a very small number of people owning the like the way we produce things is not via having a very concentrated number of people own everything and having everyone else basically yoked to that class of owners in order to get their daily existence. Like,
well, I want to make sure Libby gets her in over here as far as do you see something that Aimee's talking about being necessarily solved in any kind of way without a top-down
it's not something
rule?
that can be solved. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like either it happens or it doesn't. It's just not like there's nothing that I can sort of do.
Well, it's because Lev, he's from
force that.
He was born in Leningrad and he came here.
St.
Petersburg, Lev. I'm very sorry. But,
no, but I do recognize one interesting thing when it comes to the USSR and Americans on Twitter today, that I think that there is a bit of a over-romanticization. I'm not saying that you do it, but I do notice certain tankies over-romanticize certain things there. Yes.
Ridiculous.
Well, but also, I do notice another thing, that there are people out there who, and I know that you were saying at an earlier show that you did about, like, you're not a big fan of American exceptionalism, just like that term. And as far as somebody who came here from the USSR, despite, and this is going to be such a boomer take, but fuck you, I don't care. When it comes to somebody who came from the USSR to America, I really appreciate the United States. I really appreciate the energy of it and the people who are here. Obviously, there's a lot of bad things too, but relative to what is something I always ask. So I know, like, it still feels like there are people out there who want to besmirch the U.S. and also add in certain things about how...
It's the great Satan, Lev. It's the great Satan.
Well, also they add things about how, I don't know, that they say that Ukraine is a fascist state, or, they add all kinds of little bits and pieces in there to confuse people.
Fascism ended at the end of World War II. It's over.
I couldn't agree more. But that's the thing that I'm trying to assess here. What do you think it's going to take? And this is a question to everybody, including Apex, who's been as patient as a saint. What do you think it would take here to get people to understand history a little bit better and understand where what is a joke and where what actually has some tangibility to it.
Wait,
Who
Everybody.
Anyone
Oh.
in particular?
What does that mean? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Well, okay, what I'm trying to say here is that what do you think is going
What
to
Lev
take?
is saying is we
Yes.
should all drop acid and expand our
Exactly.
minds
Exactly.
in order to look
Yeah,
at possibility.
man.
The possibility space must be
Oh,
exploded.
my.
I stopped
Acid
doing acid years
communism.
ago.
No,
Never
basically,
going back.
okay. Here, I'll give you this example. The
Acid
people who you're
communism.
talking about, Aimee, whether it's AOC or any other political opportunists, those people existed back in the 30s and 40s, and a lot of
Yeah,
them
of
were not
course.
just communists; they were Stalinist, and they were even
Yeah, I know.
calling like DSA members. They were
awful.
calling them social fascists. That's what they were calling like. The
I think a lot
socialists.
of these ideologies, whether they're capitalist ideologies, socialist or communist ideologies, they don't have any real consideration for the individual. And the only form of government that does give a shit about, an individual person and their rights over the rights of some massive group is a democratic system. And I think that is what American exceptionalism is all about. I would say that whatever.
No,
I think
Gio,
that
please
I don't
expand.
care.
Sorry.
But
Yeah.
the thing is, what America can offer the world is the opportunity to be an individual, to be opposed to a group, to have the right to be opposed to a group, to not have to fit in or conform with anything, to be able to live life on your own terms and taking responsibility for it yourself. And as soon as we start imagining some grand utopia, which if we look, of course, at Thomas More, like what was utopia? Utopia was a dystopia. We
Another
have no
place, yeah.
actual utopian vision. And
But
when
I
we
would
start
disagree.
imagining some utopian vision where we're all going to land, if we just all focus on the goal and get there, what happens is we throw out the process, and the literal only thing that matters in human governance is the process. The only thing that matters is how we get there, because the road is never ending. We're never going to get to the end. And if we imagine that we're going to arrive at some perfect place after having thrown all of our principles out the window, we're fucking fooling ourselves. Like, that's ridiculous.
No, I agree, but I would disagree.
No,
to
I
the
totally
extent-
agree with that.
Yeah,
Well, not with the idea that process is everything, but I definitely this is where I this is sort of what I was alluding to earlier in terms of like rejecting almost everything that's come under the banner of like Marxism, socialism, communism, any of that garbage. Like, I fundamentally reject like utopianism in and of itself. I'm so completely allergic to it that like one of the biggest complaints I'll get from people in relation to our podcast is that like, I'll be offering a particular critique of something and I won't sort of give I'm very allergic to sort of this sort of solutioneering like utopianism. And it's just like, I think it's very important to be able to make a critique, but like if there's no straightforward solution, I'm not gonna just like talk shit and give you like this fake recipe or this fake like way to solve things that is totally divorced from reality. And I certainly empathize with so much of what Libby was saying, particularly like after what we've seen the past few years of all this like spectre politics of fear mongering that basically implies like, we have this magic utopia we can get to because we empathize so much with the with the powerless that we can just treat people in this like appalling manner, and that's fine because the ends justify the means and this sort of thing. And I think increasingly like watching this sort of degree of sociopathy on the left itself has made me very sort of if not in agreement with, certainly much more appreciative of at the very least that sort of angle that more sort of like classically liberal people will bring to the table in terms of in terms of respecting sort of the dignity of the individual. I think that's very, very important. And I think increasingly we see all these like ways in which contemporary so-called liberals or leftists or whatever are very much sort of swapping out what was traditionally like the individualist ontology of liberalism, where sort of the individual was the key like core subject of the political, to increasingly having this sort of like group ontology being the primary frame through which they look at things. And it's like, at the end of the day, you can't give rights to like these amorphous groups that they've suddenly started engaging with the world through that, like through the frame of this like group ontology. So
yeah, but
like,
I think what you're seeing too, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I think what you're seeing too is that the what we're looking for now with the whole social justice movement is equity and equality between groups. And the identitarian movement is basically a backdoor to get Marxism into a capitalist construct. That's how it works.
I mean, I
right?
would reject.
Because
I mean,
that's what I think is sort of like the sort of
but it's not
goal of it, because it's not, and you can quibble with
what people mean when they say that.
But cultural Marxism. What is your take, Aimee, on the whole? But I have a disagreement.
Let me just finish my thought really quick, which is when you tell individuals that their individual identity is the most important thing, and then say that they can select from a group of identities, and then that will siphon them into a specific group. That means that that people are getting the impression that they are independent individual thinkers, when in fact they're just marbles in a giant jar, and it's literal
schizopolitics.
And so I guess what I mean is, by Marxism, is when you have the political infrastructure demanding that there be equity between groups. That's sort of what I mean by
I really object to the Biden, like all this equity shit that's coming down the pike. Like I think we would probably totally agree on the substance, but just the terms we would use might be different. So I don't want to sort of get wires crossed when we actually agree there. I think
I would, my disagreement though with Libby would be that I believe that democracy itself has been terrible, and first of all, honoring the individual is a complicated subject, and certainly as a quote unquote reactionary, I think that the individual is so much enmeshed within social relations and with various facticities. There really is a thoroughness to being there. And I think that democracy in some ways has been a foil to lead to even more oppressive forms of social conformity and the absolute crushing of the individual. And also just democracy itself has been sort of like a boilerplate for normalizing every sort of form of psychopolitical repression, even though the democratic regimes don't they're starting to now, but they don't by and large, shove a Kalashnikov in your face to do something. They have very sophisticated forms of biopower that operate within a whole network of power relations that can mask the actual effect of power. So this is why I would reject our modern conception of democracy. But I know that's a very theory.
But what would you replace it with? That's the thing I always go back to, because you may
there was a few 20th century regimes left. No, I'm kidding.
No, see, that's the thing right there, because a lot of people who are reactionary, I think that they, just like people who are on the far left,
well, first of all, let's clarify this term reactionary. I think reactionary, from my angle, has sort of like this romanticism attached, but I think that at the end of the day, reaction is sort of like a misnomer, because I certainly, even though I have some intellectual sympathies there and I take some concepts, I wouldn't consider myself like neo-reaction proper. I think that neo-reaction, in some sense, they're kind of almost like neoliberals in a lot of ways. But at the same time, I think reactionary is a catch-all term. Like even the terms like dissident right don't exactly quote unquote exist. I mean, what is the dissident right but a collection of like, minor celebrities and thinkers and just people adrift on islands of influence? But I mean, Apex, Libby had to go, I'm assuming?
Oh, yes. She said that she didn't want to be rude and she really enjoyed the conversation. So she just had to go right now.
Oh, yeah.
She's great. Everybody follow Libby on Twitter. So here we go.
Definitely have to get her again.
What's her handle?
Her handle is @LibbyEmmons, and I am posting it in the chat right over here. So this is Libby. Please follow Libby on Twitter. She's always great to have on as a guest. I can't believe I forgot that she also went to Lee Strasberg, but there we go.
But Apex, what is your thoughts on all of this, and also just the trajectory of the political landscape in general? I know you also have a lot of thoughts on the weaponization of empathy. You recently wrote a Substack on the nature of empathy in the political domain itself. So take it away, my friend. You've been very patient. But it's just because Libby had to go, and now it's your time to shine, Apex. No pressure. I mean, hey, I already simped out, so I guess you can't go to the bottom as I have. By the
What
way,
a
at the end of
challenge,
the,
Gio.
By the way, there should be
Set
like
it-
there should be a Gio Montero
Simp
music
ma-
video
meter.
where
well,
just
Apex
like
has a GF, so he's maybe
well,
getting trouble.
Gio, check this out. If you were like Lil Nas in that music
Oh,
video,
God.
but it would be like you going to the lowest levels of symptom. That would be the project, and there would be like all these bountiful breasts
The ninth
around
layer.
you. And, yes, exactly.
Oh my God.
I
So-
didn't like them apples.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
take it away, Apex.
so-
Please save me here.
So I got you, Gio. Don't worry. I guess the two. I'll start with like democracy and process, and then shift to empathy. And the first, I mean, is I almost take a largely not an entirely opposite view to Libby, but a largely opposite view to her, which is like structures matter, incentive structures matter, certainly, but like democracy does not justify anything in and of itself. A process doesn't justify something in and of itself. If the Aztecs democratically decided to sacrifice a child, that doesn't make the child sacrifice okay. You know, I think that there is I think that, as Lev points out, there is the fact that there hasn't been a viable alternative presented, or given the space to be tested out, appears to be one of the reasons behind so much of the emotive power of it. But you know, I mean, it's a narrative. That's all it is. It's a narrative. It's this idea that democracy gives you equal power. It doesn't. You know, you have institutions that are feeding you particular sets of information. They're feeding you narratives. They're socializing. You know, I mean, democracy at scale is nothing more than laundered oligarchy. Okay,
Yeah.
it's oligarchy that hides itself
It's
behind
not
a
even a
bunch
good
of
one at that.
bureaucracies. Well, that the problem, of course, is like if you know who's this is something that I've said multiple times over the last few months, is one of the greatest tragedies of modern democracy or modern bureaucratic systems is you don't even know who to be mad at anymore. It's like who do you point to? The president? Well, then the president points at Congress, and the two parties in Congress point at each other, and the Supreme Court's like, well, we didn't do it, just to let you know. Like, by the way, we're cool. You know, like what the corporations, and they'll be like, don't play the player, play in the game. And it's
what Hannah Arendt said. It's tyranny without a tyrant.
Well,
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, and
that was
and
in yeah.
the thing is that when you have bureaucracy, you have obfuscation, in that power is always there. There's always sovereignty. There's always a most powerful group, but there's no accountability, because the tyrants can just kind of sit behind in these amorphous blobs and pretend like, oh no, like I'm not doing anything. And you know, it's not like we ever find them. I mean, what is it, like less than 1% of white collar crime is ever prosecuted, or some ridiculous number? So democracy is useful in situations where the distribution of information or incentive structures are designed in a way such that democracy is good. Democracy is it's good on a local scale.
That's kind of a circular argument, is it not? Democracy is
no.
good,
So here's where I'm here.
By the way, Arendt also mentioned Life of the Mind, Nathan. Okay. Don't accuse me of being a sued. We'll get to Hannah Arendt really quickly.
Gio,
Go ahead, Apex.
No, but so like democracy is good. Specifically, what I was going to expand on there is when individuals do not require these significant intermediary institutions in order to confirm information. You know, like when I am the two places I'd point to most commonly are the workplace.
Democracy is good.
No, because that, like, direct democracy, it doesn't even need to be direct democracy. It can be whatever. It's more that, like, if my local newspaper tells me that the party in power has filled the potholes on my road, and I walk outside and go, there are potholes there, I know you're full of shit. But if someone tells me this party has done some great thing in Los Angeles, I don't know. I know two people in Los Angeles. Like, I have no idea what's going on. I have to trust
direct democracy, as in, like, your
Ancient
sort of
Greece?
participatory input is like discrete and like
Yeah, it has to be based on
Yeah.
something that you have direct contact with. If that's what we're referring to direct democracy as, then yes.
Well,
And
right,
the
so
other
it needs to be
thing,
direct and local.
So like
Yeah,
take
But
Greece
this
and
for
is
so-
instance,
but like
right?
this is but this is just so like arbitrary and like unrealistic then. Like it's only going to be within like are you saying that it only works at like a certain number, like in a local sense, or like if you can like
yes,
detect the
that's
substance of it with sensory perception?
So when things are
that's
interconnected, I
basically
can't imagine how
Okay,
you
what
can
effectively-
about
scale up.
blind people? Are they allowed to participate?
Yes, they're allowed to participate. The whole point, of course, is
but they
that
can't-
nothing's
but
going
they
to be
can't-
perfect.
But
But
their
nothing's going to be
information's going to
perfect.
be mediated. Okay, so but
Of
I'm trying
course
to
it's
figure
going
out
to be
like
mediated,
where
but
or
it's
how
going to
you
be
like.
generally when I look at the embeddedness of a network. What we're really looking at is we're looking not at the idea that every single person to participate must be able to sensorily perceive something. That's not what we're saying. That's a way to get to the goal. And the goal is the elimination of the institutions that intermediate things. These significant
want
dominant
anarchy,
media and schools. No, because there are situations in which the institutions have to intermediate, and that's where you just don't have democracy. Because there's no point. The democracy isn't real at that point. It's just laundered oligarchy.
But how do you differentiate between the two? How do you know when
I think
there
nobody
should
should
be
vote, in
an
my opinion, but
institution and when
that's-
there's
There we go, based Geo. No, I think that democracy should be at a local level and in workplaces and nowhere above that.
I reject democratic workplaces. I think this is.
I mean, then that's fine. I think
this is sociopathic coercion masking like it's just masking like just this most insane form of social coercion and like incorporating people into their own exploitation at a level like heretofore unseen. I think that basically like the vast majority of people on earth have to work for an employer in order to pay their rent, in order to just literally keep a roof over their head and eat food. And so to my mind, like if you force people to work, which is fine, like we all need to work, but like people, like the idea that you would totally mystify that relation between employer and employee and make it such that like not only are you your own boss, but like every one of your motherfucking colleagues is also your boss. It's like basically, you remember that DSA convention a couple of years ago? Imagine if like your workplace was just literally like full of people like that and you're all each other's boss, on each other's dick all the time. I just think it would be the worst thing ever when people talk about these like co-ops and stuff. Like, I just think this would be a totally like sociopathic nightmare, and like completely
but at the same
tyrannical.
time,
I mean, I listen. Like, I think that already happens. Like, they're just in the HR departments. Then the HR departments.
Well,
have all
it could get
power.
even worse than the HR department. Look at, for example, what we had Black Compilled of the Fed Post talking about. How, Geo, how did he pose it? He talked about this commune, this anarchist commune, as
Look
if
at every
our
commune that's ever
entire
homes,
existed. It's
the
just
commune
full
homes.
of fucking rapists and
Yeah.
sociopaths.
it's true. But what about
That's
some
why
kind
they
of
should
like?
all be in jail.
I mean, hold on.
You mean you can't
That's why
jail
they care
every
about prison
sociopath.
abolition.
Real quick, look at ancient Greece.
Is that a challenge, Aimee?
Maybe the reason.
We're just gonna kill. No.
Maybe the reason ancient Greece worked is because they had like a whole system of like everybody had to get to the certain level.
Well, they had
of
an
being
aristocratic system.
Yeah.
That's what.
Everybody was fit. They also had slavery, so that may have eased things
That's
when it came to
yes.
people not
That's
doing
pretty
the
good.
work.
No. What I mean is, I think
That's
that
pretty good. Are you?
No, I'm
okay.
kidding. I'm joking. But we live under some form of corporate serfdom. If you look at, for example, these Amazon warehouses where people get fired off of an app. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But I think, I mean, I'm obviously a fan of things like distributism and like a younger like worker state. Not exactly what Apex is saying. I think that it's good to like coming from a family of small business people. I think that's good to encourage people to have autonomy within the workplace, but at the same time, as Aimee is saying,
What I'm saying is I don't think it is autonomy in the workplace. I think it's the exact opposite. Have you seen what? Okay, imagine, this is what I think it would be like. You know, the fucking sociopathic cartels that we see online, like the way
Yeah.
these just like mobs of sociopaths attack people. That's what democratic workplaces would be like. It's like everyone is your boss. Like there's no camaraderie between colleagues against the boss who owns everything and exploits you. It's like
Well, the point, I
suddenly
think,
you're
of
all
course, is
incorporating
that
into one
any
another's
kind of,
exploitation.
again,
and
any
we're
kind of
abusing each
meaningful
other.
democracy,
Everyone's
any
a
kind of
cop.
meaningful democracy needs to be ownership based. I mean, if you are going to be a worker, you have the worker ownership
Okay,
has to be the
But
key.
then they say this like, okay, say this fucking worker ownership meme
Examples.
pans out and everyone shares the ownership of this particular corporation. Then what that ultimately means is like you are each invested in the exploitation and domination of everyone outside of your little middle class co-op. So that means that like you're incentivized collectively for the sake of the group to find the most brutally exploitative suppliers and keep costs down. Shit like this, like you're suddenly incorporated into the exploitation of other workers.
So
as
you would be against
opposed
like the
to-
Chomsky syndicalist idea.
No, I mean, like, look, if people want to have their little fucking co-op, go for it. But I just think that anyone pretending that this is some kind of solution to the tyranny of the president is completely out to lunch. You can
But-
go and look at any of the reports. Like, there's a whole history of fucking Mondragon that Richard Wolf clown cites all the time. You go and you read books about the
Yeah.
experience of Mondragon workers. First off,
The
like, half of
Rojava.
Mondragon is paid employees, but literally like the environment inside Mondragon is like a Hobbesian nightmare. Like
Yeah, it's
the
brutal.
workers, yeah, it's so coercive. There's so much cruelty and sociopathy, but then it's also this totally tyrannizing thing of where you can't quite put your finger on it, and so all the workers sort of like blame themselves. They're second guessing themselves all the time. Can't figure out what's wrong, what they did wrong, or why. Like it's just mystified coercion. Like just give me a boss who's a bastard. You know what I mean? Like,
But
rather
would you
than-
abolish wage labor, or would you say that we need some form of a wage to like mediate certain functions in society?
How do you mean? Like in my magical utopia? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I know
I'm
you're against
totally
utopia, but
allergic to utopianism. It just I don't, I'm not. I think this sort of like there's very much this sort of elitist bullshit that a lot of leftists do, where they're like, oh my god, imagine talking about like the dignity of work. Work is horrible. Nobody should have to do work. Yuck. Like, no, these people just don't want to work. They don't want to do anything that is like, I think the idea that you would have like no discipline, no order, no authority in any kind of, ideal society is absurd. Like, of course people need to contribute. Of course we have like collective needs that need to be met, and like people need to contribute. Like this is a given, and work to the extent that it needs to be done, should be dignified. People should.
By the way, could you speak a little bit closer to the mic? I'm noticing
or
that
maybe
the,
boost your
waves...
mic if you have the ability.
Yes, I do actually.
Excellent.
There we go.
Everybody
Beast,
subscribe.
Strasserite, fascist, Aimee. No, I'm kidding.
Everybody
That's
subscribe.
not a clip. Please don't.
Is that a bit better? Like, can you hear
That's
me better
amazing.
now?
That's perfect.
Perfect.
So,
great.
so Apex, what do you think of this social fascism right now? What mean?
Oh, so we're just drifting through 3 lanes of traffic now, Gio. Just gonna flip the script to social fascism.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Apex
I'm
needs it very regimented. I think you're very
I know.
methodical thinker.
I'm listening to Aimee, and then Gio just comes in and goes, so that's social fascism. Okay. All right then.
Amazing.
Well,
I'm
I
kidding,
think I
I'm
do
joking.
have very much of a more like social fash element in terms of I get very like pissed off at this like this crypto coercion that that sort of sneaks in the back door with all this like worker co-op
Communal-
bullshit.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
It's
just
kind of
if
like
I'm gonna
Office
be-
Space in a way. Have you ever seen Office
Yeah,
Space?
like if anyone, no, but I sort of get what you mean. Like if anyone wants to, like if I'm gonna be exploited at work, just fucking make the channel of exploitation, coercion, and authority clear. That's fine, and then at least and then I know what's up. But this
Almost like a
motherfucking,
like a
the
formalism.
rabid dog. sociopathic rabid dog bullshit that I've dealt with leftists for the past 5 years is just like the most horrifying shit on earth, where everything is liquid, imperceptible. You can't figure out anything. There's no fucking boundaries, and the ones that you do figure out are always shifting. Like, no, just like give it, just have chains of like authority and domination that are like
I think
evident,
that's
and then I can work within them. You know, give me someone who's a prick all day, every day. I can deal with that guy better than a moody bastard.
I think
That's
that
fine.
one
You know?
thing that separates exactly the thing I think that separates, and I want to get to Apex, but the temperament between a right thing, like a sort of a rightist disposition. I wouldn't even call it ideology. I think that your gut fauna has just as much to do with your ideology as anything else. I think that a rightist disposition
I agree
is
with
not
that, actually.
yeah, it's not exactly like and I have a bunch of questions for you, like what do you think of Bronze Age perverts, psychopolics, all that stuff. We'll get to that. But I think that really quickly, a rightward disposition, I think, is not just valuing of the individual, because in a lot of ways it's very collectivist in terms of the unit of a society and sort of the driving force and the expression that a society in toto, a nation, can give you. But I think that there has to be a sort of comfort and a separation within at least the family unit in society. But to me, when I think of a total communal society where everything is held in common, including women, men, zers, MBs, including
No, but
your
that's a
bodily-
bourgeois commonality.
Exactly.
This is like
Like,
everyone's on
utter hell.
OnlyFans shit. It's
But
fucking OnlyFans, man. That's
exactly,
what it is.
but
Like, nobody gets married anymore, and all the broads are on OnlyFans and shared in common between that class. It's so
who's
gross.
the one?
I hate this.
The one that really hates you, Merrick, I think.
To narrow it down, my friend.
Yeah, it's narrow. Wow, the OnlyFans girl. She had this thing where she thought that not to gossip, but I guess I am. She had the thing where she.
Caitlin, what's her name? Carolyn Calloway.
Yeah.
Retweeted and liked me last year, so it's not so. She didn't hate me, so I don't think it's all of them. I just think it's the.
No, yeah. We've had OnlyFans girls on this pod. We've had porn stars on this podcast.
We've had Ayala girl on this podcast.
Yeah, I debated Ayala girl. Yeah. No, but that type of existence to me, as someone who is more of a traditional disposition, to me that just seems like utter hell on earth. Like, I mean, that's kind of like some weird like people that take like the Plato's Republic like as a literal document rather than a sort of metaphor of the soul. Elaine Badiou, hello. Fuck you. No, to me, I think that type of existence is only relegated to like smaller sort of social spheres. And the fact that these bourgeois rich kids, like today I was helping my old man break out concrete panels. Like, come on, like the bourgeois rich kids that talk about communal existence, to me it's indicative of a larger sort of pathology and a neurosis. I think they want to break away from the chains of, it's like why they become cruise punkers and they become homeless, semi-homeless.
You know when it may actually work? Maybe it works in a kibbutz.
Well, yeah, but in the kibbutz, but Lev, the thing that holds those communes together is the sort of religion and the sort of the community that comes out of their metaphysical
very
disposition.
Very interesting field of economics, monastic economics, which is something you'd never think about, but is a fascinating little field.
But sorry, go ahead. I've kept you. Badiou is a weirdo. I know. But Apex, go ahead, my friend.
What am I talking about again? Empathy or social fascism?
Social fascism. But also, I want to point out before it slips my mind, it's funny that Aimee brings up Hannah Arendt. And I know, like near the end when she was in University of Chicago, she was kind of like a lib. But if you actually read the subtext of Origins of Totalitarianism, there's a lot of based and red-pilled thing. She ends it saying that the fact that the 20th century became totally secularized because of the Enlightenment, the gas chambers couldn't have happened if it wasn't for that, because now this sort of millenarian ideology is to take away the sovereign rule of authority and place it in the hands of an impersonal, bureaucratic, managerial state. And so it literally is a dictatorship without a dictator. And that is just inhuman nightmare fuel, in my opinion.
Oh, by the way, we have a comment from Super Iron Bob for $10. When a group is small, every individual can assess the value of work done by others. As groups grow, the need for proxy measures grows. As proxy measures occur, there will be people who optimize for the proxy, not the real value. How to stop cheaters, how to stop the cheaters. I think that's what he was saying.
We have a libertarian.
But no, Apex, you talk about
Wait.
this a little. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Aimee.
Oh no, I think so many of these questions, while I empathize with them, they're sort of trying to solve a problem within the frame of the existing class contradictions, if that makes any sense. So like in a world where there is, you know, a very small number of people who own everything, and everyone else needs to basically work to survive, and then there's also like a middle class of people who are able to sort of increase the that, you know, their own standard of living and that of their family by hustling, by striving, then certainly this sort of perception of the person who's going to like optimize, or sort of like, you know, your free rider problem, that sort of thing. These are very real problems within our existing society if you attempt to do these sorts of things, right? Like there are contradictions inherent in the status quo. If you set up, you know, systems that allow for extensive free riding, then that you will get extensive free riding. But I just think that ultimately, like, this is why sort of utopianism and planning some kind of like future perfect from within the status quo is just fucking asinine, because we are all products and subjects of the actually existing world, which is all that we've ever known. And so like I just think that, like, you know, like when we talk about things like a revolution, like the people in that world or that environment are going to be creating, or at least party to, such monumental changes, and then the subjects who are created within that world are going to be like intuitively like accustomed to that world itself. So for instance, like, you know, a few hundred years ago, the idea that every single individual person would have just like the insane amount of sort of atomized alienation that we have these days, the fact that, you know, you can move house every couple of years and this is totally normalized now, the idea that like you can live anywhere on the planet, that like, you know, that women don't get married till what was previously like old age, you know, like this is all the things that are totally normative today are just radically inconceivable just, you know, 300 or 400 years ago, you know.
Well, let me ask
I just think that like trying to sort of anticipate all this shit in a manner as though we're going to be sitting around planning it is just like, it's sort of crazy, because I definitely think all these contradictions are real, and so many of them are literally unsolvable within our current order, that like I just
I don't know. Do you think?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, what do you think? Because you're coming off sounding very based and red pilled, and Ivan in the chat, don't worry about it. What do you think of
lads? I have to run.
Oh, sorry, Apex.
Apex, before you run, let me promote the heaven out of you. So guys,
no, but
you can
Apex, have a point. Have a point before you have to run.
Okay.
What were you, maybe clarify some things, but also where do you?
All right, pick one, Gio. Hit me with something.
The political landscape that we were talking about at the beginning of the stream. Where do you see that going?
I mean, really, you know me, is that everyone, the vast majority of people are liberal, and the Quillette crowd is liberal, the left is liberal, the right is liberal. They're all, it's all autonomy worship. And the problem is, you know, like I've been promoting the, you know, a post-liberalism for years now. And at a certain point, you're going to see a break, because, you know, there's a lot of diversity in that scene as well. I mean, I really do think that what you're seeing now is you're seeing the justificatory ideology collapse while the brute power structures underneath remain. You're going to see that continue to intensify. You're going to see the wagons continue to be circled. and it's not. Let me put it this way: the 2020s are going to be worse than the 2010s.
Oh my God! And the 2010s were a total cultural black hole, man.
Aimee, do you agree
sad.
with that assumption?
I mean, worse in what sense?
It's just going to blow. I mean, like, the political system's just going to get more tyrannical. Like, society's going to become more atomized. It's just going to be a general. The state capacity will continue to decline. All that fun stuff. Inequality is going to keep going up. Like the ability for the state to do anything. Like the West has actually, people talk about, you know, the state is bigger or smaller, and that's really only one axis. It's more of a.
What do you mean, like the state to do anything? Like, I just think that like these sorts of like smaller, bigger, this and that, like the idea that the United States is in any way like weaker or the state has collapsed or ceased doing things, it's like, no, it's just doing things that you don't like, or that like not the
no
not
like there are
particular
capabilities, there are capabilities that the state no longer. One of the more interesting ones that I keep seeing recently is building nuclear reactors. The United States has actually completely lost the capability to build them, to the point where we could build them in 5 years, and now they're all 40 years old, and the only two that have come online in the last 10 years were 3 times over budget and took twice as long, and no one else knows how to build them. I mean, like the state doesn't. The state isn't this magical thing that can just do whatever it wants whenever it wants. Like there are certain things that the bureaucracy is incapable of doing.
So you mean that the state will sort of, as things become more fragmentary, the state will slowly lose capability of controlling huge swaths of America, for instance? And
I mean, that's like a 20. That's like a 50+ year scenario.
But
I mean,
that's also a gap of power that brings in somebody else or some other organization that could come in and take the place of that and still do the same function.
And most of them are the megacorps. But they don't do the same function because they have different interests.
Yeah, and Aimee,
but it's mostly the megacorps that come in.
I think the corporations will probably weaken the state more than anything. But Aimee, you disagree? You think the state will?
I think the idea that corporations and the state are separate things is, I reject all of this. To my mind, the state is like all of it.
Private companies are not really private.
Well, yeah, there's no such like. Well, I mean kind of, yeah. I do reject the public-private distinction insofar as like if public's supposed to mean like state, then also like that we live in a capitalist state. Like the function of the state is to secure the conditions of accumulation for the people who own everything. It's very straightforwardly thus, and all these people who act as though the function of the state is to like make citizens' lives better, special for people. All this bullshit. It's like, no, their function is to basically like enable the domination of the ownership class over the people who do not own things. And so like that doesn't need to be some horrifying thing. It doesn't need to be like evil or awful. And like certainly I think that the vast majority of the bourgeoisie are not inherently bad people or anything. I think most of the petty bourgeoisie are fucking psychos, especially the like statist petty bourgeoisie. These people are fucking insane.
Well, would you say, for example, that there was?
All right, lads, I do have to go for real though.
All right,
thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
It was nice talking to you.
Yes,
I hope you get some sleep as well.
Please follow. Okay, please follow Apex on Twitter. So what I was getting to here is, and everybody's
What's his handle? His
handle is Apex Sim Maps. I am posting it right.
He only
adds
you every time he releases a new Substack
for everybody to see.
Shut the fuck up! Hey! I have from day one. I have declared everywhere I am here to punch leftoids and shamelessly shill my Substack. That's it. Those are my only 2 goals.
Here's a Substack for everybody right over here. Apex.
Peace, guys.
Apex
notes. Peace, brother.
Okay, so what I
wanted to ask Aimee.
Wait, hold on. Before you ask, I wanted to ask. Damn it, I have my question. Right of way, Gio. Right of way. Anyway, what I wanted to ask real quick is the experience. Like I said, when my family came here from the former Soviet Union, was this burst of altruism that we did not get from any of the Russians when we were living back in Russia. people just started helping us, moving our stuff into the building that we were staying at, helping us with directions, whatever. It just seemed like Americans, to us, the stereotype became these people that are just like looking for people to help. Like if somebody's out there, they need help, then an American would come along and would say, oh, how can I help you? How can I help you do this or build that or whatever? That was the impression. Obviously, there's a lot of Americans that are not like that, but the fact that there were more Americans that acted like that than there were Russians that acted like that, that already told us something very important. And it brings me to this idea, which you could say could be like just through rose-colored glasses looking at the past, but this idea of there being certain organizations, like if we're talking about like the mooses, no, that doesn't, the elks, or the Shriners, or yeah, whatever, organizations where they do try to do certain things to improve the state of their locality. And it almost seems like if something like that, even though again it's not perfect, but it almost seems like something like that would have resulted in a lot more harmony and a lot more communal connectivity than what we currently have right now. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
On which, sorry? On what are the...
Just the frameworks that may have
What
existed.
are the mooses? What are the mooses?
I made it up. There's no such thing. There is no such thing as mooses.
Like, there's social
the
clubs.
Elks.
The Elks. Yeah, that's what you're thinking of. The Elks.
Yes, exactly.
Right. What are they?
Okay, so
they're like a men's social club.
And
Not
they
like
raise,
the
they
YMCA
raise
or
money
something
for...
to that effect.
Yeah,
Kind of,
but
I mean...
they were kind of like the Shriners or like the I guess.
What are the
well,
Shriners? I'm Aussie. I don't know shit.
Okay, so the Shriners is part of the Masons.
You know the little caps?
The Freemasons.
Well, yeah, they're basically an off branch of the Freemasons, which...
What? I'm unacquainted. So is this like kind of like we would have here, like the RSL? Like,
yeah,
like
kind of like... Yeah.
Like a Return Servicemen's League. It's like local clubs for like veterans and shit. Like that do like civil society organizations before they all became like Soros-backed NGOs.
Yeah,
like
Robert
the old
Putnam
school
type
civil
stuff.
society, old school civil society orgs, that sort of thing. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Although as a Catholic, I'm totally against the Masons, but that's besides the point.
Well, you can go to the Knights of Columbus.
Yeah, there you go. My father was a Grand Knight in our chapter one time.
There we go.
So there you go.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. Like I know, like the sort of doctrinaire Marxist thing is that nationalism is bad. It incorporates workers into their own exploitation, drags them onto bourgeois terrain. And I mean, this is objectively true. And yet at the same time, like as a daughter of a migrant, like I can very much empathize with what you're saying in terms of like so much of what I find deeply objectionable about this contemporary racialization that's occurring is this notion that certain countries are like inalterably racist and revolting, and that we should have this basically like woke Jim Crow that occurs not at the level of, not necessarily overtly in the whole like black fountain, white fountain, but like a Jim Crow inside your head where like different quote unquote races like don't mix, and there's this like latent animosity and hostility just under the surface, like that's always been there. All this bullshit. It's like, no, this like my dad fucking loves this country. It's like the poster boy for assimilation. Like this, his family migrated here in the early 70s, and sort of it's very classic like migrant family makes good, like came here contra a smear piece that was written recently that that they were wealthy Lebanese immigrants. No, they came from a fucking mountain, like a village in the mountains, and literally got here with like the shirts on their back and all three.
If you don't mind me asking, I'm curious. So where did they come from?
Lebanon.
Originally?
Like
Lebanon. Wow.
Lebanon, just like some hokey village in the mountains, and you can still like Dad's showing it to me on Google Earth now.
That's like Nassim Taleb. His neighborhood.
Or like Lindy
Man.
Yeah.
Wait, is he also from there? I didn't know Lindy Man was.
He's
just
Lebanese. Yeah.
Wow, interesting. By the way, the plan, Aimee, is that we got to get Nassim Taleb on to lure Lindy Man.
To entice Lindy Man.
Okay.
Well, that's like when my people went to Australia in the 70s around that same time. So
Italians.
yes, yeah.
Yeah,
Like
so no, it was even earlier too. Like there was a huge influx. Like basically Australia, like the immigration in Australia has happened very much in waves from different vicinities over the 20th century. So the
same
like
with Canada
there's
here, yeah.
yeah, like there's like a pretty big influx of sort of Greek and Italian people after the Second World War in particular, especially. Um, and then there was also like a bunch of pommies in the mid 20th century because we had like the 10-pound poms, so you could get on a boat for like 10 pounds.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
but yeah, there's a very much like a tradition in Australia now of like every capital city has like an Italian sort of vicinity, and like it's very much like like every sort of with each successive generation of different migrants from different areas, it's like we are very much that like classic melting pot type
But you also have a
country.
point
And
system, don't you? There is a certain point system that
Yeah,
people
same
have
with
to
Canada.
get to
Yeah.
migrate.
I think it very much depends. So um if you like my dad's family, when they came here, the way the economy was, they were very much looking for unskilled migration. So my grandpa moved out here actually a year before the rest of the family, just to work and save up enough money to for a house deposit, that sort of thing. So he came out here and he was just doing like tiling, laboring, that sort of thing. And then when my grandma got here, she was just like working in factories. And my dad said like at that particular time, like you would just like walk around and like all the factories just had like help wanted signs, and people would just like go, if you wanted to work, you'd just go to one of these places in the morning. Like it was literally that straightforward. So in that particular era, it was very much more open, and it was like they came here almost immediately after the end of the white Australia policy. So there was like none of the sort of bullshit that there had been previously in terms of needing to like speak a European language or whatever to get in. But then I think in contemporary parlance, it's different, and it depends from like which element of the migration stream you're coming through. So I think we are certainly still do quite a bit of like humanitarian immigration, as horrifying as our refugee policy is. We have a pretty big influx of humanitarian intake, but then there's also like skilled migration, unskilled migration. It very much depends which stream you're coming through.
But do you think that oh sorry, Lev, go ahead.
No, go on.
No, I was gonna ask, do you think like I know like you're very adverse because I don't want to get you into trouble, but let me try
just
to
ask whatever, I don't care.
Okay. Because this one particular friend in the chat is asking me, what do you think? I know you're adverse to sort of thinking along racial or ethnic lines, and I'm
averse to like politicizing race in like the retarded way that just like doesn't do anything productive. I don't think race is a biological reality, but I think that certainly social groupings and like racial groupings occur, and denying what's going on in terms of like the political function that racialization is serving is equally stupid. You know what I mean?
I think I think that there is a biological base. Obviously, to me, like there is a biological base to race, but it is largely in terms of what we think, in terms of how we express race, it's very much a product of a lot of different sociological techniques of the 20th century. It's largely as a political creation. And I know this is like me being a diehard Foucauldian, but what I wanted to ask is what do you think? I mean, I say this as a son of an immigrant as well. I mean, I think that people have a right to determine, like, if they feel that their particular in-group should be the norm. But at the same time, people are asking, what do you think of a lot of people to the far right adopting certain forms of socialistic thinking, at least in terms of economics? Like, in particular, I'm thinking of, like, third position people like Keith Woods, Eric Stryker. What do you think of like these, not just these characters, but also like third position in general?
The Nazball gang.
Yeah, Nazball. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this is such a funny meme because for years this is like what the the leftoids started calling me like a stressor and a
Yeah,
Nazbol. This
yeah.
bullshit and just like I don't know. I don't like and this I guess is probably a testament to many aspects of Australia, but we really do not actually think in racial terms. Like the way our sort of administrative institutions work is such that like race as such is not actually a thing here. It's not a social sorting category. So certainly there are different like ethnicities, and you'll ask people like, you know, what's your background or like where are your parents from or whatever the fuck. But like the idea that people are socially sorted or categorized on the basis of race is actually not a thing here. And I know that's really difficult for like North Americans to accept, but like it's just
But
straight
some
up true.
people,
Like, so
Well, what about culture? Would you say like I
no,
don't
but
know if
some
class is the
people,
right word for it, but just like the general way that people act. Like, would you want to have these people as your neighbors based on how they treat their kids, how loud they play their music, all these different
which
things. Like
people? Like the
whoever you
idea
want,
that
whoever you want
fucking
to say.
annoying, like I think the idea that people can make good or shitty neighbors, the idea that you would like that can be determined on the basis of their racial or ethnic origin is a little bit silly. Like they're going to be
Not on that origin,
fuckwits.
but as far as
They're
cultural
going to be
origins, as far
fuckwits
as
from
certain.
everywhere, and
Of
vice
course.
versa. You
No,
know.
but if there are people who are used to, let's say, having certain holidays, partying in a certain way, where some people are louder, some people are quieter, it doesn't matter what the race of those people is. But the culture, I think, does matter, because people brought up in a certain way where their mom and dad would do a certain thing, and then they would emulate that, and they would emulate whatever the people around them were doing. That does kind of create a certain cohesive way of being when it comes to raising kids, when it comes to education, when it comes to the way that you party, right? Like, I don't think I'm being very extreme in that kind of assessment.
I guess what I would suggest is that, like, to the extent that any kind of sort of melting pot, quote unquote, can work, like the extent to which any like society based on like a variety of different people of different origins, the extent to which that can work depends very much on the way like effectively integrating people into a cohesive whole and creating a shared sort of set of values and a set of institutions that will inculcate those values and sort of bring people into some kind of collective shared, not just identity but like actual project. And this is where I do sort of find there's very much a contradiction between sort of, as I was suggesting earlier, the idea that like quote unquote as a Marxist you're supposed to like totally reject this idea of like the nation state as such, blah
right?
blah blah. It's just like at the end of the day, if you want to have a functional society, particularly society that has had like a significant amount of immigration from people of different areas, you very much need to incorporate those new people into a collective or cohesive whole. And there very much does need to be, I think, a baseline of shared commitments and values if you're going to live in a society
Hell yeah.
together. And I think
But
that
See, this is
increasingly,
Geo. This is what
like,
I'm saying all the time. See, Geo?
well, I mean,
in the absence of any sort of coherent moral authorities that we share in
right.
the like, I think part of the problem in a lot of these Western countries is that not only it's not just the sort of the immigrants are making things like incoherent, it's that actually there is no like moral authority that
That's
any of
true.
us
That's
collectively
true.
share either. It's sort of that has broken down at the same
Mm.
time as immigration
Well,
is going
even
on. And so it's
yeah,
easy to sort of point to the increased and but the other thing is also, and this I think is particularly stark in the United States, and I got very pissy last year when I read this article from a particular leftoid, where like on the one hand all these fucking rich leftists are like valorizing insane shit like open borders and all this other bullshit,
I wanted
and
to
then
ask
at
you
the
about
same
that.
time,
Yeah.
I mean, they strip all the like, so they're getting really angry at quote unquote native people for being racist, calling them nativists. It's like, bitch, you just let fucking twice as many, but like you've just doubled the size of their town and the labor force. You haven't increased any services to anyone. You've basically made their lives dramatically worse. And then you get mad at them and call them racist for sort of looking around and not being, you know, totally willing to just take all these hits because you've decided you want to increase the gross domestic product because you get rich as a result of it. This is just so revolting to me. Like, they create all this fucking chaos, they get rich off of it, and then they point at the people at the bottom and say, oh, you're racist,
you're racist, you deserve to die.
This is repulsive. Like, the whole thing, it just is, it's so blatantly clear what they're doing. And it makes me very angry because, like, to the extent that any kind of nation premised on immigration, the very, like, shit that they valorize in the abstract, the only way that works is if it's functionally, like, you know, if you're incorporating new people into a society, you need to actually provide, like, the resources, both, like, material, but also, like, psychosocial, like, to be able to make that happen. And so if you, like, literally are deconstructing fucking everything, making it so that people have no sort of, like, shared moral norms, no sort of, like, authoritative institutions to which they can turn, no sort of, like, baseline of shared anything, at the same time as, like, you know, particularly within the neoliberal era where you're basically corroding the entire, like, civil society, social services, everything. And then you sort of want to then point at these people and blame them for everything that has just, like, got you increasingly wealthy over the past 40 years, as you've literally, like, just pulled the complete fucking rug out from under them. This is horrifying to me. Like, and the idea that you would blame the people who you've been abusing,
or think of the pharma guy who calls
down
them
with that.
Like, calls them pillbillies.
Pillbillies, yeah, exactly.
You know, Aimee, you should watch our stream we did with Mark Terrell.
Oh, boy.
And that was a fucking controversial one. He actually works for Undavos. That's his group, and he's like, it's mind blowing. He's
he worked
hardcore
for
neoliberal, and
he worked for the World Economic Forum before. He was like the 2008
Rich Kid of the Year or something. Yeah,
I don't know, but,
young under 30 type. Yeah. It was controversial. I think, like, personally, I know I'm going to alienate the ethno-nationalists here, but I think that even nationalism itself is a relatively recent creation of print media, and that in Europe, when you look at the regionalism of Europe, it was held basically together by the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church. And so I think that to me, that, like, what you're talking about, the greater moral depth of a society being lost, in the absence of that, people obsess over sort of like a weird, like, racial reductionism to, like, fill the void. And then at the other end, you have other sort of weird inklings of re-enchantment that is also integrated either into, like, the rebirth of politicized forms of paganism, or also, like, woke people discovering some random fucking African shamanistic tribal practice, but making it so thoroughly politicized and Gnostic that what's the point, right? I mean, these are, like, these crazy type of things. But I wanted to ask you about the specifically, first I wanted to, just as an obligation, yeah, Buff, I know, Italian coat because we're not white. I know. I wanted to ask you, just as a journalistic obligation, I know Benedict Danzig is kind of cringe, but I know. I wanted to ask you, just as a journalistic obligation, you said that Australia doesn't view things through race, but people would say that Australia has been incredibly quote unquote racist, and that the way they've treated the Abos, for instance, that is also incredibly racist. So what would you say from outsiders looking in to certain racial policies towards the Aborigines, for instance? Like, what would you say about that?
Well, I think that much like the United States or any, you know, colonial, you know, former colonial settler societies, there was a lot of brutality, as there has been throughout history in every era. There was a huge amount of brutality that took place. when Australia was settled. There's, I think, very much like an insufficiently well-known history of like frontier wars in Australia, for example, that like very few people learn about.
Yeah.
I think it's very tempting to sort of see Native peoples as just this kind of victimized amorphous blob of like people to whom like brutality was done. And I think that's absolutely right. Like that there was an enormous amount of brutality, but there was also like a really valiant amount of fight and resistance that was put up too.
Yeah.
And I'm very cognizant of not wanting to just sort of paint people as these sort of like passive, like happy Sambo figures or whatever.
Singing
you know what I mean?
Kumbaya next
Yeah,
to the fire.
they're just
I mean
Yeah,
that's kind of like the noble savage Rousseauian.
Well, that's what I mean. This kind of
bullshit.
rube, yeah, like painting them as like rubes and idiots who were just like, you know, I don't know,
thousands
I
of years
right
ago,
now-
didn't the Abos genocide another race of people that were there?
and the
like thousands of
megafauna.
years.
I'm not-
Yeah,
The megafauna as
yeah.
well, I think. But no, but when it comes to their general well-being, and I really
And sorry,
wanna
I
get
didn't mean to say Abo, by the
I-
way.
I really wanna get to,
Aboriginal.
That's okay.
I really want to get to
Yeah.
Catherine Brodsky, who is here joining
Well, in my
us as
country,
well.
it's illegal to say it. So
Yes.
it's,
Oh no. Okay. But when it comes to the current state of the Aborigines, at least what I'm getting is that since there's not as much opportunity to hunt the way that they used to, right now there's, as far as I heard, please correct me if I'm wrong, like there's a lot of drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and just like the general well-being is not as high up.
like
as it
indigenous
may have
people across the Anglosphere, they've
Yeah.
just been broken fundamentally.
Well, I'd want to be really specific. I think I'd like to sort of speak about an entire group without, again, it's a Marxist in me. The like it very much depends who we're talking about. You know what I mean? So, small though it may be, there is, you know, some a considerable amount of sort of petty bourgeois Indigenous Australians, and so like I'm not necessarily speaking for them, but when we talk about, for instance, like Indigenous peoples still living in like remote communities, particularly I believe in the Northern Territory and,
Yeah, the
and
territories,
other
yeah.
sort of more remote parts of Australia, there is definitely like not just a lot of deprivation, but also like a significant amount of sort of social decay or social corrosion. I think, you know, I don't know how useful it is. Just I'm definitely not trying to like point fingers at anyone. I think if you look at the trajectory of the 20th century and what Australia did in terms of literally like breaking Indigenous families apart and
They sent the military in, yeah.
yeah, it was fucking gnarly, man, and it was very recent too. Like the stolen generations, really, that like this shit was still occurring in the mid 60s, like ripping, you know, babies and small children out of the arms of their mothers. With a
Happened in
view to,
Canada
like,
too, that's right.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Going and just like, we're gonna raise you with like white parents because then you'll, you know, we can breed the indigeneity out of you. Like this shit's gnarly, and it was very there's very much people who are just like my parents' age who this literally happened to them. You know what I mean? So like, to pretend that sort of, you know, the results of that level of craziness are not going to be bad is stupid. But like, there's a lot of deprivation, very much a lot of dysfunction, a lot of petrol sniffing, a lot of
Oh God! Don't mention. Oh, the chat's gonna go crazy. Oh, because you know it's a 4chan. Yeah, but it is true.
No,
it
but
does
it is
happen.
based on something.
No, I'm not a chan kid. I didn't grow up in the internet, so I don't know.
No, but
any of
it
this shit.
just and I really
It's
want
a
to get.
popular 4chan meme.
I want to make sure
the
we get
Aborigines
Catherine.
huffing gas.
I want to
that's
make sure
the-
we get Catherine in this
Oh, I'm
the
sorry, I
conversation.
didn't mean to do that.
It's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
It's all
We
right.
get Catherine Brodsky joining us here. So
In
Catherine,
Canada, they prefer paint. Oh God, I shouldn't say that.
Okay, so
Oh.
Catherine, you are also
Terrible.
a fellow. You are a fellow
I have a
Canadian.
great respect for the Aborigines,
Yes. You
the
are-
Aboriginals. Yeah.
So
Catherine is also a journalist written in the Washington Compost and everywhere.
Playboy, Guardian, Esquire, Vulture, CNN, and Catherine, what is the current update of the situation you've been facing, if you'd be interested in talking about it, with the attacks that have been going at you?
Oh, I did not expect to be asked about that.
Well, I think it's definitely related. You were talking before.
Well, if you don't want to talk about it,
yeah.
it's fine too. But
Yeah, no, it's been interesting. I mean, I actually had a lot more support than not. There's still some people, you know.
Can you just update for the reason why I bring it up? And my apologies for bringing it out of the blue, but I think it would definitely be related to Aimee, because I think that a lot of the things that Aimee's been talking about is related to the things that you've been experiencing. So would there be a way, could you update for Aimee what exactly is going on, just so she knows?
Hello, by the way.
Yes.
Hi, Aimee.
How's it going?
I feel like we're like, me and Lev are like passive observers in this stream of like the girls' locker room in high school. It's like, hey, how are you doing?
Gosh.
It's like we're.
It's like that scene from Porky's. Look
I
at me.
didn't mean it that way, Lev. I didn't mean it that way. Oh.
Gio sounds like a Iago right now.
Sorry, I listen to music during the stream. I'm listening to Pantera right now. That's why I'm all excited. So, but go ahead, Catherine. Sorry.
So Lev, do you want me to recap?
Yeah, go for it, because this is not the left stream. This is BTR. This is new for all the BTR people.
Okay. Well, what Lev is alluding to is an op-ed. I wrote it for in Newsweek, and or for Newsweek, and the op-ed kind of details my experiences when I was running a community on Facebook for writing jobs for women, and somebody posted a job opportunity at Fox News. That person got attacked, really like personal attacks. I took a stand saying, you know, I don't want, you know, let's keep away from personal attacks and politics, which ended up, you know, long story short, there's a little bit more that went on, but long story short, I ended up calling like being called a white supremacist, harassed.
Oh yeah, you're fash.
Yeah,
What is that?
Fascist.
Oh, I'm a fascist. Yeah. Apparently, all these things. I think I'm anti-Semitism adjacent now too, as of yesterday. So.
Yeah, you are basically like, you're a bad person. You're spectre now. You're a priori guilty of everything they accuse you of. And so because of this, whilst they can be sort of holding up the mantle of being like the good moral people because you've been deemed a bad person, all of the sort of convictions that they hold publicly can be violated in private in the most egregious ways towards you, and this is already justified because you're one of the bad ones.
You are exactly right. So if you vilify someone,
that's
to hear. So this.
I love it when the girls get along. That's always a nice sight.
Because what we usually don't, Gio? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know.
What are you saying, Gio?
I mean, it can get into mean girls really fast.
Tell me exactly what you're saying here. Girls locker room.
Hoes can be pretty mad, though. Hoes get mad.
Yeah. I think some of the most... Well, I mean, Aimee's had some pretty vicious critics that pretty much might as well just be like little girls. They're not... They're very emasculated in that way.
Yeah, they're all women.
Yeah,
all men on the internet are basically women.
I resent that.
Oh, but so I think it's interesting how, like, Catherine has like had like traction in some of like.
So how long has this been going on, Catherine? Is this like a very new thing that's just bubbling out just recently?
Well, this happened. I guess now it's been a little bit over a month. It feels like forever. But it's interesting because all these other groups have now imploded too, and are being, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but but basically bad things are happening. In fact, those people who pretended to be, you know, anti-racist and accused me of being a racist for allowing Fox to post a job opportunity,
Yeah.
those same people are now specifically being racist to other people and kicking
They're all
out people based on their race. Yeah.
Yeah, this shit is so crazy to me. Like, I had very similar experiences on the left for such an extended period of time. It was just like rolling cancellations of me for like 2 years straight. So I'm totally accustomed to like the psychosis of it all. But it's very like so sort of this argument that I was having with them a couple of years ago was basically like the idea that sort of one commercial news network is meaningfully different than any other is to me just the most fucking
Absurd.
asinine thing that I've ever heard.
It's
like,
because
how is
they're
it that you can tell
saying-
me that MSNBC is like
Right,
good
but in
and
their
proper and
minds,
moral, but
in their
Fox is not?
minds,
Like, it's
Fox
just they're just
is
corporations, you retards.
yeah. Well, in their minds, Fox is basically spreading. They're allowing a platform for, say,
So
Holocaust
white nationalists, yeah,
deniers,
totally, yeah,
racists,
absolutely.
etc. Yeah, and therefore it is causing harm and causing the murder of people. So for me to sort of defend the I mean, I wasn't defending
Yeah.
Fox News. I don't think it's a particularly good network, but it's not. It's
You don't
one
need
of
to.
many. Yeah, I didn't need to. So the fact that I allowed it now makes me sort of complicit in all of that.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and
Have
also
you
the-
mentioned to them that the New York Times like lied America into the Iraq War?
Yeah,
Yeah.
many people have
Yeah.
mentioned
And
this.
then they got
It's just bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, but in 2017, David Brock funded a bunch of new media actors, so social media influencers, a large number of them, to basically meme wingnut Tucker Carlson into existence.
Yeah.
Because prior to that, he had spent most of his career on very normal mainstream fucking cable channels. He gave Rachel Maddow her start in television. Like,
No
don't get me
way.
wrong. Like,
Wow.
I disagree
Wow.
with Tucker on a bunch of shit. Like, he's
What an L. That's probably the biggest L you ever
but
took.
like
Yeah.
the idea, like, so much of this psychosis in media was something that happened, like, it started small and I watched it grow. It's like this stuff was very much like there was a political project after 2016
Yes.
to basically disable any oppositional voices and basically poison the well preemptively. Like, Tucker's not a fucking white nationalist. He literally, like, don't get me wrong, I disagree with him about a bunch of shit, but like every night on his TV show he literally says we should not judge people on the basis of race. That's wrong. I totally support the entire, like, everything the civil rights movement was fighting for, blah blah blah. He says it night after night after night after night, and the more he says
Well, he
that,
got
the
into
more of a
trouble
white
recently.
supremacist they say that
Yeah.
he is. It's just like, it's asinine. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm not standing for any cable news networks, and I don't agree with him on plenty of things, but like, there's been this very targeted, like, set of methods that these people have used over the past few years to basically disable any kind of oppositional voice from any kind of arena that is not like totally gatekept by their
Yeah.
little gatekeepers.
Well, he's recently got into this controversy where, without saying the actual event because of YouTube, let's just say he pointed out to the pretty obvious fact that there probably was some glowies in the ranks of the who gives a what, the fuddle duddle that happened right around the that date in the 6th. It's kind of obvious. I mean, certain e-grifters that may or may not be glow in the darks or have some kind of were right there. I mean, not naming names, Big Alaska. Well, that's all speculative. I say speculative. But I mean, the fact that the apparatuses of power in America have a long history of basically infiltrating like groups that are not down with the American government. I mean, is it that much of a stretch to say that maybe in this fuddle duddle event that, I don't know. I mean, but like, look, for example, at Catherine. I mean, really, you can't get more into the mainstream halls of journalism than like the fucking Washington Post. Like, come on. But yet she's taking this flack. But I'm curious to hear Catherine's opinion on the assertion that, like, the media basically is a business and it's all the same. I totally agree with Aimee. I think it is pretty much every network is like running some form of very
I
elaborate
just think the idea that there's substantive
differences
the
between.
the idea that a corporation can be racist or not racist is facile to me, because it's a corporation, so it has basically like a market positionality, like it's
Well, one thing they were also mentioning was, for example, one of the attacks was that Fox News has not encouraged, but has supported or didn't disavow people who were assaulting women or the sexually harassing women. And I thought that was like a particularly specific claim, because yes, even though that may have happened or did happen, that is quite clearly happened in many other media outlets on the left. So, to look at one for the same thing and not another, does speak to something else.
It's just self-serving, totally politicized. They're just, I'm sorry, like, I don't mean to be belligerent, but I just think these people have their political ends, and like they resent the fact that you are not treating Fox News as the unmitigated enemy that they've been indoctrinated to believe that it is. It's that simple. And so everything thereafter is just a post hoc rationalization of that.
Well, it's exactly what you said, is if they truly believe that Fox News is the enemy, then they're going to believe that somebody who defends the enemy deserves the same tactics, right, as an enemy. And so that's what's going on here. And for me, that was new, because I didn't, I haven't been particularly controversial in my life. And to have, and there are a few things going on other than what I've talked about as well. And it just, it was difficult, because you try to think of people as sort of rational or having some sort of a point, and by personalizing them, it means that they have more of an ability to hurt you. But so it kind of takes viewing them in a different way in order to not feel that. And I think for me, a big turning around point was, I imagine myself and I'm like, okay, what if I completely disagree with myself? Okay, how would I behave? What would I do? And never in a million years would I've behaved that way. And that made me see, well, okay, if that's how somebody chooses to behave, even if they had any kind of point, that point becomes invalid, right? I will listen to people who disagree with me if they deliver their message in a kind of respectful, logical way. But if they're going to attack and malign and just call names, they're not really worth listening to at that point. If they turn around and they change and they want to have a conversation, sure. But right now, no.
But the fact that I think it's even about jobs, like this one particular instance, you'd figure, like, in terms of journalism, I mean, let's face it, it's kind of sucks right now. Just in pure material conditions of being a journalist is like not that great. It's always sucked,
and a lot of people, Gia, were saying like it's a job, Wait, how can you judge somebody for wanting? And I kind of get some judgment. I mean, you shouldn't take this as a job, but yeah.
Well, they need to maintain the specter. So the idea that good and decent people would go and basically be Nazi collaborators, which is no doubt like the way I'm sure some people have framed this. Like the idea that you go and work for the enemy is unconscionable. And so in order to maintain the specter, the prospect of somebody suggesting that you go and sort of work for the Nazis is crazy. Like they need to basically make that such a like
that's exactly the analogy, by the way, that they made, was that I was a Nazi. Yeah, that I would have worked for the KKK as well, or I would have posted.
No, but Catherine, the fact
this is literally nutty. I'm sorry, this is just fucking nuts, and it's been totally normal throughout like American media history that people would float between different networks and different publishers and all this bullshit. These people have lost their minds over the past 5 years. Total fucking Trump derangement syndrome, and you're just basically like copying, like you're bearing the brunt of their psychosis, which is like a collective psychosis. It's not like they can't help being like brainwashed, but what they can help and what's totally unacceptable to my mind is just that like level of sociopathy and cruelty that they display towards people who are ostensibly like their friends and colleagues. That sort of is something that both myself and other friends who've had sort of similar sort of like cancellations and shit, it just as you just describing, Catherine, it at the end of the day, like there does need to be at a certain point, like certain boundaries of like what you're prepared to
Well,
accept.
human
and like
decency, right?
no,
Too.
exactly.
Yeah, but the
exactly.
fact
So
that
it's just every time I speak to somebody who's had one of these types of experiences, it's so consistent to me the ways in which the people they do this to really are like very just decent people. You know what I mean? Like you look at somebody like Lee Fang, who they did this to like last year, like
yeah,
just a fucking nice guy. You know what I mean? Like it's always just nice, reasonable people they do this to, and it's so instructive. It's like they need to sort of brainwash people and make them broken such that they have no standards and they'll sort of tolerate any level of abuse. And as soon as you
Yeah.
sort of get to a point where you're like, hang on, this is unacceptable, then they just ramp it up even more. And again, I don't think it's deliberate as such. I think it's such a collective phenomenon that they don't each individual participant may not even realize the extent to which they're actually participating in a collective phenomenon. If that makes sense.
Well,
I'm looking at the post. By the way, real quick, I'm looking at a post of this one guy who I'm friends with on Facebook. Just going through his timeline, he seemed to be calmer before, but now for some reason he's just exploded. Every other post is one basically talking about Orange Hitler. And again, while people can definitely disagree on the merits or demerits of whichever politician,
that thing
like
you posted,
yeah.
like it'll be viewed one day as like a swastika. Like to me, that shit is just like. So it's like literal like Eli Valley cartoon hysteria at this point. And the fact that like Catherine is like ethnically a Jewish woman, like saying that she's a collaborator, like she's a capo, like isn't that kind of like anti-Semitic in its own right to like call someone
they
a
don't
capo?
they don't
like,
believe any of the shit they say. It's all bullshit. They're they're attacking you for that reason. You get what I mean?
But it's one of those things like one of the problems that I'm seeing now is I worry a little bit about the counter reaction to this stuff because when people have gone through these experiences of say getting canceled or they sometimes start to see these people as kind of the enemy. And I get that. And you kind of, it's almost like you have to also dehumanize them to an extent in order to not take them seriously. But I think that's also like a real danger because, ultimately I like to kind of think of, okay, what's useful in this situation? And I would rather, in my experience, what I'm trying to do and why I've been a little bit more outspoken and also, after I heard so many horror stories from other people is that, it's important to how do we, get people to be more open is one, and two, empower the people who are seeing through this is two, because make them understand that they're not alone, because I don't think these voices are representative of the majority. I think they're representative of very
that's absolutely key.
Yeah,
absolutely
loud minority. Yeah. And then how do we, and going forward, like how do we get people out of these cultish mindsets and collaborate together, stop seeing each other as an enemy? And I think part of that, this is a great example of that hat, I guess, meme that was posted. I think
50% of the podcast.
Yeah. Well, I think a really big part of it is how much people are being simplifying these really incredibly complex ideas, and they're not using kind of critical thinking. I think critical thinking is really, really key in all of this. And yeah. So I think if you encourage, analysis and logic and, instead of simplifying things and into little slogans and words, and it's inaccurate. What people are saying is inaccurate.
But you worry that the reaction to it will lead people into the hands of people down more of my persuasion, I guess. Not my persuasion, but you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
But and that's something I want to ask you and I want to ask Aimee about the thoughts that were cropping up. I would say when it was pretty much over for Trump, the sort of typical like breadcrumb trail. Breadcrumb Trail. That was a great Slint song. No, the typical the bread tube analysis of the quote unquote radicalization narrative that like watching like a bunch of YouTubers talk about how bad the SJWs are, that's going to lead to your kid reading Imperium and the Turner Diaries or something like that. Like, I mean, what are your thoughts? Like, I mean, I get what they're saying. I mean, anyone can be radicalized.
They're
at
just
any
poisoning
time.
the well. They're doing the
Yeah.
same thing again. I think they're overly like fixating on, you know, anti-SJW, whatever. Like, I just find that boring and stupid and
Yeah,
not
it's
particularly
passe.
instructive or insightful.
They're kind of
But,
doing
like,
the same thing, right?
but they're doing the same thing as a way to like deny the fact that there is something objectionable about the way they're behaving. So like here's the thing: those anti-SJW, like any kind of anti-SJW stuff a few years ago, whatever. The only reason that it was attractive to people is that because it did in fact speak to some truth that people were sort of experiencing or viewing in the world. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like. And so like rather than reckoning with whatever the sort of much smaller critique had been prior to that, these like broadly like a lot of this stuff is about allergy to any kind of interaction or criticism. And whilst I share Catherine's sort of enthusiasm for being reasonable and not sort of doing that sort of whiplash thing of being like, why I left the left, or sort of like instantaneously like changing your whole politics in relation to personal
Grievances.
experiences within the media. Yeah, absolutely. Like I sort of it's I've been very consistent sort of in what I believe. It's just that increasingly like the people who happen to sort of be amenable or receptive to that and not the sort of leftist audience that I originally had, and that's okay. Like, but I also think that shit, I've just totally lost my train of thought.
Did my guns make you lose your train of thought, Aimee?
Yes, that's exactly what it was. Absolutely.
It's your entire present.
Yes.
No,
I've been working out a lot actually, like 3 times and even more a week, and I've been lifting heavy weights. I know I have a
Nice.
skinny...
Lev, there's only room on this podcast for one simp, okay? Let's cut it out right now. Good God, man.
I was doing the chest exercises today, the bench press. Yes, Catherine.
Totally off topic, but is simp like considered? Because somebody's told me I should host a thing about simps. I'm like, I don't really know.
Geo is gonna be patient zero for you, Catherine.
Oh my God, no!
But do simps consider themselves like being called simp a good thing or not?
It's
No,
a bad thing.
it's-
I mean, I'm reclaiming it.
Denigration.
Are you saying I'm the
Definitely.
Lev? Are you? Wait, what'd you say, Aimee?
I said it's a denigrating term.
It is.
I
It
think.
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Lev, are you calling me the Gaten Dugas of Sims? Are you trying to? He wasn't actually patient zero. He wasn't. But...
Catherine,
Oh
you
my
know
God.
the white knight meme from a few years ago with the
Yeah.
like tipping the hat?
Fedoras, yeah.
Yeah, the fedora. Yeah. It's basically effectively it's like kind of like that.
Well, a simp is different because a simp has a like a direct like
Really like a
parasocial
painted
relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, to their particular e-girl of choice or whoever.
I love
I'm-
my
Oh boy. But I think like my game is so thorough with so many different women that I'm friends with that I think I can avoid the simp term. No, but I wanted to ask
Yeah, it's
about
like the it's so good.
yeah, it's geosimping is a complex thing. Yes, it's very complex. But I guess like it's funny when you inhabit these dissident spaces. It's almost like in some ways after the quote unquote canceling, you're forced to be like in the same like vicinity as people that you would traditionally think wouldn't be like a big crossover. Like the fact that
Oh, by the way,
Well,
but
Gino, I can
Super
say-
Iron Bob sent us $20.15, and he says time to left simping 2 hours 15 minutes.
Wow. Well, Gio, it's one thing that from conversations that I've had with people who are canceled in big ways on the left, is that they're saying that they are sort of forced to go on the right, especially when it comes to media platforms, right? Because
Yes,
the left
this
won't
is
give them
absolutely
any.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, the media will not give them any, and the left will not give them any airtime. So they're sort of forced to go to that area.
Fox
because
News
they feel
route,
like-
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's very much what I have. I think an interesting angle here insofar as like it's I totally empathize with people who are sort of intentionally pursuing a more like direct kind of media career, and I think that is exactly what necessarily people sort of need to do. And I think increasingly like the people who are inviting me on their platforms of late are increasingly places on the right, and then instantaneously as soon as you take up those opportunities, then that becomes just like a self-serving, like it just fuels the existing narrative.
Yeah, it's like the ammunition to them.
That yeah, but the thing is, like, I'd always, even when I was on the left, I was always more than willing to talk to anyone of any political persuasion. I think there have been a couple of platforms where I didn't think it would be particularly helpful to go on them. Like there are a couple of like explicitly sort of like white nationalist type places that have reached out to me over the years, and I'm just like, I don't think so. But with those being the exception, I I think actually like it's farcical to pretend that the ideology to which one supposedly subscribes like means that people can't talk to one another. I think that's crazy talk. Like you actually like you should talk to people that you disagree with as much as people you agree with, because like how else do you even learn how to defend what it is that you believe? How do you know that you even believe those things if you never have them challenged?
Well, do you think that like the wider acceptance is that yeah, like do you think the wider acceptance of like people that were formerly on the left and the political right, like our good friend Pylos here says, lefties canceling lefties is a psyop to infiltrate right wing spaces to send glowy e-girls to create drama and spy networks. I mean, I don't know, maybe. I mean,
well, do you know what's actually really interesting? It's so funny. Sorry, I'm so long-winded. I'll try to be as brief as I can. Basically, the other thing that the left does, and what the left has been doing to me for the past year, is literally saying like they have this like weaponized spreading of rumors that are funded by the right, that all this bullshit they've been saying for years and years and years. So it's not just that they leave you only with the right as like the avenue to which you can turn, but they actively try to like destroy all the alternatives and destroy you. And it's almost by like miracle and sheer tenacity that I managed to survive all of it and still keep my independence intact. And it's it's very clear to me now that actually like it's not just that they like then hate on you for turning to the right, it's that they actively like push you to the right and then they deny that that's what they've done. Like they need that binary. And then what ends up happening, and I've been observing this very much because like you sort of see the dynamics at play. I actually do agree to some degree with a lot of, because like my thing is like I'm not like, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, I agree that there actually is something I've been sort of keeping an eye on, is there's a lot of this like intuitive leftism that is, I see it on the right a lot, that these sort of like mirror image leftists who are just like, actually, we just need to talk about the anti-white racism on the left. And like, they just like mirror all the totally like internal logic of like the craziest left Like,
But to push back
it's
on
just
that,
like the same thing, and it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
like this is not helpful, just doing like the same thing in reverse. Like, it doesn't actually solve any of the problems that like that dynamic has created. It just takes a different stand within them, you know.
But to push back on that a bit, and I don't consider, like, as people know, I don't really consider myself a white nationalist. I may have certain sympathies towards certain ideas, but to push back, do you think that the anti-white stuff, it's like a clear and present as day sort of like, I know, like, it's kind of cringe, people like fucking James Lindsay talking about critical race theory all the time, CRT, but do you think that the establishment pretty much is their like post WASP, like exiling the largely like white working class, that they're totally marginalizing them, and that maybe they are like, it maybe not like it, not 100%, but the establishment is viewing things through a racialized lens, specifically against white people? I mean, I don't know what you think about that.
I've been talking for a long time. Catherine, do you want to weigh in on that?
I know what Catherine. Catherine, please. What do you think of the critical race discourse going on lately?
You know what? I wonder how many people who talk about critical race theory in general, whether they support it or not, have actually taken the time to properly read it.
Oh no, not that! No, not
No.
that! Everyone says that, Catherine.
Do they?
You
I
want
think
me to tell you what critical race
But I
theory
think
is?
it's
No,
probably
I
worth
know.
pointing out. I
been
think that
around.
the ambiguity of these things is actually the point. I think that
That's,
critical race
yes.
theory
It's a
is,
device to,
you know, Schrodinger's cat. Like,
Schrodinger's race.
think
Bell
Schrodinger's
Hooks
race
race.
race science. Yeah, like I just ultimately, like, I think that the racialization stuff is like it accurate, like, you know, at a surface level you could say, yeah, anti-whiteness is what's apparent in certain policy doctrines, or particular like things that are being like policy measures or things being implemented, and certainly like within the hostility that sort of is animated like through certain voices in the media. But I think if you look at the history, basically the Democratic Party has always used racialization
Yeah, as a
to
political tool.
divide the population and to discipline labor and keep people sort of in control. And they basically went from like a pro-white, anti-black like racialized frame to the exact opposite, and they didn't even seem to pass through universality at any point along the way. And I think if you look at the policies that the Biden administration is trying to implement, especially in relation to housing, it's almost the exact inverse of the sort of New Deal housing subsidies and that sort of thing, because basically if you select certain populations that can be proletarianized and you subsidize others, it allows you to still have a large enough working class, but not so large as to become a revolutionary working class. You don't want the working class to be too big. You want the illusion of middle class prosperity to at least be sort of attainable or perceptible to people, or enough people, as it were. And then if you pass laws like domestic terror laws that are sort of going after quote unquote white nationalism or the rising white supremacist threat, blah, 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 that basically you're giving the feds like carte blanche to go after
To do
quote unquote
anything.
white people.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we're seeing is pretty troubling, particularly when you also look at the extent to which the Democrats have actively and quite deliberately been shedding rural working class white people from their coalition for the last 30, 40 years. That's been a very deliberate thing ever since NAFTA was passed.
Yes.
And
Happened
I
here
don't
in
know,
Canada
maybe
as
it's
well.
just me. Yeah, maybe it's just me, but like there was a pandemic that's been occurring in the United States the last 20 years. It's called the opioid crisis. And so like I just have a real issue with this idea that certain people's lives matter and other
More.
people's don't. Like, yeah, like, and I just think that the degree to which they've been stacking the deck with this all this racialized stuff it's starting to mount in ways that are increasingly undeniable. But it's very much a class project, because if you are a wealthy white person, all you need to do to
You're buying white
exculpate
fragility.
yourself, you just buy white fragility and you performatively wash your hands of this shit. You say the right things, or you wear the slogans,
You
you
have
do
the
the
Black
right
Lives
things.
Matter.
It's
sign,
fine.
yeah.
You don't need to actually do anything to get rid of your whiteness, quote unquote. And so like, yes, there is like, it's very much got this racial character to it, but the actual project is a class project and a partisan project. Like,
Interesting.
so
Interesting. What do you think of that, Catherine?
Yeah, no, in terms of critical race theory, I mean, it is being talked about so much.
People that are talking about it I agree. Like, I don't really appreciate like people like Claire Lehman and James Lindsay. Like, they have this very boomerish type of attitude of like, oh, the critical race theory people, the cultural Marxists. It's like, oh, get out of here.
I don't think it's helpful. I think maybe it's an idea that might have even had some good intentions, but I think it's dangerous. So, I mean, I would rather see, the way that history is taught in schools tends to be from a very, say, Western perspective, right? And I think it doesn't hurt to have more diversity in how it's represented in terms of, more international, more nuance, more ideas and things like that. I think history is important to teach, but I don't think it needs to come with an ideology. I think this is the problem. And the idea of collective guilt because of somebody's, being white, which, by the way, plenty of white people didn't even, grow up in America, right? They immigrated. And by virtue of the fact that they have light skin, they're somehow...
Well, they benefit from the system.
Well, I had a dream like that, actually. No, I'm completely serious. Last night I had a dream like that.
System white supremacy. This is crazy.
That's what they say.
It's crazy.
Well, Aimee, last night...
It's not to say...
When my mother came here, I had to learn English to then teach my grandparents, and there was no fucking only till later than Trudeau brought in the welfare state. I mean Trudeau Senior, his daddy.
Yeah.
When my fucking mother came here in '72. Sorry, I didn't mean to say fuck my fucking mother. When my mother came here to learn English in a fucking in one of these locally developed schools and had to basically teach my grandparents English and had to go to them to get basic documents, I'm really sure that my mother benefited from the white supremacist society because of the fact that when she was the weird immigrant girl, I'm pretty coming from Italy.
Well,
I'm pretty
sure.
Gio,
I'm an immigrant, right? Like, Love is an immigrant.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was actually like poor, right? Like my family had to start from nowhere, so like did not benefit. And look, I understand. Look, there is 100%. There is racism. There's discrimination. All these things.
And there is and you could say that there is a degree of like racialization when it comes to like certain law enforcement issues.
But also privilege has become just the idea of privilege has become tied down to just race. But in fact, privilege, there's class privilege, there's mental, somebody who's born with a higher IQ has or ability to do things has privilege to someone who maybe has, certain health issues.
Wait, Catherine, are you saying that people are born with higher IQs? That it's
oh no, great.
I know. Digging the grave even further.
Thanks.
By the way, to what we were talking about before, I just want to make sure I don't forget. I literally had a dream last night that I was attending the screening of my friend's film in NYU, and then when I went backstage, there were these BLM people that were telling me, about all the stuff that you guys were saying, and I was telling them, like, guys, I'm from Russia. I'm not even a part of whatever happened with your ancestors and the ancestors of the people that you're blaming.
It's moral imperialism. It's a form of, like, it really is a form of, like, moral and ideological imperialism. And if you live in a country that's not American, you watch the way in which BLM just gets wholesale imported as this doctrine that makes no fucking sense in the countries where it's received. It's crazy talk. Like in the 90s, I remember, you'd see these images of like Tupac graffitied on walls in Africa. And it's like, oh, isn't that strange how, like American culture just like migrates all around the world. So you have these kids in like, these like impoverished African nations, and some of them are wearing like a Nike t-shirt and they listen to Biggie. Like, that's crazy. But now it's like they have fucking George Floyd murals on the walls
Yeah,
and stuff.
in
And it just like
Japan.
Yeah.
this like ideology gets
And-
imported wholesale.
You
and
know-
just
you know when the
transposed onto nations where it makes no fucking
Yeah.
sense whatsoever. It's just nutty to me. And also I just reject the notion of privilege as being a racial thing. It's just not true. I'm sorry, but the West, like, I'm sorry. I think that bourgeois people are so used to being around their own types of wealthy jerk-offs who see people through racial terms that they then project that onto everyone. Like, my family is literally like a blend. Like, my mom's like a bogan Aussie. My dad's
Oh wow,
family was
really?
like, yeah,
Oh,
totally
wow.
bogan white Aussie family, like surfers and bogans. Like, and then my dad's family is like all migrant Lebanese family. They had nothing when they got here. And like, if you met my grandparents in the 60s or early 70s before they met my dad, I'm sure you would say that they were quote unquote racist by today's terms, whatever.
Oh yeah,
But like,
definitely.
my mom fell in love with my dad. They meet my dad and like they love my dad more than my mom now. You know what I mean? Like, it's just these things,
Yeah.
they happen
They change.
naturally, and most people are not racist. Like, stop fucking projecting your own psychosis
True.
onto everyone. It's
And
gross.
how somebody might feel, one day is not necessarily how they're gonna feel tomorrow, and the opportunity to grow kind of gets completely taken away. I also was gonna say,
Totally.
Gio, you're Italian, right?
Yes.
So okay, so here's the thing. I was thinking about
Well,
this.
well,
right?
no, I'm
Like,
weird. Well, I'm weird in the sense I'm ethnically Italian on both sides, 100%. But my mother and the huge, almost all of my mother's, my maternal side, since at least after World War I, has been in Brazil. They were part of that original wave of Italian, German, and Japanese immigrants to Brazil. So my mother was born and raised in Sao Paulo before she came here in 70.
Okay, well, my whole point is like, okay, for some reason, certain groups are considered to be people of color. So, for example, Latins, right, but not Italians.
Yes, it's totally arbitrary. It's just made
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
It is made up.
I am
That's
a person
exactly
of
it. And
color.
Italians were heavily discriminated against when they came
Exactly.
to the US.
Yeah.
So I don't get this.
One of
like,
the worst
who
hate crimes in
decides
America. One of the worst hate crimes in America, the result of the death of like 15 people, was against an Italian sector of this village back in like the 1900s. So that's like,
Justice for Italian Americans. You should make that the new Tulsa massacre. Get some
yeah,
people
yeah, we
behind
should
it.
make it into the movie Tulsa.
Be the
Yeah,
next meme.
yeah, only
I mean,
to
the
actually
thing
happen.
is,
But
like,
But it suggests, what this suggests is that this is a power dynamic, right? Like, this isn't
yes,
really
exactly.
about victimhood. It's about power, and because the benefits are there, right? And I think it ruins a lot of causes. It hurts a lot of these communities, in fact, when they're, so I think, and it's again, it's like, okay, if you can be Italian but not, and sorry, if you're Hispanic or Latin, you're a person of color. But if you're Italian, not. If you're an Arab, you're now a person of color. But if you're Jewish, you're not.
and maybe if you're Lebanese, you're pretty much on that cusp of being white and like not white.
Well, I don't
So-
even know. I just have never thought about myself in racialized terms whatsoever. I know that. And again, the leftist or the whatever response would be to be, well, that's a mark of privilege. Well, guess what? Actually, the like
you
the
don't have to deal with the thought every single day. Yeah.
The post-racial brainwashing actually worked on me, and I've grown up in a society where I don't actually see people like.
Yeah,
I mean, the one
Of course, I
interesting thing.
physically see color, but I don't actually see
Think
or
about it
perceive
that
or
much.
judge
Yeah.
people through racialized terms at all.
One
Like, that just
one interesting thing though.
it's not it's not how I see things. It's just
It's
nutty to
part,
me.
like, I think a person's background, like, that can be a part of them because it's a cultural thing.
Oh,
Maybe
it's a
absolutely.
huge part of them.
and that's cool. Like, why not? Let's celebrate that. Let's learn about that. But it isn't the main thing about a person, and
No,
it should
not
never
at
be
all.
the main or a dominant thing about a person. Their individuality is what should be the main thing about that person.
But
What
you know
is-
what's funny though? It really goes to like the sort of globalization, which is really just a foil for like cultural imperialism of the like Anglo-American empire. Like the fact that they can import sort of like American style race politics to the world. I mean, it makes more sense, I guess, especially in Canada and Australia and New Zealand. But like I mean, come on, like you have the George Floyd mural in Tokyo. I hate to say it, I don't want to sound like this. You know, the last time a lot of black Japanese people, a lot of them, you know, the last time they probably saw a black person when Bob Sapp was the IWGP heavyweight champion. That was the last time they saw a black person in Tokyo. So
But
that
also, like, what does it do? But also, like, this is something that I got in so much trouble for last year, but I stand by
think I
it and
remember
I'll
this.
say it again.
Go ahead,
Like, I have significant objections to the idea that the sort of cultural depiction of African Americans as these sort of perpetually beleaguered
yeah.
vulnerable subjects who are ripe to be executed by the state at any given moment is
Yeah,
I
they're
think something
the
totally
necropolitical subject. Yeah.
yeah, I
And-
think
and
it's
that's
a
such a-
totally tyrannical way
I agree.
to indoctrinate young children. So to my mind, the idea that and the other thing that is always worth mentioning is that BLM from very early on, from 2015, 2016 is the point at which it totally turned. It has been something that billions and billions and sorry, not billions, hundreds of millions rather of dollars
Oh no,
was
billion,
injected
at least a billion.
into at the outset though, like 2016,
Yeah. Oh,
you
yeah,
had
yeah.
hundreds of millions of dollars was invested
Mhm.
into it by the Ford Foundation, George Soros, a bunch of other billionaires, because they saw this as helping achieve particular ends of theirs rather than it being some just like organic thing. And I think there's something totally tyrannical to take a phrase like Black Lives Matter, which is something that 99.999% of people agree with. It's such an inoffensive and objectively like agreeable, correct claim that it basically disables any kind of opposition to the explicitly political movement by taking an innocuous phrase with which no one can disagree without being framed as racist. And like, I'm sorry, but if like all lives matter is the so-called enemy, you really need to rethink like what the fuck this argument is about. What are we talking about? Like,
But
people, like the reason that African American kids are dying at the hands of police is the same reason that white kids are dying at the hands of police in greater numbers, I might add. Sure, it's slightly disproportionate, but when you look at the class factors, African American kids tend to exist in communities of a greater degree of deprivation with a higher amount of policing, and they tend to be involved in a greater amount of crime. And
Right.
so yes, they are going to be in situations that
and
are
family too, like single
violent
motherhood.
and tense and that sort of thing. And the thing is, these things are complex, and I'm as keen as the next person to try to alleviate the things that are producing people being shot at the hands of police. But to my mind, like, if that was actually your goal, if reducing police violence was actually the goal, then it's so straightforward that you would frame this as a set of united people objecting to police brutality, or the overzealous policing at the hands of the state, and you would try to make it something as big and as unified as possible.
No, it became
That's not
divisive.
what this is or was. Exactly. And that was deliberate. And also, if you look at the actual stats, in the states that these sort of woke sort of city libs would describe as sort of, the most racist, like the southern states, blah, blah, blah. You look
Yeah.
at places like Alabama and these sorts of places, and stats work has been done on this. The statistics suggest that there is
Abominable.
no difference once you control for class.
Well,
with the
according to
amount
South
of
Park,
poor white people who are killed. So
Yeah.
this is like, you don't have any kind of epidemic of police violence against wealthy black people. This is like very much a class issue, and the more we keep talking about it, is this like abstracted, like quote unquote
Well,
Black
do
Lives
you-
Matter. Well,
Yeah.
actually,
Oh wait, do you remember that South Park
Yeah.
episode though, where the cops were going after the wealthy black people and they were calling them richers, and they were saying how the richers are moving into the neighborhood?
That was, I forget that
haven't
episode.
seen it.
Oh my god.
I don't
But
know.
Aimee,
I really object to the murals that are funded by, so like all these billionaire-backed foundations. They go and paint a multiple stories high picture of George Floyd in these low-income urban communities, and it's like, what does that do to a kid if every day on the way to school they see like the sort of heroes, the people that are valorized to them are people who are killed at the hands of police, and that's all George Floyd is known for. And I don't want to denigrate the guy, I don't know him, but like ultimately, like this is somebody whose life was not exceptional. It was tragic the way it ended, but like, why is it that we're depriving young people of the idea of anything to look up to other than seeing a mural every day on the way to school saying like the state's gonna kill you and people like you?
Well, look on Twitter, for example. Horrible. Look at all the profiles of so many young people on Twitter where the thing that they're putting forth is their pronouns, their gender. All that is considered to be the thing to put forth instead of any accomplishments. And it does create a weird thing where what is the greatness that people are striving for if the only thing that matters is whatever identity you happen to belong to?
But even like, for example, the history of political muraling, I mean, I know this is like a nerdy topic, but like, for example, you look at North Ireland, you look at Derry, what's the other big, Glasgow, you look at like the murals that came out of the Troubles, and you have figures that literally, I mean, I know they're kind of valorizing terrorists or whatever you want to call it, but they were figures of endearment and literal martyrs for the cause of a free Ireland, whether you agree with that or not. But compare that to just a lot of the cases were not, justified extrajudicial killings by the police, and they were terrible, and they were a racial component to them. But like you were saying, there is no, the one of Bobby Sands. There is no sort of grand and totalizing narrative to that form of hyper politicized suffering. It really just is. And I talk about this at great length in the contemporary art world, how the BLM sort of like wokeification of like these bourgeois art students that are making signs of, figures of George Floyd and all of this stuff, or like before he did the monstrosity at the Rockefeller Center, Sanford Biggers had this series where he shot these gelatin statues of little black boys, and he named them different victims of the police, like Freddie Gray, George Floyd. Like, so
there's so much secret shit going on, I swear.
Wait, by the way, I wanted to clarify, can you guys explain what Blue Empire means to Catherine?
I have no idea what that means.
That was Apex. There was other people before, but the Blue Empire is sort of like the similar idea to the cathedral. It's sort of like how consensus, the apparatus of like consensus manufacturing, how like you can have a system of systems, if you will, within like how media consensus in particular is formulated throughout all of these institutions. I mean, Apex, he's written at length about what he calls the Blue Empire, but just think of the similar thesis of like the cathedral, or
and what would the Red Empire be in contrast?
Well, there is no Red Empire, but that's a bunch of grifters.
Working
Marx would have called this superstructure,
Yeah,
like,
it is.
This is what I always found so funny. The leftoids like crying their tits out about NRX stuff. It's like so much of this stuff is perfectly compatible with.
It's very true.
Yeah, like it's funny.
I wrote an essay back in the day.
Wait! I gotta make sure Catherine gets in.
Yeah, sorry, Catherine. Yeah.
Well, since Lev outed my question on the feed, I'm gonna ask you, Gio, as to why I asked. It was in the chat. Somebody called me a Blue Empire interest, and I'm just like wondering what that meant.
Well, because you're a journalist and you have worked for a lot of mainstream media, and so so that I don't have to explain it.
No, I think I understand. It's all fine. You know what? Yesterday I was on this. I don't know if you heard of Brett Weinstein's YouTube censorship debacle. I guess it was like a crypto guy. He was holding a Twitter Spaces chat, and I had raised my hand to ask a question, and the person who was hosting the chat, he brought me up and he said he looked at my bio and he said that I wrote for The Guardian, and he automatically assumed, oh no, kind of she's going to be a loon.
Yeah.
And then he read a little bit further than that and brought me up. So it was, yeah.
But I wrote an article back in the Thermidor magazine days called "The Foucauldian Cathedral," which actually was on the Moldbug Wikipedia page for a little bit, or the NRX Wikipedia page. But they took that down because I guess some Foucauldians that edit Wikipedia, they didn't take kindly to it.
Cyber Ninja Zero expanded on this. So he says, I thought Blue Empire was a Moldbug term along with Red Empire. Blue is when the Dems rule, and red is the military where the Republicans rule. I wouldn't say it's necessarily Dems, Republicans, like in that particular style. I think that there's a lot of cross pollination going on.
I think Moldbug, because he hasn't read a lot of quote unquote French theory, he gets like a lot of these terms, like he shoves it through like an Anglo Enlightenment empiricist sort of like lens. So it comes out kind of like garbled and technical manual type thinking. So like, whereas like there's no poetry to Moldbug in my opinion, but that's
but this does bring us something to, I think, would
I'm
be
not
very
sure that I
interesting.
agree. I think very much
go ahead, Aimee.
He's definitely like an autistic coder for sure.
Yeah.
But like I very much like don't get, but I very much have like a fun hold a special fondness for Moldbug because I think so much of his stuff, like when I was going through a lot of this psychosis like a few years ago, not my personal psychosis, but dealing with the psychosis of the cancellations and stuff, like actually reading some of his older stuff was it hit me in a way that like it had been years since I'd read something that actually like spoke to me, because so much what gets produced today is just complete and utter garbage.
That's true.
And I think that a lot of Moldbug's writing is very like meandering, and it sort of is like, I don't know, as someone with like chronic ADD, I actually find these people who go on these like crazy
schizo rants, yeah.
Yeah, totally. Like that's actually good for me, even if like 3/4 of it is just like crazy or meandering. Like there's always, not always, but often there'll be sort of a very real nugget there that sort of the meandering has to sort of build to or whatever. Yeah, and so like his bit about sort of witch hunting and the function that this actually serves in shoring up order, and the sort of deceptions and mystification that occurs within like these media contexts and stuff, and the way it mystifies power and sort of like the abusive use of it, like that was something that just hit me over the head. And like for the first time in a long time, I was like, holy shit, I'm not alone. I'm not imagining things. Like this is actually like I don't know. So I have like hold a very soft spot for him. But I very much think that when he starts talking about sort of like ideal regimes and sort of like a forward-facing stuff, I think basically his strength is sort of critique as opposed to necessarily the forward focusing.
Well, because to me, like someone like Bruce explained, Red Empire is hard power, Blue Empire is like soft, like networks of influence. I mean, that's basically just the birth of biopolitics right there. Red Empire, that's basically what Foucault called sovereign power, which was the order of life over death, which the sovereign embodied on a personal level. But whereas opposed to like modern soft, like biopower, where it's the production of life. I mean, I'm getting to fucking theory cell shit, but what do you like? That was one thing I wanted to ask you, Aimee, about. I know you don't strike me as someone who is part of quote unquote theory Twitter. I mean, oh my God, a lot of those people. But have you read someone like I mentioned Mbembe's Necropolitics book, which I have read, and I think that my problem is that this could be applied to a lot of different people that are rendered into a state of bare life, to go off that like Agamben, like Foucauldian way of thinking.
I think that like this is where I think I definitely like end up being a lot more sympathetic to a lot of the reactionaries, insofar as I think most of what was produced intellectually in the 20th century was garbage. No, I'm serious. Like I actually think that like the sort of like like I don't know. I think that the vast majority of it is like a recapitulation or like a wandering through in a less coherent manner stuff that was already answered much earlier. And whilst I think there are notable exceptions. And there's sort of new ways at looking at an old, like, I think a lot of it's just new, like new wine in old bottles,
An old
or
caskets,
old wine in new bottles, whatever the expression is. Like, it's just sort of like same shit. I think sort of things like Foucault and some of those folks, like, yeah, you can take a nugget from that, but I basically think most of that Frankfurt School stuff is just like, I just think so much of it's tripe. I don't bother with most of it because it's like, I don't know. I'm not. Yeah,
It's not
I'm
your
just more of
thing.
like I'm just more of like once you understand sort of like, this is all bourgeois bullshit, 3/4 of it. Do you know what I mean? And so like, I think there are certain notable exceptions. I think like Byung Chul who's someone who I think is
Han,
like,
yeah, it's psychopolitics.
yeah, I think he's really notable. I know a lot of people like Agamben, but I just find him, I don't think he doesn't do it for me at all. I think there's like a tiny
you're
amount of
breaking my
flow
heart.
that's useful. I'm sorry. I just, which is not to say I necessarily disagree all the time.
No,
It's just
I
like,
know
I
what
just
you
don't
mean.
think
It's
you're
not your
saying
cup of
anything
tea.
novel.
By the way, there's
Well,
something
no,
I
it's
want
not
to.
even that. I just think if you like, if you read Marx and understand what he was saying, or someone like Rosa Luxemburg, like some of these people, and then even the people prior to them, like the bourgeois theorists and the ascendancy of like the bourgeois period, like these people have all said this stuff in one way or another before, if that makes sense.
Interesting.
There's something I wanted to bring up, by the way. Jasper Grand Soren says, and I believe this is about Weinstein. He says he likes to play pretend with words and ways, or maybe it's Moldbug, I don't know. So he likes to play pretend with words in ways that signal that the left is able to stop and think about what they are doing and fix their ways. Now, I'm going to disagree just because from what I get, and Catherine, I'd love to get your input on this as well as Aimee, but from what I get,
I just think the Weinsteins are terrible grifters, in my opinion. Oh, right, well, sorry.
Here's the thing. Regardless of any of the grift, we still have people, whether the Weinsteins or general IDW people,
creeps me out.
Well, any of the people we're talking about here, I really don't think that their goal is to try to convince people on the left. I think their goal is to try to convince who are kind of like the fence sitters, people who may be kind of like in Catherine's position, let's say. I think that's the crowd of people that they're primarily talking to, which is, again, why they say specific things in the way that they say it. I don't know, Catherine, would you agree with me here? Like, that's their, like, you would be a bigger person for them to reach out to, people like you who happen to be in the position where they're not sure, like, do I stick with having to kowtow to certain things that are going on, or do I kind of start rebelling?
Yeah, I would say so. I think they're reaching out to doubters, and definitely more towards definitely people on the left, but not far left or not too. I hate these definitions, honestly, because I don't think we even understand anymore what is meant by somebody on the right, the left. Like there's such a variety of thoughts and opinions. And today I was in a room on Clubhouse where people on the left, like very left, were talking, and they think that others think that they're obsessed with like critical race theory and all this other stuff. And they're like, no, this is not really what we care about. We care more about the systems of capitalism and that kind of thing. Yeah, so it's like there's so much variety.
Yeah, they don't. They're right. Yeah. No, but I think like my problem is that, like, a good example, like, I know, like, there's some like absolutely terrible people that I just despise, like one of them being like Jeet Her with his like smug, like, oh, you don't understand critical race theory. Like, for example, I know I totally shit on her every podcast, but like someone like Claire Lehman, like going after James Lindsay for being like, oh, well, James Lindsay is greenlighting a white supremacist concept. I'm like, bitch, listen, no one on the left is going to like look at you with any sort of earnestness because you run Quillette, which they think is like a quote unquote far right publication, which I mean is laughable. So for Claire Lehman to do like this convenient reversal on, as much as I don't like James Lindsay and I think he's a total coward, but like
Because
Sorry, I'm
he's
just
not going to
ranting
come
now.
on and debate you.
He's not going to come on and debate me and Alex Kashuda, exactly.
Well, I
Sorry,
think it's
go
worth
ahead,
pointing
Amy.
out that I think that what a lot of people miss, and I only became hip to sort of all the intricacies of this dynamic via going through it,
Right.
is that so much of what happens on the left is actually just discipline. Like 90% of what's going on is discipline. And so, I think with like the idea that like Quillette is like some far right publication, which is, if you ask most of the, like if you asked any of these doctrinaire leftists, they would tell you Quillette is like an alt-right gateway. Alt-right,
Except their editors actually don't consider themselves on the right at all.
At all, exactly, right? And so, yeah, exactly. So they frame Quillette
They're not to
as
us.
like far, yeah, of course, but they frame Quillette as far right, in this particular way, such that they're actually arbitrarily drawing like the furthest right boundaries as actually something that is very much incredibly close to them, that is like shares so many of their fundamental premises. And so this actually helps shore up the peripheral boundary of quote unquote leftism, because like if the most far out like the quote unquote right wing is something that's actually just like totally like liberal, which is what Quillette is. It's like a liberal publication, perfectly reasonable liberal publication.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't, it's just not as unwilling to question or sort of look at certain things that the rest have like swallowed wholesale as forms of dogma that you should never ever question whatsoever. You know, it's just more willing to sort of look at some of those dogmatic notions. And so I think that ultimately, like, I don't have any strong opinions on Claire Lehman or James Lindsay, other than to say that ultimately, like, they're liberals. And so you can't fall into the trap of these people being right-wing just because the left has sold you on a meme that they're right-wing. They're not right-wing.
Right.
These people are liberals. And so, like, ultimately, I think if you exist within sort of a liberal media space like Claire Lehman, and I think it's very easy to be so sort of indoctrinated to the idea that like this like white racial politics is anathema. And I actually agree with that. I'm not interested in activating along racialized lines. I think that sort of leaning into any kind of like white racial politics is a total dead end. And just totally counterproductive. And it's almost like exactly what the left wants people to do because they can win on those terms. And so I sort of understand her reflexive hostility towards that. I disagree, like I'm not taking her side or James Lindsay's side, but ultimately I think what you're seeing is sort of an internal battle between these like aspects of just like different strains of liberal left thought, where one of these liberal leftists is saying, hang on, I'm starting to see a lot of like actively bad like anti-white racism within this particular thing, and the other one is saying, hang on, no, that's crazy, you can't be saying this is like actually the real racism is reverse racism. So this is actually just an argument internal among a bunch of liberals. And so like, you know, the right sort of finds this all quite fascinating and doesn't know where to fall on any of this, but ultimately like these are just aspects of like the liberal center sort of figuring out where they stand on certain things.
And then like for example, sorry to cut you off, Lev, but like Claire Lehman, I quote tweeted, and I think you liked that tweet of mine, where Claire Lehman's like making fun of like lower class men and incels and like, well, if you can't find a job and you can't sustain a marriage, it's like you can go fuck yourself, you're just a fucking loser incel. It's like that type of attitude is so divorced from the actual realities on the ground. Sorry, Lev, go ahead.
It's like the pharma guys comment.
Hillbillies,
the hillbillies, similar energy. But although I would like her on the show, so and you could settle.
Oh, that'll be a bloodbath, wouldn't it?
Yes. No, but
these kinds of comments, though, I find just really unhelpful, right? Like, why say that? What does that do? What does it serve? It just vilifies or makes fun of or mocks a group of people who, you know, who knows what their background is. And this is what bothers me when that happens, and it happens on both ends. And it's just not useful. There's no point. Use facts.
So you mean I can't just go and call them bug men and things like that? That's not useful or helpful?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Oh,
don't think it is.
damn.
But if you
Oh,
really,
no.
maybe it's
Oh,
helpful
no.
Gee,
for
you're
you
gonna have to
to
delete all
know-
these tweets now.
it's only helpful, Gio, for you so that you can feel like you're channeling your aggression towards something. Right? Like
It's true. I do get a thrill out of calling Jeet her a bug man.
Yeah,
But
but what?
that's-
Do,
He's a
what do you?
bug man.
Okay,
Yeah, he is a bug. Well, back in the Thermidor days, my
I
editor.
think it's also worth mentioning, like he's at like literally like his publication is like a voice of the regime publication.
It is.
So no,
it is.
I think that like when you have people who are the voice of a regime, it's
Yeah.
totally fine for middling podcasters like me or you or whomever to not be deferential towards them. And that's
Yes.
not the same
Yeah.
thing as when people who are the voice of the regime start saying that like white people deserve to die.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? Like
yeah.
these are not
And-
the same thing. And I do think that like acting as if they are is to deny reality. I'm not saying that's what anyone here is
It's
doing,
true.
but I don't know. Like, and I
Well,
think
this
that
goes deep for
sometimes
me.
it's sort of like denial of political economy that these classical libtards and they can't help it. Like this
They
is
can't,
it's
they
fine. I'm
can't.
not judging
Yeah.
them, but like just there's very much a denial of political economy, a denial of like relational sort of embeddedness,
Yes.
and sort of like
Yes.
you know. So because again, they sort of see things through the prism of the individual, and I think like to me, so much of what's going on, or practically all of what's going on, is taking place at a much more macro level.
Yeah.
Like it's very fascinating to me, for instance, and it's like sort of heartening, not heartening, I never want people to have to go through it, but there's something sort of heartening at starting to see other people like Catherine and others in sort of more mainstream media spheres starting to experience similar dynamics. And there is, I think, starting to be really significant pushback to some of this sort of sociopathic cancellation, some of this like sort of horrible shit that's been playing out the past few years. And I really like, I'm very much heartened by the fact that like, you know, you see people like Glenn Greenwald was just pushing back against, you know, Nathan Robinson trying to cancel him and Taibbi today, and people
What
like
a fucking
Catherine sort
worm
of
he is, Nathan
yeah,
Robinson.
he's such a clown. He's so
God.
out of his depth. But like someone like
Yeah.
Catherine saying, look, it is important to sort of take people seriously, treat people with dignity, and try to just actually talk about what's going on. And I think if we
Yeah.
can start to have more mainstream, like it is heartening seeing more mainstream voices sort of leaning towards that avenue. And I think what we're going to start to
well, I
see
think
is
the
sort of
mainstream voices are saying how this has gone off the rails.
just
like
how damaging this really is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, one side
absolutely.
is
So
saying
I'm
it's
very
gone off the
hopeful that
rails.
the media will calm down.
well,
a
I
little
think it's
bit.
gone down the rails. I think we moved away from like, okay, so I mean, I don't like to say what my political affiliation is, but
That's okay.
given that
No,
people
you
are
don't have
calling
to.
me a blue check, I think it's,
Wait. Do you know what that means? By the way, blue check.
I do know, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think you have blue check energy at all.
Jeter
I
is just
think-
slightly less venomous Bob Chipman.
They
Yes!
can think what they want.
They
Yes.
are. Every leftist
but-
is Bob Chipman. Bob Chipman's the only
He's
honest
the
actor in the
only-
game.
He's the only honest one. He is. He
He really
truly
is.
is.
Wait, hold on, Catherine.
Okay, so the whole point is like, I mean, when I was going into journalism, I mean, I was just interested in telling stories. I was curious. I wanted to meet cool people. That's what I wanted to do. You write for the, you know, mainstream publications because those are the biggest ones, and to have some level of success, you kind of go for the biggest things you can. Very capitalistic, in fact. But what happened, like, you know, back then there was this idea of free speech, and it was a very liberal idea, right? Free speech and you know, exploring ideas and fact checking and ensuring that you were asking the right questions and representing nuance and different sides of the story. Like that was good journalism, and that has gone, you know, away, and that's the problem, right? That you know, I'd like to try and help fix, but, you know, I'm just one person. But a lot of people are finding that to be the case. I'm not the only one, but a lot of people that
Yes.
I've talked to are saying they're afraid of losing their jobs, and it's a real thing. So
Yes.
there are certain editors that I've talked to who've said to me, I completely agree with all the things that you're saying, and even more. They're probably even more verbose about it, and yet they feel like, well, yes, but maybe when I retire, I can talk about it freely, and that's a really problematic thing, right? Because it's the silence and the group thing that is now happening, right? Yeah, and you can't report on. I tried to report on certain stories where I was like, this narrative seems a little, superficial, and it seems like there's a lot more to the story here. And I remember there was like an editor, so I wanted to write an op-ed, and this editor was actually really, really keen on working with me. And when I told her, because my theory was way beyond the mainstream narrative, it was very it was amazing, the email that I got back, which was like a polite no thanks, but it wasn't. Like, reading it between the lines, there was a hostile energy there.
Yeah,
and that's what it's
very catty up talk energy.
Yeah.
So I mean, but I think it takes people like yourself, Catherine, like actually being brave and not tucking their tail between their legs instead of just saying yes sir, no sir, how many bags full sir, when they start like abusing you for doing a very normal thing, So
it's true, I think then you don't get hired.
That you're doing that.
It's like, I don't have
but that can't last, and it takes like the balls of someone like you, and like
to
even to some degree me, very
run.
much my friends as well. Is like the more that increasingly, I think that this is actually only something that works on the sort of silence of others. And I never would want like other people to have to go through this bullshit. But I'm very glad that people like yourself are actually speaking up about it. I'm very glad, for instance, that like, okay, so the shit that like Angela and I experienced with these crazy leftists is like when people like Matt Taibbi and Glenn started actually talking about this with like the big platforms that they have.
Yeah.
Just both of us would just like let out this huge sigh of relief. It's like, okay, this is actually real. People could, at least some people are starting to see it now. Like, so I think it's only going to grow in terms of,
I've been talking about this for a long time. Like, that was an issue that I was seeing for a long time. I just tried to talk about it in fairly neutral terms because I don't want to alienate the audiences that
absolutely.
I mean, there's a reason, like, I really wanted to publish my op-ed. I wanted to go for a leftist or at least a centrist publication because that was who I was trying to reach with it.
Absolutely.
And I think in general, like, when people talk about Fox News or media outlets on the right, having these issues, I mean, ultimately, I think we benefit far more if we approach it as like, okay, what is it about journalism that's broken? How do we fix it? And we don't need to be going, this publication on the right or the center or the left, like that's the broken one. No, there's general things that we can apply to all of them, certain rules and tenets of good journalism, or at least better journalism. So we have to look at the whole system as a whole instead of like vilifying one or the other.
Definitely. I think that's right.
There's a great quote, by the way, that I wanted to read from Mark Twain, and it goes like this. In the beginning of a change, the patriot is a scarce man, and brave and hated and scorned. When his cause succeeds, the timid join him, for then it costs nothing to be a patriot.
I think that's true, but I would caution against, I think we're just going through a natural cycle of history. We're sort of in this Kali Yuga type of moment. And that's another question I wrote down for Aimee. What do you mentioned this, I believe it was the second installment of your 3-hour long, oh my God, we're 3 hours almost. With the Fed Post, who we recently had Black Com Pilled on. It was a great episode.
CRK. Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I'll
CRK.
catch up on that. I didn't see that, but I'd love to listen to that.
Yeah, it was good. I wanted to ask you. You mentioned just really briefly what you called the, and it is definitely the reactionary view of history being cyclical. What do you think about time itself in terms of a linear progression versus sort of like a cyclical, like Oswald Spengler type of model? Like, where do you stand?
I sort of agree with the idea of like generations and sort of like the human life itself, like biological life, is very much cyclical. Like, I don't deny any of that. I also think that like sometimes these sort of like historical cycles happen, or generational cycles, these types of things. But I ultimately think that like I am a historical materialist, and I think that very much the ways in which capitalist production shapes and the imperative of accumulation actually is what, and prior to that, the modes of production and the changes there in the class conflict between them is in fact the engine of history, in the sort of like broader long-term sense. And so I think in this particular period of capitalism, we will have like cycles insofar as we are not in sort of the we're not in a revolutionary period, right? Like I'm under no illusions about the workers rising up and fucking, instantiating any kind of revolution at any point in my lifetime, to be quite frank.
So
there will be cyclical history within that, but there's also like, I think we would delude ourselves if we pretend that we can just sort of, the sort of post-war prosperity that occurred in the mid-20th century. The idea that we can just change. Yeah, the idea that we can just change certain policies or just like rewind to that.
The universal political state.
Silly, like all this stuff. Like I think you need to actually look at what's coming around the bend, and I think what's coming around the bend is pretty scary to me when you have so-called socialists talking about BlackRock and Vanguard being quote unquote the vanguard of socialism. I see actually these people are totally in denial about the nature of the state as an executive for the ends of the bourgeoisie. And you see BlackRock buying up homes, you see Amazon putting together funds for housing, and it just looks so much to me like
fucking company store all over again.
This Green New Deal era is going to be an era of like
total austerity, like total climate austerity.
Not so much austerity, but I just think like we're seeing a new era come into being that is not like any other that has come before. So certainly like the humans who exist within these worlds are going to sort of have the cycles and have sort of like generational continuity, these sorts of things. Like human beings are human beings, like I don't pretend it's all social construction,
but it seems like they're being propped up.
And the population itself will take a nosedive as well because of that. Yeah.
If the things we're seeing right now, whether it's on Twitter or any cultural thing that I personally think, and Catherine may agree with me here, a lot of people are sick of when it comes to propping up identity, it seems to me like that is the angle that a lot of the more doom and gloom people see something like a Great Reset style thing going in, where people are going to be all these rainbow-colored people who are equally
androgynous
miserable.
Pod people, bug people.
Bug people, exactly. And I don't necessarily know if that is going to be the case or not. It is kind of a scary thought, but the one thing that I still go back to is there has to be something in life that makes life worth living, which is something for people to strive to in terms of a certain kind of greatness. And if there's no greatness, the opposite of greatness, I think, is, emptiness. And everything that I've seen so far being propped up, to me, it's not a matter of, oh, you're a bigot if you oppose A, B, or C. It's just that it's empty. There's nothing there. It's just all this bread and circus, multicolored, rainbow-colored fluff that has no, it's not Oscar Wilde. I mean, sure, Oscar Wilde loved wearing, colorful clothing, but it wasn't about that. It was about that he was a genius and that he wrote brilliant works. And without the brilliant works, without that inner fire, it's like, what do we have? If we have just a bunch of emptiness, that structure, I think, is just going to implode upon itself because it's not sustained by any life. I mean, that may be overly poetic, but I don't know.
And also, along with that, so you would kind of reject, like, the Marxist, like 70s Marxist reconstruction under people like Louis Althusser that said, like, we have to get rid of, like, the Hegelian part of Marxism, and that there really is no grand narrative, and just fuck it. We'll just become, like, bourgeois leftists, I guess you could say.
But I also want to make sure
the analytical Marxists,
yes,
like the September School, those types. They're libtards.
But what Lev was saying about like having a purpose in life, I mean, also Catherine, I mean, we'll get you involved in this as well. Sorry, it's kind of
Yeah.
My
No,
brain's
but
melting, but it's all right. It's all right.
I do think that this is the one thing that is missing from the conversation, that we talk about all these problems. Some people say that it's off the tracks. The same people or other people might say that it's both off the tracks and there's no brakes on this train that is off the
There's
tracks.
no brakes on this train, I think.
That's true.
Okay, but if
On the
there's
capitalism train.
Okay, but if there's no
The
brakes
sun
on
will
the
explode before it ends, to quote Zizek.
Okay, but if there's no brakes on this train, my theory at least is that if the only thing that you have left in culture is a bunch of fluff that a lot of people like, the people who don't believe it, who still, like Catherine, for example, who still has, a good amount of positive cultural influence of something, of an idea of something greater. If the people who are left are going to be just like some purple-haired weirdos without that sense, then, they might as well just be living in a cave somewhere. They eventually will. That's idiocracy. That's just the end of civilization if we are stuck with those kind of people, because I just think it'll either crumble with those people if those are the only people that are left, or there's going to be another actual great reset. By that I mean like a meteor is going to strike the earth and the ant colony is going to be shaken, and whatever analogy you want to use here. But that's the only thing that I see happening, unless there could be some kind of a renaissance from within. Because right now we are also more connected than we ever have before. We have never had a paradigm like this before. And maybe through this interconnection, we have, with our own willpower, the ability to at least forge some places where culture is going to be appreciated. And even though, I want to learn more about the materialism that you're talking about, and I know that I could be a hippie bitch, whatever you want to call it, when it comes to all this spiritual nonsense, but be that as it may, I still think that people who have, let's say, more, that are more conscious of what's going on, that have a higher level of conscious, whatever you want to call it, they do have the ability, like wizards or whatever you want to say, to change reality. Now, that's just like a belief that I'm leaning on. I'm not saying this is like what I fully believe, but I generally think the more that you are aware of all the processes of everything that's going on, you have more responsibility. You're not in that much of a dream state anymore. You're not like a fish in the school of fish that do a beautiful swirling formation where one of these fish has no fucking idea how to do it, yet all these fish end up doing it. The analogy being here is that I think that some people are in more of this group dynamic state, and then other people start to be more ego-driven. They start to see themselves as being separate from whatever processes are going on, and then I think that there is a further level above that where you do get more of a sense of consciousness, and the more conscious as you get, the more you can actually start to change the reality around you, as weird as that sounds. I don't know. I'm going a little bit down the rabbit hole here, but I'm curious if you or Catherine have any thoughts on that matter as a possible panacea to what's going on.
Catherine?
I don't think I understand the question because it was very long.
That was kind of spaced out. That was...
Okay, okay, I'm not going to repeat it. Those who knew what I was talking about knew what I was talking about. But okay, I'll say it like this. I think the wiser people get, the more they are aware of just, everything that goes on, the more they can concentrate. I think that with that concentration and with the knowledge that they get, not through reading a textbook and memorizing something like a fucking parrot, but having like a more intuitive sense of what's going on, while at the same time not being just stuck as a cog in a particular
It's
group.
bong.
Oh God, okay, fine.
Perhaps I can try to translate.
Thank you. Translate this alien
or at
speech.
least bounce off
Yes.
off of that to some degree.
Yes.
I
Thank
think
you.
to a large extent, so much of what, and I think very much why I think it's very heartening to hear from people like Catherine, is that contra Catherine, so much of what's gone on in sort of fairly mainstream sort of media and academia institutions over the past few years, and maybe even decades or at least decades have built up to this point, where sort of conformity and productivity along a very sort of set of key metrics has been what's been prioritized, and sort of thinking meaningfully about what matters to people, what's important, what people care about, what it is that's perhaps transcendent, has been very much rejected as anything worthy of any kind of pursuit. And sort of having like sort of even just moral values as such is almost has, I think, for a time sort of been stigmatized too. And so I think increasingly as this like a pseudo religion or pseudo like
well, because the
pseudo meaning, like the meaning making of this kind of global homogenous like you know LGBT militarism. Totally, I didn't want to say that, but yeah, basically like as increasingly sort of empty as this kind of voluntaristic adoption of identities as this like commodity for a marketplace type thing. Like at the end of the day, that's just so fucking empty
because
of
the
any
capitalist
content, of any real meaning, that I think increasingly people are going to sort of they're looking for something more.
And I don't think church is going to be. I don't think church is going to be enough for most people.
To the degree to which institutional churches are going to provide that, I think is somewhat limited. Yeah, and increasingly as like media is sort of very like.
So that's why I'm trying to give you guys.
Like film
I disagree,
has
Lav.
just
I totally
like
disagree.
This Marvel movie
No,
universe,
it will work for Geo.
You know,
it would work for Geo.
No, it would work for everyone. That's the point.
I think increasingly the voices and spaces in which we're going to start to see like dynamism. And I said this about nearly 2 years ago I said this, and I got like a lot of people like scolding me about it, but I think it's been proven far more correct and incorrect, is that like actually like all these sort of formally sort of dynamic sort of left-wing institute, or you know, these institutions of creativity are increasingly just like conformist institutions that prioritize you know, like just conformity and don't allow sort of generative creative thinking or production of like a real art, you know.
But okay, no, so you got
increasingly
that's
like
the example. Aimee, you hit upon the example right there.
So I think increasingly like new places and new voices start to develop, but like these are also things I think people very much need to pursue in like a meat space sense as well. So like trying to actually do things collectively with the people in a local sense, which can then sort of for like organically, as opposed to sort of starting out from a media space and then doing it top down. So I don't know, I think definitely like a lot more experimentation and a lot more emergence of places like voices and you know like different strains of creativity. I think will come from unconventional
Wait, Geo,
even within contemporary art, there's still contemporary artists who are doing things that are ostensibly metaphysical on a lot of levels. I mean, I don't mean to lump it up, but just like someone said in the chat, everyone we tried cults in the 70s, Lev. Well, here's the thing. My problem is that you need that solid sense of tradition, because what happens, what we're seeing now is that the global left, the capitalist overclass, which is its handmaiden, or rather, sorry, the other way around, they are strip mining a lot of older traditions of the quote unquote useful bits, meaning like just pure materialistic utilitarianism, and they are shoving out ways in which the workers, the usually the sort of PMC, like petty bourgeoisie class, they can become more accustomed to the fact that they're neoliberal cogs in the machine. And so you get things like corporate mindfulness. And so what happened in my estimation was from the 70s till I would say around the 90s, you had like the sort of reintegration of like new age politics into the general like global left. But as time goes on, especially during the 2010s, they were increasingly secularized and they sort of adopted this total nihilistic fedora tipping shit. And so they sloughed off any sort of like pretension to new age thought even. So they basically peeled off the fucking free Tibet stickers from the Hondas and they attached to it this like weird form of like terribly regressive, like reductionistic nihilism. And you know, so that belies a greater like hyper politicized Gnosticism, in my opinion. Because a lot of these like movements that we're seeing, which are like the hideous cryptids of the new left, they're pretty much just Gnostic in character in a lot of different ways. I mean, but that's my reactionary, like Eric Vogelin take on it. But
I just don't think that we can get back to the structure that, while it would be a beautiful thing to have more people attend church with Yu-Gi-Oh, I think that would be a wonderful thing. The only problem is that right now there's too many questions.
Well, our
There's all
culture
these-
doesn't adopt, like, yeah, you're right. In a sense,
Well-
we've just totally
Well, there's all these
decimated
planets, all these galaxies, all kinds of things that are going on that people are
I mean-
questioning, like, why should I
Isn't
believe in this
church-
one thing?
Church is basically, I mean, religion is basically something that's kind of anchors people's beliefs. And somebody did suggest to me recently that part of why maybe especially the far left clings on to these like radical kind of ideas and beliefs is because it's replacing, religion. But religion doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be religion in people's lives. It's meaning, right? And I think meaning is the thing that's like really missing. Purpose, meaning. Why are we here? And so people are trying to cling on to these other things, I think, to an extent, to give their lives meaning. But meaning can come from causes and family and all sorts of things, right? Space exploration, your business, right? But for some reason, people aren't clinging to that, and they don't have a sense of purpose. And I think that's causing
Well,
I
I think ultimately a lot of people are, but definitely this sort of like top 10, 20%, this sort of like, affluent sectors of society have been they've had that drilled out of them.
Yeah, they've
I think.
they've had to gut it out of them, really. I mean, the fact that, like, I mean, even the language of like millennial TikTok, post Tumblr, like MTV kids saying like that's the religion of the colonizer and the settler. It's like, I'm gonna embrace some like weirdo, like hyper political appropriation of like an African hoodoo type of
No, see, neither of these
shamanistic
to me neither of these work, and I would definitely take the former as opposed to the latter any day, just because, like, again, I went to Catholic
Lev,
school.
Buff has
and
your
I thought,
number in that regard.
I'm pretty sure he
500
does.
Jewish neuroticism plus 500 hours of Robert Seffer videos equals Lev has it all figured out. Oh god.
No, I do have it all figured out. Really, honestly, truly.
Oh.
I'm sticking to my guns here, gentlemen and ladies, because I do consider
Guns in
the
terms
more.
of what? What do you? What's this
I'm
guns?
sticking to my guns in terms of, I don't think that, even though I think that there is a lot to gain from materialism, it's not going to be enough for people to say, well, there's going to be this meaning because of this religion and these church fathers who have given us so on and so forth. For some people, it may work. I don't think it's going to be enough for a lot of people, especially not enough for a lot of people within the intellectual class who are always, bashing religion. They're always like, oh, this is just like a bunch of nonsense and people made up, which is why I think that the process of going inwards is the only way to actually, just as much as you can in terms of investigation, to find out what else is behind the curtain. What else happens when you start peeling back the layers of whatever it is that you're used to? And the more that people start doing that, I think that it is going to help them not figure everything out like the 500 Robert Seffer videos, but at least get to a point where they have an intuitive sense that there's more going on than whatever would otherwise lead them to kneel down in the BLM rally.
Yeah, but I think you could give people beta blockers to the same effect. It's not actually solving anything. These are just fucking hysterical neurotics. So I think ultimately what you're saying in terms of like self-introspection is that like these people are fucking off the chain hysterical, and like they actually just need to calm down. I think that's correct. But like I don't think meaning is
talking about
found by
different
searching
people.
inside yourself. Do you know what I mean? Like I just don't think that's where one finds meaning.
I think it's both. I think it's
I don't know.
both,
I think there's a
Aristotle
reservoir.
and Plato. Both Aristotle and Plato were right here. Aristotle looks outside to figure out what are the things that are around me.
I think there is a well of meaning
and Plato
inside
goes
oneself, but It's just the capacity to find that has become
Yeah, but I
severely
think the
complicated.
neolibertards have told us to look inside ourselves and like,
Oh yeah,
for
that's
And how
decades,
many
you
people
know?
actually
yeah,
do
that's
that?
true.
No,
That's
here's the
true.
Yeah,
problem.
but what
Aimee.
if
The people-
ultimately like a lot of people when they do that, there's not a great deal there. So what? Like this isn't helpful. I think people need to actually look outside of themselves,
It depends
and
on
create
who.
relationships
also
and bonds with people.
I
And
think
do
one helps
things.
the.
I
I
think
think one
trying to
helps the
find it
other.
Yeah.
inside yourself is a huge mistake. I think you just need to do things with other people, and that's how meaning
Actually,
is
Aimee,
created.
totally agree. I mean, not that you can't look inside, but the idea of looking outwards, I think we are too focused on ourselves. I mean, that's what
That's
neuroticism
true,
is, right?
but it's the degree, it's the level of it's going from sort of. I think what Lev means is more of like in the sense of a truly spiritual endeavor of the way that people like
Sure.
Young and Gurdjieff and all of these great people.
Sure.
But
look
at the
at,
same time, it's
look
right.
at-
It's become weaponized against any sort of greater cohesive project that could benefit people on a sort of communal level. Because now, when when fucking Jeff
90
Bezos says I do transcendental meditation, I think you got to be fucking skeptical of looking
Oh my
inside.
God,
You
I'm
know?
doing that. I'm doing transcendental meditation.
Oh yes.
Did Captain Jeff pay $200,
Well, this is
$200,000 for a
I-
seminar?
This is why Catherine's here right now.
okay.
Catherine is here from the power of transcendental meditation.
Not yet,
This
'cause
is
I haven't learned it yet.
doesn't
But-
matter. You're on the path already.
Yes, I am on the path to enlightenment. But like, if you look at places around the world that are considered those blue zones, you know, I'm sure you've heard of the blue zones where people are their happiest. The things that they often have in common is a sense of community. I think that would be one of the biggest things. And so I think part of what's happening what's happening in our society is that we really we've lost that, right? We don't have this sense of community, which we used to have a lot more. And you know what, we're very individualistic, and I'm guilty of that. I'm I'm not somebody who likes to talk to my neighbors. I keep to myself. I'm very private, but it is something that is missing. And, you know, it doesn't have to be your neighbors, but it could be, I mean, for some people, it is their religious groups. For other people, it's their community of peers that they work with. But those aren't generally such strong relationships, right? Families units used to be bigger and more, you know, families often live together. So we are missing that. And I think that's causing a lot of the harm in our society, including, you know, people, especially like a spike in like mental illness because people are feeling lonely.
But you got to go to the Amazon pod, the wellness Amazon pod for a few minutes in your break.
Stop it.
No, but see, here's the thing. I think there is a genuine, the extent to I agree with, Orthodox Marxism. I think that it's true that throughout human history, one of the fundamental forces of how people structure their lives itself is around labor and is around production, is around what they do every single day. Even Aristotle said that. But at the same time, I feel that what we're experiencing now is sort of a total detriment to the subjectivity of each person, because now that like labor is entrenched in your political beliefs, in your philosophic world, in your Weltanschauung, now that labor has, like, capitalism has totalized the human experience in such a fundamental way, to now when you work for a corporation, you're working for a lifestyle brand that you adopt, like in Amazon's
Yes,
probably the
it's
worst
alienated you from
Yeah.
other people, but also from yourself.
Exactly.
This is like,
And that's
this
an
is
even
very
more
much
crazy.
Well, Aimee,
like
I also want to add a bit of a tangent to what I said earlier, because what I mentioned was leaning on more of the intellectual class as opposed to everybody in terms of who would actually benefit from going inside. Because you're absolutely right. Most people should actually go outside, meet other people, start communities, all that good stuff. But as
no,
far
I
as
think
people...
actually the bourgeois, like these shithead fucking symbolic analysts who sit in their bedrooms, like not their bedrooms or their offices, whatever the fuck it is, and pontificate about like what most people need. This includes me.
No, I'm not talking about
the Elaine de
pontificating.
Bottons of the world.
I'm not talking about
But what I
pontificating.
actually
This has
think-
nothing to do with
No,
pontification.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is like the particular people who I think are experiencing the greatest dearth of sort of sense of any kind of connectedness or meaning making is often the people of this sort of, you know, top 20%, the sort of petty bourgeois status who've been
Yeah.
indoctrinated from the jump to sort of the sort of striver class. I think a huge number of those people do well to just join like a community gardening group or some bullshit. Like even if they don't believe in church, they don't believe in other stuff, like go do something that is not political, that is getting connected with the people around you. Like I think that's actually like very much a good thing to do, far more so than sitting around contemplating your navel, because I think these people have like adopted a totally voluntaristic conception of meaning, one
Yeah,
that they
there's also
adopt
another
with their
issue.
identities, you know?
There's also another issue, which is a lot of these people go to Burning Man and they do a lot of drugs. And I think that they always mix in the drugs together with the meditation and the going within, which I think also fucks you up a little bit.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. It would have to like depend on specific people, I think.
I
But
guess to
I
me,
think also
yeah.
I guess what you're sort of suggesting is that perhaps like, it's too easy to sort of fetishize the idea of like return to tradition,
Right. Yeah, that's what Lev always
because
goes on,
like
pisses
in
me
the
off.
contemporary but I think it's quite right actually. Then like we talked about this on the episode we recorded earlier, and myself and Oliver recorded with Patrick Deneen and Sora Bamari earlier this
Oh,
week,
wow.
and we
You got
sort
both of them together?
yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh,
But we
bro.
thought, I'd want to, so we sort of explored some of these ideas. The idea that you can't just sort of port back into a previous
Iteration
era.
of.
You can't just, the idea that like suddenly forcing everyone to go to church or something is going to sort of solve problems on some mass scale is kind of crazy. Like I think ultimately what needs to be done and what would actually improve people's lives, short of, as I said earlier, some kind of meaningful, revolution, is I think we need to start actually number one, like at least in a media space, I think people just really need to calm the fuck down and stop pretending that people who are right, like quote unquote on the right, are fascists or crazy or like subhuman. This is all garbage. Like everyone that I've met on the right is lovely. And that's not to say that everyone who is quote unquote right wing is lovely, but like these are just normal people who love their kids and like they're the same as you. So just calm down, and I think that
But
if the media
also,
could calm down a little, that
But
would
people
be
make a
very
lot of
helpful.
assumptions, right? Because they don't have a direct engagements, because everyone's kind of living in their own
Yes.
bubbles, right? So they're not like asking
Yeah.
questions. They're seeming like today, I tweeted about this. There was somebody talking about how people are on the right, they value capital over everything else, and
Well,
and
no,
leftists
that's like a fucking
value human
neocon
life.
version.
No,
My
I
friend
know,
and I joke
but-
about this. We say that the right is just a spectre of the left's creation. Like the what the left thinks about the right is literally like it's a character they've created.
Yeah.
But
It's
the
not,
point
it's
is, the
not
point
real.
is, like,
Yeah.
why not bother to ask? Like, I actually am going to get annihilated for that. But I had an hour and a half or 2 hour long phone conversation the other day with a Trump supporter. We had and he's very, and I asked him why he supports him and all that stuff. And I asked him about his, right position, all that. And we had it. And a lot of the things, like if people actually heard him talk, I don't think they would have such an easy time vilifying him. I think maybe they'll disagree on some things, and that's totally fine. Because I think at the end of the day, we all, for the most part, most of us want similar things. We have similar goals, and we just have some disagreements as to how we get there. And if we kind of talk to each other and work together, like we will find way better solutions than if we stick to our little corner and defend our opinions and thoughts, and it can only be this way. No, because that this is how ideas grow. Ideas grow because because they're challenged. You want people to challenge your ideas at the end of the day, or you're never going to move anywhere. That's how, if you're progressive, right? That's really what you want. You want the challenge because you want to progress your ideas.
But also, Wyatt Hatcher in the chat said the post-trad thing is people are starting to get it. I think that tradition really is, like, I know it's a cliche, but it's really like the preservation of a eternal flame rather than the worship of ashes. People don't really get that. They don't get that you can't just LARP the aesthetics of like I'm like that tweet that blew up the other week. What was it? Like you don't really want to go back to tradition. You just want to live in a farm and cream pie a 19-year-old. I think that was the tweet. Remember it, Lev? And cream pie a gullible 19-year-old. That was the tweet. 18-year-old. 18, yeah. It's true. Like I think that you don't realize that in some ways, tradition does imply a form of futurism in the sense that you were fighting for a noble, more spiritual vision, and whatever manifestation that is. I mean, it is true that there are certain values I hold dearly, like certain family values and whatnot, and certain religious principles, but at the same time, the particular instantiation of those matters not. The aesthetics matter. I mean, the aesthetic kind of does matter in my opinion, but when it comes right down to it, this sort of like trad LARPing is not going to help people in the future because it's just an easy caricature to like point to some fucking, 1488 Groiper or whatever saying, oh yeah, it's perfectly fine to beat your wife or whatever. I don't know. Like, it's
here's one way to think about it. I think, like, I sort of tried to explain this to some leftists a couple of years ago, and I think the left, and sorry, Catherine, to sort of be pointing fingers at orientations, but this is kind of true. I think the left has sort of basically substituted social conservatism conceptually with some revanchist notions about race and gender and sexuality. So rather than recognizing that there could be any kind of sort of legitimately socially conservative orientation towards the world, they hear social conservative and they think bigot, racist, sexist.
They think racist, they hate women.
That's right. Yeah, totally. And
I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of some of them kind of do hate women and hate certain
I'm sorry, but like
wrong,
a rich like aspirational striving psychos have been the most virulently misogynist, like
it's true.
This is a thing that extends across different political orientations. It's not unique or novel to any of them, and it's something that you just deal with, whatever.
I'll explain it this way. I explained this, I think, were you involved in this thread? It was someone, I'm trying to think of like a critic. Oh my God, who was it? A friend of mine.
While you're thinking of the critic, Gia, I just want to say I need to jump off, but nice to join you all. Nice to meet you, Aimee, and see you
again.
Thank
you, Catherine. Thank you for always
Guys,
coming.
Please follow Catherine on Twitter at Mysterious Cat. Catherine, it was a great pleasure to have you here as always, and I want to wish you the very best.
Thanks.
Stay strong.
I'm now on this pathway of truth.
Yeah. I think it may have either been not Bimbo Uberman. It may have been Bimbo Ubermensch, and it may have been the I think you were in this thread. No, it was Sonia supposedly, where I said that the difference, like the reason that a lot of like these like post left, like whatever the term post left is, that's kind of a bullshit term. But like the reason a lot of like these women that were like former leftists, but like are getting traction on the online right, I said the reason for this is because when the right wing is like outright like open about their intentions and their views of like traditional society, especially in terms of like gender relations, there's sort of like a casual indifference to the feminine that gets instantiated. And so then you can like converse with women on their terms and you sort of like don't have a big hang up over it. But when you're just like this groveling, like NAMBLA male feminist that like is always pains to like, oh, am I inhibiting the feminine enough in my life? It's like, that's sort of like just code for like it's a total kayfabe that underlies a serious form of like fucking creepiness in a lot of ways.
It's the same as the race stuff. Like if you're constantly viewing everything through that prism, like it's totally tyrannical and like anti-social sicko shit. Like don't get me wrong. Like I don't know. It's also just retarded. Like women and men, sorry to break it to you all, but like men and women have a tendency to be pretty different, like in generalized terms. Of course, they're, at the periphery of, some generalized thing called masculinity and the periphery of some generalized thing called femininity, yeah, there's going to be some overlap, crossover, whatever. Like, you know, but like, it's just stupid to reject a notion like, for instance, men are generally stronger than women.
Yeah.
This is just objectively true. And just, yeah, there can be some like very butch masculine heavyweight lifters, females, and like
Ronda Rousey
dandy men who, like, of
Yeah.
course there's like overlap between these two, but just like cut the crap. And so
There could be the
I don't
Nathan
know, I just
Robinson
think-
types.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
real quick, I just want to show you. This is what I'm working on right now. I'm almost done with it. This is Musculls. This is a digital painting that I'm doing. So I just wanted to share this with you. That's.
I also
that's
want to
all.
share something. I guess we're wrapping up. Are
Yes,
we
we
wrapping
are.
up, Lev? Yeah, I mean it's
Yeah,
kind of late.
I mean it is pretty late, but this is
but
an
I want to
incredible
show.
stream.
Yeah, it's been so. I mean, going on this long, it's just been so incredible. But I finally got a chance to print off a certain woodcut. And
Oh, nice.
before you end the
Let's see.
What
stream,
did you?
I want to send one to Aimee. This is
Aw.
the Aimee Terese print. The well, infamous.
That's so funny. That's
Yeah.
so dope.
Yeah,
With my claw hands.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's funny because I'm very inspired by, speaking of women artists, I'm very inspired by Kathy Kollwitz. And I looked at that photo. I know it's not a very like flattering photo compared to the other ones. I wanted to do a very stark, like Noton type of photo. And I like the graininess because I purposefully used a very like for example, I'm converting over to better for, like, this is cherry. This is a little beech wood cut of a beach near me. And like cherry just cuts like a fucking dream, like especially with good tools. Like it's amazing. It's just what you cut is what you get. No even grain. But what I printed this on was a very shitty piece of birch wood that just fucking sinews all over the place. And the reason I did that is because I wanted that like stark grainy effect. And I think it came out beautifully. And this print, by the way, was featured on, I'm not going to mention the particular forum, but one forum that has it out for you, and said that this was a very gay tribute to Aimee Terese in the Aimee Terese cult. So I was flattered by that.
Okay.
And no, I love it. I want to send you one of Aimee if I can. And
That'd be so cool. Thank you.
but as an artist, is my obligation to never reveal anyone's personal information when it comes to shipping. So I think.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. So don't worry, your secret's safe with me. So if you want to give me, yeah, I know. If you want to give me your shipping information, then I will gladly. I glue this to a watercolor paper and then I send it nice and wrapped. But yeah, so if anyone else wants it, yeah, you can DM me. But I'm working with Lev on a seller's website. It's just a cheap little seller's website. And so, but if you want one, DM me. And when I do finally get around to not being lazy to put stock on the website, then that will be a feature. And it's also on my Instagram and my
Can I just say, like, our little patch of Twitter, like when I first started like talking with all you boys a couple of years ago, I was just like so blown away by just how much like creative energy there is in this bundle of people. Like, it's so nutty. Like, amazing fiction writers as well. Like, it's very cool how much like energy there is there, and just like I'm just so impressed by it constantly. Like,
and shout out to Zero HP Lovecraft, a great friend, a good personal friend of mine.
HP.
Yeah.
And is it a different energy than you've noticed from the left side of Twitter? Like, if you can compare energies here, which I know we've kind of been doing all day, but in terms of the artistic works.
Yeah, like so the whole thing of where sort of I migrated from being sort of very much conventionally quote unquote on the left to just like, I mean, my politics have ultimately, I think, remained the same in many ways, and like my internal commitments, but the people with whom I interact online and like the people I become friendly with are very much more on the right. Like and I've said this on my own podcast, but I don't think it's possible to overstate the difference between the two experientially, because the sort of transition happened almost organically, in terms of the people who started following me, and it was just sort of a slow process through which that change happened.
Yeah.
It's like it's like being on different planets. It's really hard to actually describe in terms that are useful, but it's totally different.
Like you were saying,
Completely
the
and utterly.
misogynistic thing. I remember this was this was a few years.
I don't think guys on the right are misogynistic. I just don't. I think casual sexism is healthy and normal, and it's a social discipline.
Babe. See, that's your meta coming out right there. No, I remember.
It's just normal.
It is. Yeah.
It's literally I actually get to the psychosis of the I think everyone's probably a little bit whatever, but
yeah.
But I have found that guys on the right are just fucking normal. And
yeah. Well, Aimee, I consider you
is normal and healthy. I find it so I'm sorry, but if a guy is objecting to a joke it's instantly feminist, I'm like, okay, here we have a rapist. We have a sex pest here.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I consider
just not normal to be.
Yeah,
that.
Exactly. I'll be open up front, Aimee. You are such a lovely, beautiful, brilliant person. And very attractive. Yeah, and I think your sing-song voice is really quite lovely. But I remember one time, this was a year ago. Yeah, this was a year ago. But right before you got banned, and this is a good illustration here. Right before you got banned, you came back. YouTube. Twitter reinstated you. Nathan Duppy, Nathan in the chat. Good heavens, look at the time. Simple clock. Oh, I love that. No, this guy, I remember this was a Chapo Janny, if you will, that took a photo of you. The one where it's in this prom dress. I don't know what it was. And it was under, it was in the dark. And you have very pale skin. And this guy went from a note for note critique of every.
Oh my god, yes.
And
where it's it was a human anatomy where it had all the arrows off of it. Yeah. Fully.
And you said, you are a fucking weirdo. Get away from me. But that type of thing. I remember another one where I think it might have been even someone attached to Carl Bayer, where the same photo this originated from, where they said look at how skinny and unattractive she looks, and oh my god, and you said, listen, bitch, I'm not a fucking model. That's not my role in life. Go get off.
Find something better to do, you
yeah, but that level, only a creepy pederastic male feminist could take the time to not even the most virulent old school hammer of witches misogynist would take the time to individually critique every little foible and flaw.
Yeah, because these people are fucking gay.
Yeah,
they're fucking gay. They have gay mindset. They actually they're fags. I'm sorry.
Oh no!
These are not. This isn't normal. This is not normal behavior. They're bitchy little queens. They've been totally their brains are broken. They don't their libidos are totally broken. Their brains are broken.
Their morals are totally destroyed.
They're so used to paying for fucking interaction with females that it's they have Liz Brunig as mommy tradcath, and then they have some dumb sluts on OnlyFans, and it's this whole binary of where they just buy the commoditized version of the woman they want in the moment. And so my refusal to go along with their bullshit just makes them so fucking mad that they start interrogating a product. I don't give a shit, bitch. I'm not I'm not. I'm not pretending to be a fucking model.
Yeah. You're not some e-girl that uses her attractiveness to fucking thirst trap these guys the way that these other fucking
No, I've been it's very much a deliberate strategy of mine to sort of not post pictures of myself. I want women to be able to internalize the fact that you don't have to commoditize yourself and your body in order to have something to say.
And to the chat, she said
people.
Yeah, she said that casual sexism is all right. not casual sex. I mean, that's kind of, but yeah, I mean, that's, I think I agree with that. It's like, it's just, I feel it's a shame that like, I hate to say it, but a lot of like the like alt-light, like Gamergate grifters, they sort of did that thing like, now the bread tube and like slash like left cath ones, they're doing like a more nuanced version of the thirst trap thing. But like Liz Brunig posting a picture of like breastfeeding with her feet, like she fucking knows what that
They
that
all know
is.
what she's doing.
Yeah,
they all know it,
know.
and they all indulge in the kayfabe. This is all. Everything that life does is like means of catharsis. Like it's very much. It's like they can't own anything that they're doing, so they have to pretend they're doing something else.
Exactly.
Like, bitch, I'm sorry, but if you post a picture, there's no reason to post a picture of yourself breastfeeding to 200,000 people. Unless you want to titillate them.
And just look at all the creeps that hang around with her, like that fucking
knows
Bernal
exactly
guy.
what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. No woman will post a picture of themselves breastfeeding without knowing that very specifically they're trying to titillate.
It's a fetish, a mommy fetish,
Just get a fucking grip. Do not pretend otherwise.
Yeah.
And I've actually always thought about these women who feel that it's some political statement to breastfeed or run around topless. No, bitch, you enjoy getting, like, you're an exhibition,ist. That's fine. That's what you want to do. But like, I don't have to indulge in your kayfabe here and pretend this is some like women's rights issue. Do what you want, but like,
you're not
you
selling
need to
like
deal with the response
the
that happens. You know, like just
like
stop lying to yourself.
And the fact that these male feminists, they gotta fucking sell it like Hulk Hogan versus Shawn Michaels, where Shawn Michaels is like flipping all over the ring, like just enthusiastic, like, you know what I mean? Like they gotta really sell the kayfabe, and it's just like, don't like, because
otherwise this is how they get pussy though. These are
that's true
to like,
but do they
the
get
only
pussy?
way they can get girls is by going to DSA full of freaks.
Oh my
DSA
god!
Is just like a sex pest club, basically.
Oh my god!
Is this what? No, but that's what they do. Like these chicks are such like
we
weird dominant. These like gender relations are so retarded amongst these strata people that these like girl boss bitches of like what they've come to find attractive is like a little bitch that they can have wrapped around their like pinky finger for the most part, but who is like seething, who is like a seething predator towards women in general, because they get so mad because like mommy waifu is like keeping them under her thumb.
Yeah, and
it's just like crazy, disgusting shit. I hate this shit. It's so gross to me. Like I'm such a like bombastic, like I have all my like political opinions, whatever. But like the idea that I want to feel in any way superior to like, okay, so like I said this one thing a couple of years ago. I got in so much trouble. Someone said like, oh, have you ever like, you know, would you date someone who earns less than you? Blah blah blah. I'm like, hell no, I wouldn't. Number one, like I don't earn very much, so like I would like, no, I wouldn't. But this is not to say that like I fetishize dating wealthy people. I don't actually give a shit what kind of job someone does. Like I've dated people from different professions. Like I don't care. Like it doesn't matter to me. It's meaningless. But like, no, I'm not going to date someone who's fucking destitute, which would basically be what you'd have to be like earning less than me. But secondly, it's just fucking emasculating. I'm sorry. And that's what I said at the time. I was like, no, too emasculating. Like, I don't want to wear the pants in a relationship. Sorry. Like, and this was just like the most scandalous thing. And I'm like, nah, this is actually pretty normal. It's totally fine to say it's pretty normal. Like,
well, in relation to this,
I have like revanchist ideas. It's like, no, actually, men and women have some pretty intuitive like gender relations that are totally fucking normal and have existed for a long time. And it has nothing to do with thinking that I'm not equal to them. Actually, like, of course, I'm equal to them. So I don't need to prove that in the bedroom.
But
do you get
Aimee,
what I mean? Like,
and then these ones,
because
they
we're
go
intellectual
home.
equals, I don't need to prove it in every element.
Oh,
of
Aimee,
the
just to
relationship.
push, I'm not saying this is even pushing back, but do you think that there should be a certain amount of time where we should kind of watch to make sure that women are treated equally in the workplace or wherever, or do you think that time's already? Because there was this whole idea that back in the 90s
I don't believe in affirmative action.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking.
Yes, that is what I was asking, but I am curious, how do you see that whole dynamic working out before?
What dynamic?
Well, feminism was funded by the Ford Foundation to basically split the workforce.
I've never pretended to.
So this is what I'm curious about then. When it comes to women in the workplace, the way they were treated versus the way men were treated, was there a certain amount of inequality regardless of whether the woman was just as good as the man as far as how she was treated in the workplace, let's say 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Oh.
Silence. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know if Aimee is still here or something happened. I don't know if Aimee is thinking, but this is a really strange silence. I'm going to use this time to ask everybody to subscribe right now. I hope that Aimee is going to come back. I'm not sure why no sound is coming out. So...
Oh, God, look what Buff said. Some chat... Uh-oh, she dropped. Maybe the connection...
Yeah, probably.
Some Chapo guy will screen record the stream and our chats will live forever on some hard drive. Oh, maybe.
Oh, my God.
Hopefully.
Yes. I did want an answer to that question. I hope she comes back just so we could wrap this up as well. And I'm not putting myself on any side here. I'm basically trying to figure out there was a certain amount of inequality that women ended up experiencing as far as how they were treated within the workplace.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's there was like a lot of like overt, like, you know, sexism, like, yeah,
yes,
there was.
And so my question is, to how do we balance that out? Yeah.
But like to Amy's point, like the same ones that fetishize this like groveling, like mommy waifu AOC, like total like groveling deference. They're the same dudes that like pay for like fucking the most degrading forms of pornography imaginable. And it's like they have a very like fucked up relationship towards women. And they like always go around saying incel. But like really, like, come on, dude. Like, yeah. Like, I mean, it's so crazy to me.
Yeah.
It's really like dysgenic, you know?
The only incel for me is the inability to sell one's stream given the opportunity. So I'm going to use this time right now to sell BTR to the people who are watching this, who know Aimee Terese, who only discovered BTR today. Listen, we have a Patreon. Patreon.com/breaktherules. And when you become a member of the
don't say
Patreon,
that's it, please. So go on for another hour. Go ahead, Lev, go ahead.
No, I'm going to control myself. It's fine. So when you have the Patreon and you have the patrons, you have the rewards. For $5, you get access to secret episodes that are only going to be shown to the patrons, and that's it. It's on a listed YouTube channel, whatever. The next one is Discord. Discord benefits gives you a secret Discord area for only the percolators, as they are called. Those are the $5 tier patrons. $20 gets you that, plus, where is it? Right over here. Definitely legit. You know him. You love him. Arf, 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 arf.
Oh, God.
Bark, 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 bark. Definitely legit. You guys need to get these wooden magnets. My father makes brilliant looking wooden magnets out of cherry, out of oak, out of all the great trees. And $30 gives you not only the wooden magnet and all the stuff we mentioned, but Giovanni Paniccietti's absolutely beautiful prints from the TFW No GF series. And Aimee Terese is back with us, and $50 patronage gives you all of the above, plus a custom wooden magnet, plus Jules's beautifully painted Warhammer 40k figures.
Plus another painting by me.
Yes.
In the Bob Ross style. So you get everything. Plus you will get a poster print of any episode that you like.
That's true.
Just going back to all their poster prints.
Hello.
You
Yes.
there?
Yes,
oh, sorry
there.
about that. Sorry, I lost my internet connection.
No problem
Oh,
at all.
no problem.
At first, I thought that you were just taking an incredibly long amount of time thinking about how to answer the thing. I mean, it's just the question itself. It's not really that big of a question. It's more of I'm trying to find what the right balance is as far as, even though men and women are different as far as workplace relations go. Because from what I understand, 20 or 30 years ago, there was still some, inequality when it came to how women were treated in the work environment, different from the men. And so I'm just trying to figure out, can there be any harmony here as far as making
and Glasscake said, shout out to Glasscake.
Oh, yeah.
I feel for the incels because people refuse to see them as a symptom rather than just a cause of personal agency. Yeah, I agree, definitely. Internet connection, Australian internet connection. Nathan, don't you know that Aussies are the most prolific internet trolls, despite their bad internet connections.
Yeah.
So
It was
Shit
probably
posting
you know what it
time.
was. It
shit
probably was-
posting time. Yeah.
It was probably a koala.
Oh.
It was probably a koala that was chewing on her
The
internet
wire.
cable.
Probably.
Thought it was a piece of
Definitely.
bamboo, or no? What do they eat?
Yeah.
The koalas.
They
don't
eat bamboo. They eat
No,
different-
no. They eat
They eat gum
eucalyptus.
trees.
They eat gum trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I like
Drop
Australia has a prolific tradition of landscape painters. For some reason, like they just know how to paint a gum tree better than anyone else. And yeah, there's really like I think a lot of American trends sort of just went to Australia in a lot of ways. Like sort of the more American style of like rural total like rural impressionism as opposed to Europe. It's like a lot of shit that came from Europe. It's like Australians, they just like learned it from America first instead of
I think it's interesting. Like I very much think you're
Yeah.
quite right to point out the extent to which sort of I think Australia wouldn't be what it is if it weren't for the States, because that's sort
Yeah.
of like that egalitarian classlessness of Australia is very much, I think, something that the States and I guess France, to be honest, sort
Yeah.
of pioneered much more so than was the case in England. And I think it probably helped also that we were populated largely at the beginning with like fucking prisoners, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
we're a
In
penal
Canada-
colony. Like,
Yeah.
so there's very much like a
Yeah.
no bullshit. Like, I mean, the one thing I have always liked about Australia is that, and again, like I went to by like for all intents and purposes was actually like a very privileged like school full of relatively rich kids, not relatively, like a very elite school. But I like the vast majority of people's parents, like even people, you know, who are sort of in very elite positions within Australian quote unquote high society, whatever, like most people are not arrogant or pretentious or like, I don't know. I think that actually is something very cool about Australia, that is like an unpretentiousness that I think
Yeah.
is even like, it's something I'd noticed very dramatically in the States, actually, the extent to which like people are just so fundamentally like hostile and condescending to people who don't sort of live in the cities or share their experience. There is sort
Yeah,
of a
Canada's the
tradition
same
in
way.
Australia of like, of much more sort of like valorizing like the, you know, the Aussie farmers and like the dairy farmers and like producers who are actually the ones who like keep us fucking fed. Like that's very much like ingrained in the Aussie culture, and like you'd never hear sort of, you know, people in the cities don't sort of do that thing that often happens in the, at least with the like PMC people in the States, in terms of just like denigrating people as deplorable and shit.
Yeah.
That really doesn't,
Yeah.
it's not so much of a thing here, which is, I think, good.
Yeah. We're much more similar to like Britain, America, and Canada, because we have like, we don't have like well-defined like class-based politics, but we do. Well, I mean, in some regards we do, but we still have like the sort of like regionalism of like, if you're in a big city, you're like an arrogant motherfucker, and you're like people like I live relatively close
Yeah, I
to
lived
Toronto.
in Canada
and-
for a year,
oh yeah.
better part of a year.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
yeah, I was on the West Coast, so it's different.
It's different. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's down home people. They're more similar to like Southern people in America or like people in Australia. Whereas like if you go up here to Ontario or Montreal, forget about it. Those people are living a different world.
The Quebecois.
Yeah, Montreal is amazing except for the people. But like, I hate to say, like, I don't see all of them,
Heavy.
but yeah.
Oh, look at this comment from no one. I'm
But no,
loving
us
this pimping
Ontarians, we're not
shirt.
better, man. We're fucking terrible. Yeah, thank you. This is my I have a bunch of Hawaiians. This is my big guest one. This is the one I wore for both of the Alexander Bard streams that were just legendary.
By the way,
and
we should
iconic.
get Alexander Bard with Aimee Terese. I think that would.
I
be
wonder
pretty...
what that would look like. That
Who's Alexander Bard? Pardon my ignorance.
he's
So he is a philosopher.
one of the most popular
book-
philosophers in Europe, Northern Europe.
What sort of philosophy does he do?
He was the one that basically pioneered like pioneered a lot of like cybernetics and internet philosophy, like away from Silicon Valley. He came up with the
gotcha.
term netocrat, sorry.
Right.
And
Okay.
him and his partner Peter Sonderquist, they both have these huge trilogies. They have this trilogy of philosophy books where they basically map out a like digital society, what it would look like. And they predicted, like, to their credit, they totally predicted a lot of trends that were going to happen, like in the early 90s, before like the internet truly took off for like most people. So and he's such a pleasure to talk to, and I know he's like a bit crazy, but it's like he's like totally canceled.
The best people are. This is what I find so objectionable about cancel culture. It's like, actually, like, the idea that you want all of your like creative energy to exist in some fucking safe little box where you can like just consume it. You fucking consumers, you're all such consumers. Like, no, like they all want their, like, you know, their coffee without the caffeine, their milk without the cream. Like, they want everything without the edge or whatever. And these things are so implicit within the thing. Like, you wouldn't have me without like ranting and rumblings and like all the fucking annoying parts that make me.
Exactly.
You know, you can't
just the way you go off. And that stream we did, I highly recommend, Aimee. It was a bit of a mix-up from the first one, but the legendary stream, Individual versus the Masses, me, of course, Lev, and me, Paul Town, Logo, Joel Davis, my good friend John Pellich, and Bard. And Joel Davis, he actually is from Australia. He kind of lives fairly close to you too. So
oh really? Whereabouts?
Yeah, like in the hills of Sydney, pretty much. Like that's
like which part?
Oh, I have to ask the specific.
Yeah, I don't know if this would be doxing or not.
But he's got a great
right.
YouTube...
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I didn't mean it like that.
By the way, my favorite thing about this painting.
We're saying, can you, like, Aimee, post your address in the chat for us? Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Aimee, my father drew the painting over here. Painted the painting.
He's an illustrator.
Yeah, of these characters here. And my favorite part is the mustache that Logo has of the smoke.
The smoke rings and his jewel. Yeah. That was a great one. That was a legendary stream we did. And it was, I really literally cried at the end. I felt like we achieved a moment, you know. And that's always, I think, as people meet each other, like all across the spectrum, the autism spectrum, it's just like, it's so amazing. Like, I think all of us have a driving force within us on a deeper spiritual level, and we always want to accomplish something, whether it's in the discourse and the work of art and writing. We all strive to better ourselves and to hopefully bring each other along the journey. And as Break the Rules grows, What's Left podcast grows, as all of us, we're all in a quest for recognition in a deeply sort of Hegelian Zeitgeist sort of sense, because the recognition that we derive from what we do, like, at least when I was growing up, that was a big problem I just had in terms of like the recognition of what we put out there into the world. And I think that really it motivates us, and not to like totally romanticize this as like, oh, we're some like terribly subversive underground
We're the
rebels.
best podcast in the world right now, Gio. We really are.
No, but that's what I mean. Like,
next to What's Left Pod. Next to What's Left Pod, we're the best.
But without romanticizing it, I feel that there's a driving force inside of us, and it doesn't matter how much funding and how much AstroTurf our enemies have. There's a spirit within us that they'll never break us. They'll never buck break us. And so it is like someone mentioned in the chat, like, yeah, but Vouch has millions of views. I don't fucking care if Vouch has millions of views and millions of followers.
I'm sorry, but who gives a fuck?
Fuck him.
This is what I think is so like fucking funny to me, that like people
it's
like
all lowest common denominator.
People like grab my Patreon figures and compare them to trappers as though these some kind of own.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, but fucking 2.5 Men plays every night on TV, syndicated for 20 years. I'm aware. Like, what's your point? Like, just like I'm not trying to be like your feel good heat of the fall. Like, first off, I'm literally like pathologically allergic to that. Is like my entire engagement in that political scene for the last 2 years is proven, is that at every turn when I could have leaned into, I had one foot in that door. I very much could have leaned into it. I didn't, like, I actively chose not to, for one thing. Secondly, like, do you know how motherfucking easy, like, I've spoken to a friend who's like a heavy hitter in advertising and marketing. And he and I joke all the time. He's like, bitch, do you know how easily we could turn you into like a left-wing ethot that had like returned to the fold? This like prodigal son bullshit.
Doing a podcast with Hassan Piker, right?
Yeah, going
shit
on
like that. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I couldn't think of anything worse. And I recognize that, in a market arena, there's only, authenticity, quote unquote, is a market commodity too.
It is.
Right? So let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah.
But like, I have found it so much more generative speaking with people like you guys and others, and sort of just like conversing with people who are not like constantly policing one another's speech and one another's thought. Like, if you control language, you do control thought. Like, Orwell was right about that. Like, if you constantly foreclose discussion, foreclose things based on certain phrases, like, I don't know, I've never wanted to say slurs in my life, but like, increasingly these days, I almost think there is something to be said for the people who just say get fucked to all of the restrictions on everything, like, and that's not out of some weird desire to say the N-words. It's just out of like this kind of, you don't get to control
it's
me
not a
kind of
racist
thing,
jouissance.
No, I don't care for any of that bullshit. Like, honestly, and this is what I find so crazy about all of it, is like, if I wanted to say the N-word, I'd say the N-word. Like, it's not some like thing that is like holding me back. You know what I mean? It's just so indicative. Yeah. These people are so like so constrained by reality that they project it onto people. Like, if I wanted to do that, I would do that. But I do think there's something to be said for actually like rejecting it wholesale. Like, you don't
even
have
like
to conform to any of that bullshit. Like, increasingly, I think something that's just driven me a little bit nutty lately is that the whole like gender shit in relation to children. I'm sorry, but it is just child abuse to be giving a double mastectomy to a 13-year-old child. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And equally,
I just don't think that we need to pretend like this is fucking abusive. Children should not be able to consent to inalterable medical procedures as children. Like, I'm sorry, but 13, 14, 15, these are some of the most like inherently rocky periods in a child's life when they're trying to figure out who the fuck they are. Their brains are retarded. Kids are retarded. I was a retard until I was at least 25. I'm still probably like 90% retarded, just not quite as much. Like,
people were wondering
children stop pulling the rug out from fucking underneath them,
Yeah, exactly. People were wondering your age, but that's kind of inappropriate to ask your. Never ask your age.
Well, you already did, Gio. You did just that.
You're 30.
I'm 30 until I'm 40. You see.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
And I have a final question for you, by the way, Aimee.
But one last observation. It's funny, like the hysterics of it, and then sorry, Lev, but you mentioned Cushbomb, our good friend Cushbomb. No, I remember one time he was in this documentary on Netflix about the alt-right, back when they existed, right? And he had this,
the Angela one that
with the fat guy.
Yeah, I think that was actually,
go ahead.
Pretty good. I mean, it's been a couple of years since I saw it, like quite a few years. Like, I would have seen it maybe 2017 or 2018 when it came out.
I don't think it.
But anyway,
it wasn't the Angela one. I think it was another.
Oh, I see. Okay,
one.
Gotcha.
No, the Angela Nagel one was like. I mean, as much as I kind of disagree with like some of the like diagnosis of the growth of like far right politics in Angela Nagel's book, and certainly if she comes on the podcast, that's something we could hash out.
Cool.
And like her recent one with Alice Kashuta, I totally loved, and she was talking a lot about what you're talking about, like political identity. But I remember Cushbomb, he was, for those who don't know, that's the stupid fucking pothead nickname of Matt Kreisman of Chapo, who's the puppet master. He had this interview at the very end, because God forbid he got interviewed on camera, where he said it was this documentary basically like chasing around Richard Spencer and like Jared Taylor, and it's like some hokey bullshit, right? And like, I mean, I'm not gonna say no more about Richard Spencer. I'm not gonna get in trouble, but
what for?
Yeah, it was like this activist thing, like, and at the very end they interviewed Matt Kreisman, and he said that these people, when the environmental catastrophe happens, there's people that are going to choose to give all the resources to everyone and embrace the world while we have time left. And then there's people that are going to close the borders and choose genocide. And it's like,
Matt Christian's a fucking bourgeois sociopath. I'm sorry.
like I remember the clip where he talked about you specifically. He's like, Aimee Terese just has to go offline. It's like, what are you like?
I just know. I'm sorry, but I'd just been booted off Twitter. I'd been banned for 2 months.
Yeah.
I've just been back for a week. These people can't handle any criticism whatsoever. And so rather than being able to deal with any, like this whole, everything that happened last year was part of a very concrete political campaign. I have chat leaks, I have logs, I have shit that like I know exactly what was happening, and I'm so bored with their pretending that it was just like, oh, this is all just a fucking accident. Fuck off, grow up. I've seen the shit. I know what. Get out of my face. Like, I just, to my mind, I think it's totally cruel to make like to fuck with people's heads, to be nasty and constantly insist that things that are actively political are personal, you know, like if I disagree with someone politically, this has always been my thing, is where like I would even quote tweet them, say why I disagree, here's why, here's the political stakes that are you know being contested here. And the left is pathologically unable to do that because ultimately its political positions are fucking indefensible. 99% of the time, their position's indefensible. And so instead of defending them, they police everything in and around them to prevent any kind of contestation of ideas.
Well, they have to frame the discourse.
Fucking minds. Yes, absolutely. Look at how they're losing their minds because Chris Rufo has managed to basically like pin the tail on the donkey in terms of like giving a name to this thing. Like it's sure. At first I was like, I don't know if it's necessarily like critical race theory as such that's doing this. Blah, blah. No, that's not even the point. The point is to be able to have a fucking target and take aim at it. It doesn't matter whether that necessarily typifies exactly what's going on. You know, it doesn't matter whether that's the other thing about all their bullshit theories is 90% of the people who are in the sway of this thing we call critical race theory have probably never read any of that bullshit. That's got nothing to do with it.
They can't even get like the most
effect. It doesn't matter whether you call like so, but they're just so mad because they're so used to turning their own politics into jello that you can that trying to pin them down is like trying to pin, you know, nail jello to a wall.
Yeah, they can't even get their own basic like they can't even read Foucault properly, or else they would know that
they don't do the reading.
Wait, don't they read Bell Hooks? Isn't Bell Hooks one of the
Nobody reads any of that crap. None of them do the reading. None of them have done any of the reading. I can guarantee you that. I learned it the hard way.
Yeah.
Well, wait. You were mentioning Rufo. Christopher Rufo. What is the situation?
Like him. I think that the way that people smear him is like fake and gay. Like, I'm sorry, but if you think that children should be taught that white people are evil and that like black people are magical, you're fucking retard and an idiot. Like, I'm sorry, but it's sicko shit to be teaching children to feel bad about their race and like make people like, I'm sorry, you don't need to teach racial theories to children. Just let kids be kids, you fucking sickos. I'm so done with that. Like, in relation to the gender shit, in relation to the race shit, let children be children, you fucking sickos.
But to
not that complicated.
And also, you know who else we're
and
gonna have?
Kristen's a sicko. He's evil. He fucking hates people just like him. He hates the chuds. He grew up in a fucking Midwestern town. He grew up in a Midwestern town and thought he was better than everyone around him.
Yeah, that's
from a
terrible.
very early age because he's a fucking narcissist.
Yeah.
And so he convinced himself that he's better than anyone in this small podunk town.
Yeah.
And then he went to the city and he made it fucking true with his stupid little podcast because it's good for the libtards to elevate some idiots like
and they
that
get
who have no real
funneled,
beliefs and they just act as this like, oh, I'm one of the good ones, I'm one of the good white people, I'm one of the good Midwesterners.
I remember one time
the good right things. I'm a nice people, liberals
people.
and nice people, and people on the right are the mean people. It's like, can you just grow up, you fucking infantile moron? Like, he's a moron. Like, it's just infantile. It is so fucking infantile. It's disciplinary bullshit. It's childish. He doesn't have any coherent beliefs that last day to day because they say one thing this week and
it goes right out the other window.
These people are literally like these are created by Silicon Valley. That's why they're so successful on those platforms, because every day when they log on, every tweet's a new tweet. Everything's like buried under 12 layers of irony. There's no there. These are just vessels for ruling class ideology to be.
It's in the way that they treat. Yeah, and the way that they treat, like the media treats Chapo, it's like, oh, what are we gonna do with these little rascals? But to
But the
Kreisman's
thing that
point,
pisses me the fuck off is when they try to like, okay, there's this very ongoing thing where the left like fake cancels interiors to sort
Yeah.
of help shore up the boundary. And I think Claire Lehman and Colette is one aspect of the way the libtards do this. But
Yes,
leftards do
yes,
this with the
yes.
Chappos.
Fake-
And so it pisses me the
fake
fuck
canceling.
off when people
It's
mention
like
me
when
in
you're
the same
overblown.
sentence as that motherfucker who's been policing me for years. Like the people
Yeah.
who like the strong, like people like Matt Christman are the actual bulldog guard dogs
Yeah.
like
yeah.
of leftism. And so the idea that you would mention me in the same sentence, this is why I was so cognizant last year of differentiating
the
myself
fucking the
from
hippies,
people
the,
like
the red brown hippies.
Sean McCarthy and
Yeah,
the Chappos,
yeah.
all this shit, because
We had
they
Sean
were doing
on
a very
recently.
discreet political function. Yeah, he's nice enough, but like, yeah, but I mean, I've said what I said about him. It's fine.
Well,
He's
yeah,
harmless.
yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
I
look
don't
at-
know
look
that
at
What I
he's
was gonna
harmless,
say
but whatever.
about Matt
it's fine.
Kreisman, I remember one time one of his Jannies came into my mentions because I like pointed to him and he's like, "Oh, look at you, buddy." It's like, listen, I'm fat. I'm fatter than Matt Kreisman, and I look schlubby like him, kinda. But to his point, I think that he's a total fucking lunatic narcissist. But at the same time, like, okay, that clip that I pointed out to in the documentary, I think that it's a very complicated situation. I think he does have a brain.
I don't.
I think it's a complicated situation because it is true that to just shut off the
I
world.
don't. By the way, I don't think he's bright. I think he's just like, I think actually it's all just like totally fake and narcissistic bullshit.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
glib.
it's hard
I
to
don't
tell.
think he's bright. I think he's the illusion of it, but I think he's a fucking idiot. So
No, but what I mean is I think that his sentiment about like choosing genocide, I mean, first of all, that word is misnomer, but it is true. I mean, the West has like brutally exploited the underclass of the developing world into just like, if there was an equal,
No,
like
I
I think
reject that. Sorry, no. It's not
go
better for
ahead.
the quote unquote developing world for them to be like exploited by people of their own race is bullshit. Capitalism is about class. It's not about
Right.
race. All the racial shit comes afterwards to justify relations of domination. It is not countries that dominate other countries. No,
it's the force
working
of
people
capital.
get subjugated by people who own shit. And this whole like siding, it's some tanky shit to side with the bourgeoisie of quote unquote like
The
global
developing-
south. I'm sorry, bitch. That's just, I'm sorry, but it is no better for an employee. Like for a subjugated worker, they don't give it, like, it doesn't make your fucking job any better if
Right,
the person has the
right.
same color skin as you.
Right.
That's just fucking
Because-
insane.
And that's
crazy
sort of
talk.
like a weird like left-wing third, like a Marxist third
They all
worldism.
do it. It's these fucking
Yeah.
like Maoist, third worldist, liberationist,
Roach-
post-colonial bullshit.
yeah. I mean, the right
Bullshit.
does
They-
it
it's
too
what
to
they-
an
but it's the
extent.
bullshit they pull in relation to Palestine. I'm like, sorry, just because Palestine isn't highly developed doesn't make any of these less of a class.
Yeah.
Just anyway.
Like, I'm no fan of what the state of Israel is doing, obviously, but it's, you know.
The state of Israel is like essentially like a proxy force for a bunch of inter-imperialist, like all that. The whole tension there is inter-imperialist. It's backed by different imperialist blocks on each side.
Yeah.
Like
It's, yeah,
there's n-
all the way through.
pretending this is some like eons old like ancient battle
Racial
about religions
blood
or some
libel.
fucking like
It's not a-
intimate fuck
It's not
like
an eons old
inherent
thing.
racial shit. No, it's literally like both sides in that conflict are backed by huge imperial blocks on each side. It's beneficial to both, like to the bourgeoisie of Palestine and the bourgeoisie of Israel, to keep things as they are, which is why they
Right.
remain as they are for
I
decades
mean,
upon
That's true.
decades
I-
upon
I'd say-
decades
I'd
upon
say there's a
decades
bit-
upon decades.
I say there's a bit more going on here, but I realize that this is going to turn this stream into a Mr. Hyde instead of a Dr. Jekyll.
Well, I
if
think
you know what I'm
the
talking
only
about.
thing I would suggest is that I think that while it's very easy to get to conflate sort of what might animate individual people on the ground versus what is actually like producing the conflict in
Yeah.
sort
Well,
of
you could
a
look like
macro
look at
sense, you know?
for example,
That's true.
you could look at the Korean War and ask like, were there corporations that were benefiting from the Korean War, from
Yeah, very
America
much
being
so.
there? Of course
Yeah,
there was.
was.
But
Yeah.
at the same time, to the individual Korean who lived through that period and then lived through the period of Reconstruction, education that the American military was able to provide, I'm sure that they were pretty grateful for America having been there instead of Korea getting taken over by the communists.
Yeah,
So,
but at least in North Korea, at least North Korean women don't like post emojis of like the tiny thing to emasculate their.
yeah. Okay,
That's-
wait. By the way, speaking of North Korea,
I know there's no comparison.
Have you
I'm
seen
just
that
making a joke.
Fox News appearance of that North Korean defector who said that Columbia University was worse than North Korea?
Oh my god!
Have you seen that? Aimee, do you know what we're talking
I
about?
haven't seen it, but I think you're talking about, is it Sunyi Park?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
it
Sunyi
is.
Park.
Or maybe,
yeah.
yeah, something to that effect. I think I got a first
Yes,
name wrong.
Sun Ye.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
let me see.
remember. I'm pretty sure I had an exchange with her on Twitter a few years ago when she was in Australia. I remember her coming on Q&A. Yeah, she seems so smart and insightful, and I think.
Well, let me actually read this for you because I have it here.
Like
Yeah.
North Korea and these other like types of states are very much like a Stalinist totalitarian capitalism, and that's what I think people don't get, that like it's all been capitalism, it's all been state capitalism. That's what Korea is, that's what the USSR was, that's what China is, that's what the left is. They are
State capitalism.
Stalinists. Well, no, but they are Stalinists in the way they do politics. Everything is murky in dark rooms behind closed doors with the lights out. They'll fucking murky in the dark.
In the
stab you in the back,
cultura.
sort of.
Yeah.
Oh, so her
Yeah,
name is
it's just
Yeonmi
all
Park,
just such-
by the way.
Yes, that's it. Yeah,
And
Park.
she
yeah,
says over here in the interview, I expected that I was paying this fortune, talking about Colombia, all this time and energy to learn how to think, but they are forcing you to think the way they want you to think. Park said in an interview with Fox News. I realized, wow, this is insane. I thought America was different, but I saw so many similarities to what I saw in North Korea that I started worrying. And she talked about how she, during orientation, she was scolded by university staff member for admitting she enjoyed classic literature such as Jane Austen. I said, I love those books. I thought it was a good thing, recalled Park. Then she said, did you know those writers had a colonial mindset? They were racist and bigots and are subconsciously brainwashing you. It only got worse from there as Yeonmi
This is all projection.
realized.
Can I just say, everything that these people say is that they're just projecting. That's what they're doing. It's just projection.
It's to the point where they'll take like who's the guy that wrote Things Fall Apart, where he said like Conrad. What's his name? The South African. Yeah, he said like that Conrad's.
Jonathan Franzen?
I think so, yeah.
Huh?
He said that the Conrad's Heart of Darkness was the most racist book in the world. It was literally about how British colonialism not only fucked over British society as proper, or like turned like the colonial into this weird shamanic figure that is destined to fail, but almost like totally destroyed the cultural significance of the Congolese people. I think it was in Congo, the Heart of Darkness. So they're taking literature. They've totally bought in, for all the good points that he's made, some of which I agree. They've totally bought in this fucking Edward Said thesis of exoticism. You know what I mean? That's how they operate with like the no cultural
Can we also
appropriation
just point out
shit.
that people like fucking Edward Said and all these other motherfuckers, these Kambahi river collectors, the intersectionalists, the critical race theorists, all these motherfuckers, this is what annoys me the absolute most, is that there was a very discrete period in American history from sort of the 60s through to now, but very much the 60s through 80s, where you could craft an insanely lucrative career for yourself and even get like entire buildings sort of named after you, entire faculties started for you and your friends.
Yeah, it's
just
true.
by fucking crying about racism and like the excluded epistemology of you and your people. And so then you just make up this whole body of absolute shite that has no intellectual worth whatsoever, and then you just like basically create like cults worth of students who like sign up for bullshit. And
comes
that's
from
what
the new
critical
age,
race
too.
theory. Critical
Yeah.
race theory is completely ridiculous. So is intersectionality. So is like all this bullshit. Like all of it. It's just junk. And like
Yeah.
I think if you deny the fact of where this stuff came from and just ignore all of it, like then yeah, it's easy to pretend.
Well, it was
this
like
is,
today, someone was going after Angie Speaks. Who's the fucking Bree Ibra, the one that that works for Shell?
Nicole Hannah Jones.
Yeah. But her name is like Ebra Wallace.
Nicole Hannah Jones.
Yeah.
Nicole Hannah Jones.
Yeah. Where someone's like, oh,
if
just
you say
because
it 3
Nicole.
times, it's like Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice. Yeah, Nicole Hannah Jones, because she took oil money, that means that capitalism doesn't exclude race. It's like, fuck off. Like, she took, like, one directly correlates to why she's saying the things she says. You're not going to take money from fucking Shell and BP if you're not pushing, like, a
This is all
woke PR
code.
agenda.
That battle all happened within like the left over the past few years, and they're just like, it's like they're rehashing sort of a diluted version of it this cycle, and it's so fucking funny to watch this whole like class versus race bullshit. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like the current. Like the U.S., this white supremacy meme is a lie. The U.S. Congress is the most racially diverse it's ever been in history, and the past few Congresses have been the same way. Like for the past like 20 years, every Congress is more racially diverse than the last. Like, yeah, they instituted a bunch of laws in the mid to late 60s. That it's taken sort of a generation for the ramifications to filter through the institutions in terms of the changeover. And that's what's been happening this entire time. And this whole like Black Lives Matter, like revanchist racialism is literally a result of successes, not of any kind of ongoing fucking white supremacy. I'm just sick of the lies. Like there is 13% African-American representation in US Congress. I don't know, maybe you missed the memo, maybe it's just me, but like the idea of assuming that like a black Congress member speaks to quote unquote black people, like is literally like to my mind like fucking racist. Like it's some racist ass shit. Thinking that the melanin in someone's skin means they can magically be like a black person whisperer. That's so fucking ridiculous. Like that's crazy.
Or this
to
idea.
That's it. Like
this idea
Jasper
of like
says Amy's going to get so much flack for this stream. Well, maybe.
Well, or this idea of like a black
shit. This is shit that I don't care. I just say what's actually true. All this stuff is a lie. Nicole Hannah Jones and Ibram Kendi, all these people are fucking hoteps. I'm sorry, but like I'm done with pretending anything they're saying is normal or healthy. It's fucking
big shout
retarded.
out to Hotep
It's
Sophia though.
ridiculous.
I respect Hotep Sophia. She's a great friend of the show, and I think you guys would actually get along a lot. But she's also against a lot of the
she hates Nicole Hannah Jones and
definitely
no doubt.
But when it comes to even something like acting white, if they're talking about like a
the
black
voice, that's what they
or like any one of it's just so ridiculous.
What does
like,
acting white mean?
Exactly, it's so stupid.
Means.
Because was it acting white when all of a sudden you had black people who after the Civil War were like starting communities and building up based on
there was
positive
so much
things they
mutual like black and white people working together in the South, especially early in Reconstruction. It took all these states having to implement like hardcore Jim Crow measures to actually yank people apart and force that. Like it's totally natural for people to work together. The segregation is something that's imposed top down, and they've been trying to do it, I think, both in terms of ideologically, especially over the past 10 years, but increasingly what I worry about a great deal with this Biden bullshit, and one reason why I actually am I do think Chris Rufo's project in terms of getting that bullshit out of children's classrooms is very important, because if you can create that segregation materially, which I think a lot of this segregated policy making is starting to do, the stuff where, we'll give stuff only to black farmers, or we'll give housing benefits only to sort of black or quote unquote disadvantaged businesses. So we'll let all like the white people businesses go down the tubes. But anyone who's got a certain skin color gets certain financial benefits. Like this actually will like that level of racialization will actually create.
That's just insane to me. That's like
they're literally trying to produce what they claim is the problem.
It's like they read like the birth of biopolitics as a fucking hand manual, Like,
Well,
like
Aimee, I
Christ.
just want you. I want to direct your attention to this organization called FAIR, Foundation Against Intolerance and
oh,
Racism.
don't bring up
and-
that libtard stuff, lad.
No, why? No, why? I think it's
Fucking
very
Barry
important.
Weiss, get
No,
out
I think it is very important here because look, it talks about the exact same thing that Aimee was bringing up right now, where you actually have people that go and bring lawyers in and defend teachers that
no,
end
they've
up having
existed
problems.
since the, but
with
they've
all the-
but they've existed since the 60s.
Look
Or
at
the
this
70s.
comment. CRT by Cyber Ninja Zero. CRT is just CBT for the West. That's it. We can't do any better than that. We can end the
Wait.
stream. That's too
Oh
much.
God! Wait, Aimee. I think you may not be
Oh,
clear.
I'm fucking
Oh
dying.
God! Well, I know we're gonna end soon, but Aimee, I think you may have
Yeah, yeah.
misunderstood
Oh, man.
that FAIR
Uh-huh.
organization. I don't
Yeah.
don't be misled by the title. What they basically
Right.
do is they try to get rid of a lot of this wokeness that's in academia right now, especially in education. Because one of the co-founders, his kids,
No, I
they
know
went to
that
the...
Daniel Horowitz, I think is that
No,
the guy?
no, his name is Beyond.
Okay, all right. I have misconstrued that. Okay, yeah. go
Yeah,
on.
no. This is different thing. So Beyond Barding is his name, and I met the guy. He's a great guy, and he did this article in the Wall Street Journal. Dividing by
Okay.
race comes to grade school. Students ages 5 to 11 are urged to check each other's words and actions and become committed activists. So
That's what I'm saying. They're deliberately doing this. They're trying to produce
Yeah.
these fucking psychos. Yeah. I
But
think
the
it's
reason
bad.
why I
think
mentioned
it's terrible.
but the reason why I mentioned that organization FAIR is that this is like one of the few organizations now that's actually standing up against this in a legal way. And that's
yes,
why
I think it
that,
needs to be like resisted in like no uncertain terms. I think huge amounts of research should be put against like anyone who's trying to like reinstitute this hardcore racialization, and especially to indoctrinate children such that they grow up to then be good little commissars for the regime. This
Good
is
little
sicko
apparatchiks,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah, this is awful. I do think it should be stopped.
And here's the board of advisors. He recently retweeted a tweet with Glenn Lowry. Glenn Lowry is one of the people in the board of advisors. So is Ayan Hershey Ali, Peter Boghossian, Melissa Chen,
terrible.
Daryl Davis. Let's see, Niall Ferguson, Kamele Foster, Samantha Harris.
Oh God, not Niall.
Megan
Oh.
Kelly.
Yeah, it's basically a bunch of like sort of libertarians and neolibs. But look,
Yeah,
at the end of the day,
yeah,
But at least-
basically.
But at least
yeah,
they're
but these are
helping
not
out
woke
in this thing.
tards, and they're doing
Yeah.
something useful in a very
True,
discreet
true.
manner. That's
My-
fine.
my
Like,
problem
you
with
don't need
Ali-
to buy someone's
Douglas
entire
Murray.
world.
Douglas Murray is in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
true.
don't need to buy someone's frame of reference or their
Right,
politics
right.
to agree with them on a discrete issue, because this is actually looking at a
important-
discrete issue, and
Yeah.
they're putting sort of some clout towards
Yeah.
that. I think that's a good
Yeah.
thing. I saw that there was a couple. I retweeted a thing from where a couple, interracial couple in Chicago, who are both actually school teachers. The
The
journalist
Lovings?
went out to speak to them. No, very funny.
No, because that was the celebration that they had. It was called Loving Day, and it was like this
Loving Day?
Yeah, interracial couple.
As in for the Lovings,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
very
yeah.
first, the couple who the court case,
yeah, exactly.
Oh, back in the
yeah.
yeah. That's why Betty and Barney Hill didn't come forward, because they were an interracial couple. So
oh yeah, the
back in the day,
UFO situation.
the first UFO couple, yes.
Yeah.
That was
They-
real,
they-
but I believe them.
Well,
yeah.
they were the ones who saw the space Nazis. They told,
Yeah.
like the uniforms that those people
the
were wearing.
Agarthans.
Yeah, the Agarthans.
LMAO.
Exactly. I mean, that is like a whole other can of worms that I don't think we have time to get into right now.
I think that this has been like, how long have we been going? One of the longest BTRs.
But it doesn't feel long.
Oh, we
That's the
went
thing here.
9. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it had dips and waves, and it just wow, this has been amazing. I mean, I expected that this stream was going to be great with Aimee, but I got that and then some. I'm pooped out.
Yes. yes.
It's
Same
just
here.
man. Well, what
I
time is it in Australia right now?
It's just about almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
That's decent.
That's
Yeah.
great. That's
Sounds
decent.
No,
cool.
yeah.
but poor Aimee. I mean, you only slept 3 hours. I cannot believe the dedication and commitment that you had to come here.
Dude, I always sleep like 5 hours. It's fine.
Oh no!
It's
oh,
total.
God,
It's total BPD. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, it is. I definitely have an aspect of that. I definitely
Yeah.
like. I don't. It's funny when people say that. I think I'm way too autistic with politics, not BPD. I'm more just like
Yeah. Yeah, you got
fucking psycho.
you got some of the tism there. It
Yeah,
can't be real. The
big time.
Garthans would have let them. It can't be real. The Garthans wouldn't have let an interracial couple live. What? No, fuck up.
Jesus.
Okay, we gotta end there.
Sci-fi. I don't understand. any
Listen,
of
we
this.
had the Israeli. We had the
let's not end
Israeli.
this silly note.
We had the
Yeah.
Israeli chief scientist talking about the Galactic Federation. I think they've already made up. Okay, I don't think they're. I think that whatever's
Yeah,
happening
the
beyond.
Garthans, they had their own like reconstruction period. I think they're much less.
I literally have no idea what you're talking about.
That's fine. No, but see,
Yeah.
this is the
Crap
thing.
it up.
This is the
Great.
spiritual side of BTR that you were very resistant
Look at
to.
this by that
and
sit.
me getting all hippy dippy on you
great
last time.
Great first date for Aimee and Gio and Lev as the chaperone. Amazing.
All right, guys,
Oh.
we're gonna end the stream
This is
right
a bit
now,
amazing.
but-
I
yes.
just hope we don't get. I mean, to tell you the truth, I just hope I don't have to like lock my account again after this stream for some of the people that are gonna like obsessively talk about. I mean, I don't know, but Aimee, do they? They don't. I guess they don't. They don't have the attention span to chase after your podcast
My
and everything.
philosophy, my friend, is to I turned off like 2 years ago. I turned off notifications for pretty much anyone I don't follow, and then
Yeah.
even turned off like most of the notifications. That like you can't live your life according to the dictates of like a bunch of shrieking maniacs. Like who cares?
Yeah.
Just have your
It's
beliefs,
true.
have your principles, and if people you care about whose opinion you respect speak with you about things that are like troubling them about something you said, sure, engage with them.
Yeah.
But these people are just you can't.
You're never gonna get a
let
good
them
faith.
have that. Don't let them have that power over you.
Yeah.
Like
Like-
if you need to sort of moderate what you're saying on the basis of whoever comes and yells at you, that means you're just completely and perpetually
Yeah.
cucked to whoever's yelling the loudest at any given moment. That's
And-
crazy talk.
And
No.
that's the thing. Like we've had a difficulty because I remember people they like to pigeonhole us as like far right. But we're not a far right. I mean, we're a panel show.
No, Gio,
But
that
it's
was,
just-
that
it's
was
difficult-
in-
Yeah,
that
but
was
tho-
way in the past.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
were
that
talking
was-
about, like,
those were,
the amount of guests that we have. We are
Yeah,
far from.
but it is
being
very hard to
pigeonholed.
get like woke people to come on. I mean, we've had like
But
we've
that's
had-
deliberate. They refuse to talk to anyone. This
Exactly,
isn't
yeah.
intentional. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
It's a deliberate
so all of like
strategy.
the lefties that come on this show, they're like pretty based and you can have a good conversation with them. And there was only like one instance where we've really had like a bad time about it. But I
Well,
guess
the
like
furries.
well, I mean no, but the third I
It's
gotta
also
say
about making an effort. Like there's a bunch
Yeah.
of shit that like, different like especially the ladies today, they said a bunch of shit where like if I were perhaps writing a post or something or someone was being antagonistic towards me, there would be a bunch of things they said that I fundamentally disagree with and that I would sort of interrogate the premises and be like, no, I don't think this is correct because of XYZ. But like when you talk to people, like you sort of try to take a sort of the most charitable version of what they're saying and
because
then
it's different
then
when you
pull out
talk.
the
Yeah.
aspects with which you agree and sort of work from that. I mean, at a certain point, people start to know that my premises are not going to be the same as somebody who is like classically liberal or whatever. So you
Yeah.
don't need to just like, it's fine. And it's just, to my mind, like there are even times today where I think like I'm actually a lot more reactionary than Geo on like a whole bunch of
No
different
way.
things. Like a lot of this
let the
Foucauldian
record be
bullshit.
known.
No, but do you get what I mean? Like, there's a bunch of things where I'm just like, oh no, I don't think that. I think it's actually way more gnarly than that. Like, it actually goes back further and is more deeply entrenched. Do you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
like, I just think like
Yeah.
forcing people to sort of fit in all these dumb, retarded little boxes all the time is just not healthy. And it's fine to
Yeah.
just talk with people, and you don't have to listen to people just fucking yelling because they want to control people having like free form conversations. Just don't give
Exactly.
them that power. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Oh,
fuck
Amy,
'em.
last
cares?
question: koalas or
Fuck 'em.
kangaroos?
Chris Benoit right there, fucking
yeah.
cripple crossface, right?
Well,
Yeah.
who do you prefer, koalas or kangaroos?
I don't really think about it, except for the time when I hit a kangaroo in my Toyota Yaris. That was scary.
Oh
It bounced
no!
off the hood. It bounced
Oh.
off the hood and the dashboard, and I thought I was gonna die. It was like I was in Mario Kart, like in an animal. Like if you hit a thing and it like bounces the fuck off the thing. It was the craziest thing, and I had to get like the whole front of the car fixed. But the kangaroo just like bounced the fuck off and just jumped away. It was so crazy.
Where I live,
That's my story.
the type of game that you can hit here in Canada can literally kill you. Like people have died from a moose going into the windshield. It's hilarious. It's not. It's tragic. I mean, it's.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Just
man.
imagine it like a cartoon.
Hit a kangaroo. Yeah, imagine
It
like that's
literally
gonna be
was
an
like a
article.
cartoon. I had to slam on the brakes, like, and so it was only because I
Yeah.
managed to hit it at such a like low-ish speed that I was okay. But like, yeah, it was pretty crazy.
All right, guys,
Oh
we
my
gotta
God, it's,
we gotta go. We gotta go to sleep.
Oh my God,
Oh,
it's
I gotta
12
go
at
to
night
sleep.
here. Holy crap.
Yeah, listen,
This
guys.
is like the election stream we did, where I had the Chinese delicacy during that stream. Yeah.
Oh man, the Shevitz. All right, listen, guys. This is the end of the stream, but I want to ask everybody again to
Remember,
subscribe.
Aimee Terese woodcut.
Yes, look at that beautiful woodcut.
Look
you
at her
should've done,
gnarly
like-
fucking
Excited about that.
fingers.
You should have done like, you know what you should have done? You should have grabbed the woodcut and be like, "Come here, Gio. I'm gonna kiss you."
Oh my God. I can't do something that fucking creepy. Oh my God, Lev. Yeah, we gotta go. I mean, it's getting. Yeah, when Lev gets tired, he gets kind of. He'll start going on about
When Lev
the
gets
different
tired,
shapes
when
he
Lev
sees
gets
when he
tired-
meditates, and
Wait, Gio.
he'll go on
when
about
Lev,
the Agarthans and
when Lev gets tired, Lev gets fired.
yeah,
Huh?
yeah,
How about
yeah. Oh God. All right, this has
All
been
right,
amazing.
okay, let's end this thing. Okay.
That's my new style.
And
All
Aimee,
right.
you have to come on again, even for like a reverse
Yes.
debate. We'll find someone to debate you. We have this
Sure.
panel. We call it at least for the first hour, we call it argue my position, where it's like a
Uh-huh.
reverse debate thing.
Oh, dope. Yeah, we take the other. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
What-
So
what's
we'll find a
the-
total. We'll find like a tanky or someone for you to debate. We'll
Oh
do
God, I don't want to get another. I don't want to get another call to my family.
Yeah, we had a
from
tanky
the-
on once, and they literally called Lev's family, and it was terrible.
Sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? And this person apparently is a grad student in a philosophy program. She said like when Lev was
There you go.
yeah, when Lev was talking about how his family got brutalized in the pogroms, she literally like turned to Lev in the chat and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry that your family
Of
were
course she
fucking
did.
bourgeois and they
Yeah.
deserved it." And I'm like, what?
Yeah. Well, it
Yeah,
was
it's
also
just
because
psycho
it was
shit.
also because I
Sicko
think
shit.
I was
Yeah, that chick
partly,
Nathan said that chick was a psycho.
Yes.
It's true.
No, but it was also because I was.
sick.
It was also because I was partly dropping hints of her and others within her circle getting money from the Russian government. But that was, I think,
Well,
that may
that's
have
another
also
thing left.
participated-
Yeah.
Yes. Well, let's not get into it right now. But
All right, we
either
gotta
way-
go.
Yeah,
this
we
has
gotta
been
go,
amazing.
guys.
This has been one of the best streams we've ever had. Aimee has to come on again. I knew this was going to be amazing, but I didn't expect this level of depth, and it's been quite a journey.
It's
And
been my
Yes, it
pleasure.
has.
Thank you for having me. Thank you very
It's-
much
Thank
for having
you.
me.
You
It's been
Guys,
a pleasure.
follow Aimee Terese on Twitter, but
Please.
it's very weird if you haven't been following Aimee Terese on Twitter. Aimee, you are a prolific tweeter. I don't know how else to say it. You are one of a kind, and I look forward to having you back on BTR. And I'd love
Thank
to
you
talk
for
about
having
the.
me.
Thank you for being here. I would love to talk about the Murray-Darling Basin and whether if we put like a lot of water in it, if we can like rejuvenate the inner parts of Australia. But we're not going to talk about that right now. We're going to save that for a later time. And I wish everybody the very best. Subscribe, and keep on subscribing. Patreon.com/breaktherules. Also go to Apple. Go to Spotify. Did you know that we're on Spotify, guys? We are on Spotify.
Yeah.
And we are on Apple. We are on all these platforms, and you need to subscribe right now. Here, I'm posting all of them on the chat.
that's right, Arsene. It's a night to remember. Exactly.
Yes, .captivate.fm. And let's see what else we got
That was
here.
a great Dream Theater song.
Oh,
by
and
the
can
way.
I also do a little bit of a promo? Go to
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I realized I never promoted my podcast enough.
What's
What's
left?
up, cast?
What's left? Yeah. So we have I just did a chat with Angela Nagel a couple of weeks ago. She's a
That
good
was a
friend
great
of
one.
mine.
Nice.
We were just sort of recapping where we're at in the current moment. And then we've got Oliver's been doing the work series. And then also we have just the one we recorded the other day with Sorab and Patrick Deneen
Wow.
is due to be released in a couple of days. So yeah,
And these are
Fucking
Patreon-
heavy hitters right
Patreon
there.
only. There's previews on your SoundCloud, but it's patrons only. They get the full thing.
increasingly, yeah, we just figured that was sort of the way to go. Yeah.
So there we go. Please become a patron of What Is
Yeah,
Left.
become a
What's
patron.
Left.
It's $5 a month. Just do it.
Patreon.com/what's left. That's just like how I say it. That's how you spell it, and that's for all the audio.
You
people
what
listening.
mate left?
You what mate left? Exactly. And also be sure to follow us.
Wow, what a total cock up,
Yes.
as they say in Amy's parts.
Well, hold on. I'm not done yet. Here we go. So also be sure to follow us on Odyssey. Did you know that we are on Odyssey? We are on Odyssey. Odyssey.com /@breaktherules 2.f/live. That's where this is simultaneously streaming. Also, we are on DLive simultaneously streaming, and on Twitch simultaneously streaming, and on Facebook simultaneously streaming. You know what? I never promote the Facebook just because I don't think any of you motherfuckers have one, but maybe you do. And if you have a Facebook, it's facebook.com/breaktherules, the number 3 and then rules. Here is the Facebook link. Go there as well. I've never promote the Facebook. Why not? I don't know.
And go to my YouTube channel.
Yes.
Amy, if you want some premium, I mostly exclude. I talk about art theory mostly, and other political rants. I just put out. I just recorded actually a podcast. I might as well release it. It's going to get released tomorrow with Robert Stark Truth Radio. We talk about architecture, prison culture in America. We talked about a whole bunch of 2016, his book and his paintings. And Stark Truth Radio has been on forever. Amy put Helen Andrews' episode out from behind the paywall. Well, Helen Andrews is someone I will also want to talk to. Her book about the boomers has been quite
I really like Helen. She's such a breath of fresh air in terms of like, I don't know, one thing I've found is because there's so many sort of psychos in terms of like these lib femme girl boss women. Like when I come across women in sort of a media space who I click with who are just like straight up lovely and really smart, it's very refreshing, and I think Helen's very much one of those.
You know who you would
people.
like? You have to talk to Kashuda, but you'd like Mary Harrington.
Alex and I recorded a little while back.
How did you manage that though? You're like on completely different parts of the time, like the
it evens
timeline,
out,
right?
Lev. It evens out. I guess.
Okay.
It wasn't too difficult actually. I think in the end, it wasn't too bad.
All right.
But also, Mary Harrington, you should talk to her. She's great.
Okay, I'll check her out. Sure.
And Alex Plotnick is great too. She is one of our patrons, and she says, "I am a BTR patron, and let me tell you, worth every cent." Patreon.com/breaktherules.
Knowing Alex, she's probably lying about that, but I mean,
no, she's not. Gio, why are you undermining us? Why are you undermining us? Patreon.com/breaktherules. This is where you have to go to after you become Amy's patron. Become our patron. You're gonna get a lot of goodies, a lot of awards, including secret Patreon episodes where I go around the neighborhoods of Brooklyn, New York, and you guys could see me.
We're gonna actually start recording some like exclusive Patreon content.
Yeah,
we just have to figure out some different topics. Last time I talked about Berserk, or rather, it was the first time I read it on air, and it was just pretty interesting. But yeah,
did you get up to that saga with the fairies, like the insect fairy creatures?
I haven't gotten up to. I have to get up.
Okay.
I need to have a cigarette. I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we got the so this is the end. Lev, take us out. What do you say? You say
I say God bless us, everyone.
No, I say that. You say mwah. You do
mwah. Good night, everybody.